Okay. Look around here.
I just take this with me because I don't know what I want to do.
Okay. Hey, Dirty. Yeah, really. I just got off work from while on vacation. I don't ever get a real vacation. But I can tell you when I take too much time off from my main job, shit hits the fan. Fucking putting out fires all day today. All right, let's go to this guy. I'm trying to.
They were subpoenaed. So that will be in our first part of our update. And I want to spend a little bit more time on this new omnibus order because the Walt Nauta trial is scheduled right alongside Donald Trump's trial. And this is coming up very, very soon. August 2023, right? That's like, what, 6 weeks from now? Coming up soon, coming in hot. And so we're going to see a bunch of filings. But this was the latest, an omnibus order for Walt.
I'm down.
That his trial.
That's one of the reasons. It's one of the tags on this.
Is also scheduled for August 14th, coming up very, very soon. So
down to play a little poker.
One way or the other, we're going to see a flurry of activity to postpone this trial, or we're going to see a bunch of activity to actually have the trial, including disclosures and motions in limine.
Catch up to all the
so we'll
chats
go through
here.
the latest from the court. Then we also have some updates with Jack Smith, because he is now coming into Arizona, shout out, and he has subpoenaed our Secretary of State twice, actually, and he also allegedly, or actually not allegedly, I mean, according to Rusty Bowers, he had a full sit-down interview with him, and this was kind of a shocking interview. Rusty
Not sure what's going on with Kick right now.
And he showed up on CNN.
It keeps connecting and disconnecting.
With, what's-her-face, and really had a lot to say, and had an opinion on Trump that's not a good one. So
all right, we're gonna have to turn off Kick, I think.
We'll go through that. But then Donald Trump responded to this, calling Jack Smith.
It just keeps resetting.
And you can make your own decision on that. Look at those bags under.
I'm gonna turn it off because I see it resetting. It goes to offline, then back online, offline, then back online.
Christie was
I'm trying to do 1080p.
The fact that Donald Trump is calling the special counsel
it is crispy,
crackhead,
much crispier. But yeah, I'm gonna have to turn Kick off.
In the White House, is that a problem for him?
Yeah, it just keeps notifying my other computer here too. So let me kill it.
Then we
remove.
the White House, a lot of activity
All
here.
right, what can we add?
Questions about whether Hunter
We're
was the person
gonna have to set up
responsible for the
Odyssey though
cocaine
to bring
found
that
there,
up.
apparently in a cubby at the White House. You see a super slow-mo version of that sniffle or the nose itch
Putin's
that
fault.
Hunter had during the White House July 4th
I blame it
ceremony.
on Joe.
But apparently the reporting, if you can imagine, I mean, I know it's shocking, but the original reporting was just not accurate. Oh, man. No, it's just inaccurate. It's not like they lied to us. No, it's just inaccurate. In fact, the cocaine was found in an entirely different location. So we'll see what that means or if there's anything to tease out of it. But the White House was doing some traveling today. Joe Biden
Turn
was
this
moving
up.
around. You know, they move him from room to room and they just, okay, read that, Joe. All right, next room, read that. All right. So he was moving around, and this guy, Andrew Bates, who is the deputy press secretary over at the press room, and he was flying around with them. And so there was a brief gaggle, as they say, when they get him around and they, I guess, gaggle with each other. It must be a term of art for the journos and our government bureaus. Gaggling each other. Ugh, gross. So whatever, they're having a conversation and they got him on recording. And he said, in response to a very particular question about, can you confirm at least the bare minimum here, that these drugs, this bag of cocaine, this dime bag, it at least didn't belong to Joe and Hunter. Can you at least give us that peace of mind, sir? He says, sorry, can't talk about it because of the Hatch Act. So we'll read through that. We'll read through what the Hatch Act says. I don't think the Hatch Act covers questions about whether the Biden crime family or any political crime family is covering up for
seems to be working on so the chat will come directly from
but you can be the judge of that. We'll go through his response. And then in our last segment, we've got some other updates from the Hunter Biden investigation. Apparently, the Wall Street Journal is saying that they're really trying to wrap this thing up. Like his lawyers are trying to get this thing done and put a bow on it so that there's nobody else talking about it. And as we speculated here earlier this week, that there's no additional charges because it would be a
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's obvious, but it's still. I mean, if it's not a plant, it's an obvious cover up.
Related to laptops. They put it in there. So he is sealed. So they want to get it done. In fact, apparently one Democratic strategist says the Republicans
they want to both sides want them out.
And they are coming in hot.
What's the next? What's the alternative?
Their team on the Biden side is trying to close this thing up.
Idiot.
Chuck Grassley sent a letter over to the special counsel's office. This is not to Biden's special counsel, but to the special counsel, not to Robert Hur, but actually to Henry J. Kerner. And he's demanding more investigations into why the IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, and his colleague, Mr. X, why they were removed from the inquiry. And so Comer's
anybody playing right now?
This is all just getting started. We have a long way to go on this, but they are about to enter the depot phase. First, you have the nice requests. Hey, can you work with us? And if they say no, send another one, maybe a third one. Okay, maybe a subpoena. All right, maybe contempt. We've already gone down that road with the FBI Director Christopher Wray over the FD 1023. And so Comer says they've already got their first witness lined up who is going to be testifying. You know his name, but stick around and we'll talk about exactly who that is in the final segment when we talk about Hunter and the first person who will be deposed by Congress in his case. So we've got a lot to get to, my friends, and we want to invite you to become a member. If you were a member, this morning we had a separate conversation about some foreign stuff. We talked about what's going on in China, and the United States issued a travel advisory, basically a warning saying reconsider your travel to China. And it was actually a wild change in what's happening there. Their laws are such that there are exit bans. So in other words, if you're a U.S. citizen and they have something they need, it will let you out of the country. And they just justify it, however they care to justify it. So interesting stuff. We also read through a French law, literally read through the law in French, translated it over to the to English, and we got to see that they have a new effort to activate your cell phones, right? So they can just turn your cameras on whenever they want, when they think you're a terrorist or something like that. Literally turn your microphones on, turn your
Hang on
camera
a
on
second.
to identify you. Passed
Nate's
by
calling
their
me.
so-called Senate by 80 to 24. So absolutely nuts. That's what we talked about
Hello.
with our members on our members only morning stream over at watchingthewatchers.locals.com.
Mhm.
We try to provide a lot of value and a lot of fun for our members. We do extra members only streams. We hit things like the Trump docket. We talk about today. We're going to hit the docket on the show, but there's also smaller updates that don't make it to the show.
I could do
We talk about
remotely.
the other cases. We talk about the committee letters. We hit up Chuck Grassley this morning. We also have a
I'm gonna
private
reboot
Telegram
the
group
whole
for our
system,
members.
so-
So when the live stream ends, the chat goes on
So
and
once
on. My
it comes
friends,
back
we would
up,
love to have you join. We're
I'll shoot you a text when
experimenting
it
with a
looks like
bunch
it's
of
back
stuff
up.
on locals. You're going to see some
Okay.
changes.
Make sure no one's in the
some
middle of
some
anything.
articles and a lot of cool stuff because we're
That
really
doesn't
good
matter.
stuff. So
You'll
we'd love to
just
have you
to
join
deal
us.
with it.
Watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Now, before we get
Yeah,
into
bye.
the meat and potatoes, I mean the real juicy steaks of the
I
show.
love rebooting the
We
whole
got to
system.
eat our greens.
In the
We
middle of
have
the
to be
day.
properly nutrified
All right,
and
unify
healthified and get our
devices.
field of greens because we all would like to lose
Oh,
some of those
maybe an
leftover
internet
pounds
issue.
from the holidays, from pandemic, all of that stuff. But we've all seen the
Not even
ads for
letting
the
me
weight
look at the
loss pills,
controller
the
right
fat
now.
diets. They're everywhere, right? But they just don't work. We're
Oh,
sick
there
of
it
them.
goes.
But you know what does? Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables every day.
Everything's up to
You
date.
do that,
Okay.
and the weight would probably just fall right off. But I know vegetables, a lot of work, and
Sorry,
fruit kind
guys.
of goes bad all the time.
Work
and
calls
pain to
when I'm in the
prepare.
middle of doing
Field
what I
of
want to
Greens
do.
is a great solution. It is a science-backed formula, specific fruits and vegetables that you're not going to find in any other product, and proper nutrition reboots your metabolism, so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand that is backed by a better health promise. Yes, you will look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof is going to come the next time you see your doctor at your regular checkup. He's just going to say, well, you're doing much better. You look healthier. You've lost weight. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. We're going to know it's Field of Greens,
All right,
and
guys,
we're going to
sorry.
know that you save 15% off your first order when you went over there, loaded up your
Until her
cart
stop
full
looking
of
at your
good stuff.
cards. Yeah,
I
she
would
killed
really
it last
encourage
night, I
you to just
guess.
check it out. If you doubt what I'm
You
saying,
won last
just
night,
go
didn't
read
you?
the ingredients at fieldofgreens.com. You'll see, okay, there's a bunch of good stuff in here, and it's all organic and real organic, and it's all great. So check it out, fieldofgreens.com. Don't forget to use code Robert at checkout. All right, so it's time to get into business on the day. Donald Trump's assistant, a man who was really at Trump's side through a lot of the allegations underway in the Trump prosecution, has now been arraigned. We already covered Donald Trump's arraignment some time ago, but Walt, the man seen here, has had some time getting local counsel and getting his arraignment scheduled and completed, but that is now done. And we're going to go through exactly what happened because this is Trump's only co-defendant in this case. They were both charged together, and the allegations are that Trump was orchestrating all of this, move the boxes, conceal this, conceal that. And this
that switch or that controller about
was
5
the
minutes
person
to
who helped
reboot.
facilitate it. He was essentially a co-conspirator.
All right, let me
in the
get
case. So his
card
new
game
lawyer is now Sasha Dayton as local counsel. We'll take a look at the notice of appearance as well as the court minutes. But first, let's get a little bit of background over from Bloomberg and see what they have to say for us. They tell us that he has hired Sasha Dayton. You see, this is some imagery of him walking into court, a lot of press around, because this was a very important co-defendant. This, in fact, was somebody that they tried to turn. We've got allegations from Walt's lawyer that one of the U.S. prosecutors, Jay Bratt, may have threatened him or impliedly threatened him by saying, gosh, it would be a shame if you didn't get this judgeship when Stanley, Walt's lawyer, was applying for a judgeship in D.C., hinting that if your client cooperates with us, it's more likely that there will be a good outcome for you. So that was taking place today. Now, it's Walt, his personal assistant, but they also call him a valet. An alleged co-conspirator has been arraigned. It's a pretty simple proceeding. We're going to go through the minute entries. It's about 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Why is that freezing? This is his broadcast.
Very fast. But Walt is a former military valet, followed Trump from the White House, became his personal aide at Mar-a-Lago. Brought on former defender Sasha Dayton, a former public defender who's based in Fort Pierce. Take a look at her website. small city about 130 miles north of Miami.
10 minutes.
Nauta appeared before a federal judge
Well, we'll do
in Miami,
15 minutes.
formally
Then.
entered
We'll do
his
30
plea
minutes
and
after the
allowed
hour.
free on his personal recognizance pending the trial. The arraignment had been delayed a number of times. They called Dayton. She declined to comment by phone, but she joined Stanley Woodward, and he also declined to comment. Trump has already pleaded not guilty. There is a 38-count indictment. Nauta is described as the body man, right? And presidents have this body man who's just always with them, has everything they need at their beck and call, because they're traveling, flying around all over the place. And so I remember Obama had his, and it's just that
Set
person.
up for 30 minutes after the hour.
Nauta was allegedly directed by Trump to so-called
Late
move
registration
the
for an
boxes
hour,
and conceal
so.
them. So the boxes were moved, and we'll go through a little bit more of this as the story evolves. But first, let's take a look at the
I was
actual
tired
minute
last night,
entry
man. Really
that
wasn't
was
interested. I don't even think I made it off the extra table last night.
submitted by the court. You can see here, it is only a single page, not much to go through. It's a form that we've already seen, something very similar.
Yeah, I don't know
that we
what the
saw
hell's
with
going on
Trump
with Kick.
arraignment.
We might try and turn it back
Date on
on
this
later.
7/6. It's in Cannon's courtroom, but it's not being conducted by
I
Judge
think it has
Cannon.
something to do with Restream.
Edwin Torres is doing the arraignment here, and as usual, it's very, very brief. You see time in court, 4 minutes. It's very short. And they started 11:01:39, so probably scheduled for 11. Everybody's filing in their seats. Boom, quick arraignment, and they're in and out. Not a long proceeding. Time started 11 a.m. Waltine Nauta. All the prosecutors were there. We're very familiar with them.
Hey, Rosie.
Jay Bratt, David Harbach,
I appreciate
Michael
it.
Thacker. The defense being led by Sasha and Stanley. Now the charges: conspiracy to obstruct justice. He moved the boxes. Withholding of a document or record. He should have given the documents back, and corruptly concealing a document after they were demanded. There was no bond. He's been released on his personal recognizance. And this is something we've always wondered about. Trump, same story here. They're not supposed to have contact with anybody who's a part of the investigation, but that's about it. You see that these are other options on the form. All right, so we're in sort of a favorable jurisdiction right now in Florida. But what happens when we go over to DC and we get judges,
All right.
like we've seen in other trials? For example,
Put it to full screen.
in the E. Jean Carroll trial, what happens if we got a judge who's in that similar vein? Do you think if they're dealing with a so-called leader of an insurrection, which is what Trump is going to be prosecuted under, or something very similar to that, is going to be let out on his personal recognizance? This is a document possession crime. This isn't overthrowing a country allegation. So maybe in a very similar case, they actually do post a bond, or they post no bond, or they require him to surrender his passport, or they say, Trump, you've got to report to pretrial services once a week, and by phone, and once a month in person, and you've got to do urine testing, and you can't have firearms, and you have to be done on ankle electronic monitoring, and be home by 8 o'clock every night, Trump.
No, it's just for the peasants.
Or Walt. Well, I don't know. I never thought Trump would be indicted in the first place, but I think when you take this over to DC, maybe. We'll see. Now, Sasha Dayton, this is the record from the court. So as the attorneys stood up, appearances please, everybody, yeah, Your Honor, Sasha Dayton on behalf of the defense, Your Honor, Jay Bratt on behalf of the government, blah, blah, blah. Says Sasha has filed a permanent notice of appearance. We'll take a quick look at that. And another motion for pro hoc vice status, which means Stanley Woodward is probably going to be the lead attorney on the case, but he's not actually licensed in this jurisdiction. So he needs somebody to represent him. He needs somebody to basically sponsor.
Needs a sponsor.
So he filed his motion. The court directs the clerk to accept any filings from Ms. Dayton. So the court
Anna,
accepts
can you hear me?
this new lawyer
No one wants to play.
immediately with an expiration date.
Anna will play.
Anything Dayton needs to do to update her
Indoctrinated,
registration
you
can
can play.
be done with the
Training,
process
you
in
can
the
play.
meantime. Defendant arraigned. and these are very brief. Sometimes in an arraignment, what they'll
Dirty
do is they'll
Dog's
read
gonna
the
play.
full indictment. So remember, it's 38 counts, and Walt had several of them.
It's an hour late entry.
But did
We'll
they
be all
read
right.
those? Hey, Walt, you've been charged with this.
We
Do
just
you know
have to
what
be nice
this
to each other
obstruction
until the
charge is?
people
And they
jump
could
in.
read all of the text of the obstruction. They waived that. They just said, no, Your Honor, we don't need to waive it. We've already talked about it. How do you plead? Not guilty entered. Jury trial demanded. Judge orders discovery to be exchanged, and we're done. Due Process Protections Act is issued. Comply with that, and then set new dates. Immediately.
Switch it over to full screen.
Submitted in the case U.S. versus Trump and Walt. Counsel acknowledges about advising the defendant. Fee disputes, money is not going to be a basis from getting off the case. Acknowledged by both Walt and Sasha. Submitted as
I
a
know
notice
that.
of appearance.
No worries.
We also see this is the Pro Hoc Vice designation request.
I'm on vacation all weekend.
Submitted by Stanley
I'm gonna
Woodward.
be busy tomorrow.
He says
Doing
that I've
non-vacation
got to
shit.
get this submitted because I'm not licensed
We're playing
to
poker. Here,
practice in
let
the
me put
Southern
up the
District of Florida, but I
Poker
am in
Stars
DC and Maryland.
login
And so
info.
Sasha is going to be representing me. In accordance, I've already filed my admission fee. This is where you can contact me. And now we move to have me enter.
Are you on a mobile or are you on?
This has been accepted. It looks
desktop.
like by the court. And so Trump
That's for fun. Yeah, there's no.
has his lawyers.
It's fun.
and
Fun
Walt
monies.
has his lawyers.
Fun
A little bit more
monies.
about Sasha Dayton. She's over on the
Anna's in
internet.
here.
This is her website. She is a Florida bar licensed attorney, began
It's
her
fun
legal
and
career
for
at the
free.
public defender's office. And we love our public defenders here. Shout out to the public defenders. As an assistant public defender,
see ya.
3,000 clients, felonies, misdemeanors, DUIs, juvenile cases. She got favorable results, writing, research, while at the public defenders, received 100 hours of continued legal education. This is a major benefit of being a public defender, by the way, in addition to, insane benefits and stuff like that. But the continuing legal education is awesome. I had the opportunity to go to a bunch of public defender CLEs, and when I was,
I think he's in like
actually early in
Phoenix.
my
Is
career
where he's
in
at.
Phoenix, they had one of the best expert witnesses, basically on retainer for the PD's office. And so this expert would come in and give these.
That's
massive
okay.
lectures,
Then we
and I would
definitely
just go
want you
sit
to
in and
play.
I'm like, man, this is like
I'll give you a free
gold,
chip, too.
baby. This is gold. I was just like a hungry, fresh lawyer, soaking it up. So it was really, really something that sometimes you don't even get at private firms because they don't have that type of resource. Anyways, so she's compassionate about every case. She's active in her community, member of various bars, fluent in Spanish, and so shout out to Sasha Dayton. All right, just pausing for a shout out.
She's a bar
Sasha
member.
Dayton, right, a lot of lawyers out there,
I'm a
wouldn't
bar
want
member.
to extend themselves to associate with a case like this because it is, a big possibility of a problem that she'll be attacked.
I'll give them
just
to you,
simply
and then you can give them back.
adhering to the presumption of
We'll go on
innocence
a one-on-one table, and I'll lose.
and defending
100,000
due
to you.
process. And the lawyers who were even remotely associated with Trump, many of them are having their licenses attacked.
Is that the one
by
Freeman
various
was talking
groups
about
around this
before?
country. So shout out to Sasha Dayton
No, it wasn't
and
Phoenix. though.
other lawyers who are
He was
out there
actually
working on these
advertising for a
cases
firm.
because we know that their
He said he kept
practices
on
will come
retainer.
under increased scrutiny. Now there's more. Apparently there was another filing update. Trump had
Okay, so now we're only streaming
in a
on
storage room.
Rumble,
I know.
Twitter,
Mediaite, these
Twitch,
people. Look at this.
YouTube, and
6,000
Facebook.
comments. Woo, man, they get excited about this stuff over there. So new photo and video emerge from an unsealed search warrant. Apparently some little portion
Was it
of
Texas
that
guy? I don't know.
original search warrant
It
that
was
we reviewed
2 years
here
ago, maybe.
was unsealed, and it was the photo portion. Why? Because the photos are already out there. This is no longer necessary. It's already public. This is the photo. Do you see these photos? Look at these boxes. I
had to, it kept resetting the stream, so I don't know.
They've
Let me try
got
and turn it back
things
on and
in
see what
them.
happens.
I don't know what.
But yeah, it was
going
just
in there.
resetting the stream, and it was annoying Anna because
Neither
it
does the
kept giving
government,
her
apparently.
notifications.
The warrant says The purpose of the photograph was to show that the former president, that the volume of boxes that remained in the storage room. All right. The storage photo captures 61 boxes located in the storage room. Okay. Well, there was like, what, 31 different classified documents?
It's still doing it. It's still doing it.
So if there are 6 that he got charged for,
I'm going to have to troubleshoot that.
There's not even 61 documents that are charged as crimes. So apparently about half of those absolutely cannot possibly have a classified document in them unless the documents are cut in half.
I haven't fucked with Odyssey in a while.
Who cares?
So.
It's like, what are you talking about? Can
you
tell me which boxes?
In the poker game,
boxes
homie.
Actually have a classified document?
Welcome.
That's if you believe that they even have a legitimate case in the first place, if that is illegal in and of itself. Now, I have long been saying that the documents that are of the presidency, created for the president during his presidency, are his documents. And I reference the executive power of the president in the United States Constitution.
Yeah, I turned it off.
2.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Talks about the president.
Only way I can make
being able
kick
to
work
get
with
the opinions in writing
StreamYard is to
of
send it through Restream and then use the Restream RTMP.
executives.
So I don't know if it's an issue with
it
kick or
from
Restream
virtue
right
of
now.
being, by virtue of being the root commander-in-chief of the country. But that being
Hey, Chopper.
they try to show
You're here for
you
the
that
stupidity.
this
We'll
is
welcome.
all, this is just to become propaganda in the court of
Welcome
public
to the
opinion.
stupidity.
They can't prove that any of these boxes are criminal boxes. And they want you to think that they are. So even just by numbers, okay, 61 of those located in the storage room. We know that there were about 30 documents. And I've had questions about this. If they were bound up, if these documents were bound together, like one pamphlet could be like 30 documents, in other words. So they released this photograph, and they're
the IQ just went down 10 points in the whole chat.
Themselves.
Welcome,
now
Chopper.
there are other issues, of course. They're saying that Walt was a part of the conspiracy to move the boxes, and they say they've got surveillance footage. Again, moving
4
boxes
players, guys.
before the visit. Again, okay, you're allowed to move boxes. Were these boxes that had classified documents in them? That's, again, saying that you think that the possession of the documents is illegal in the first place.
So I can cover my cards.
Surveillance footage showed that Walt moved dozens of boxes in the days before the DOJ visited. The footage was among other evidence that they used to justify the search, according to new details of the warrant. Nauta appeared in court for an arraignment, pled not guilty. And they say that details come to light hours after a federal magistrate judge ordered the department to make more portions of the search warrant available. 3-page ruling. Reinhardt stopped short of granting the request for media organizations, but they did agree that some portions could be made public.
He's got 700 watching him on Rumble right now. He's got a bigger YouTube accumulated
documents in the boxes. And the
try not to assist YouTube too much.
Alleged that he held on to them, that he knew he shouldn't have retained, and that he directed other people to move them around. Prosecutors have alleged that the security cameras showed Nauta moving 64 boxes out of the storage room, and later returning 30 of them. Okay, were there documents inside? Can they
get in the game, yo?
Cross one another? Federal judge.
No, he's got some nice gold leafs. Did you see those bills you sent me pictures of?
Privilege needed to be breached as the investigation moves forward. So they are now scheduling a deadline in this case. Motions are due by July 24th, 2023, and there will be a lot more as Walt Nauta joins Trump in the prosecution. Now we have more on this case. Walt Nauta's trial is now scheduled right alongside Donald Trump's. That's going to be in August of 2023, which is very, very soon. And we are curious as to whether this trial will actually happen. I think it's probably a long shot. But what we see here is that Judge Eileen Cannon issued an omnibus order. Now that Walt Nauta, Trump's personal assistant and valet, has been arraigned, there is a second set of instructions that have come out for the
Well,
court.
now
And
nothing
Walt's
that was on the
team is
guest
going to be
network is
complying
coming
with
back
this,
up.
and it looks like trial has been confirmed for very soon. Now, Trump's team is going to file a bunch of responses. Walt's team is going to do the same. But you see here, this is the most recent from the court, 6 pages. It is an omnibus order setting the trial date and establishing, once again, pretrial instructions and sentencing proceedings. And this is coming fast. Remember, we've got a bunch of documents, classified security clearances that they're going to be having to jump through to get people to review this stuff. And so we're expecting, even special counsel wanted this thing to go back to December, but Trump's team has objected or hasn't agreed to that. And so as it stands, trial is still scheduled for 2 weeks, commencing on August 14th with a calendar call to be held in August 8th. It's like 30 days from now, man. All hearings are going to be held in Florida. Modifications to be made necessary as this matter proceeds. They say any testing of any of your electronic equipment must take place prior to the calendar call, and all pretrial motions must be due by July 24th, 2023. And we often here spend a lot of time on these motions in limine because they're so much fun. They are efforts to exclude evidence, exclude witnesses.
I'm trying to check this guest system.
In
One of our
the Proud Boys trial, the defense wanted to talk about all of these government undercover informants. And of course, they filed motions to talk about it, and the government filed motions to exclude it. So we want to talk about all this stuff. But those motions are going to be due very quick. Now, in reality, I actually think these things are going to be extended very far. But it's just amazing that we're holding these dates right now.
why it keeps
Absent leave of the court, each party is limited to filing one motion in limine, meaning you get one argument, one motion filing, found all your arguments in there together. Trump and Walt have to file their motions together unless there's a clear conflict of a position. Motions may not, without leave of the court, exceed the page limits. And it's further ordered that if you want subpoenas for witnesses, you got to get those going right now. If you want to go demand people come in and testify, those got to be filed like in 2 weeks prior to the first scheduled trial period. Like, we're going, baby. It says the parties shall file speedy trial reports every 21 days, although we've got trial as now scheduled in about 6 weeks. All responses pursuant to the local rules must be introduced. Counsel shall be prepared to conduct a limited voir dire. So this is called jury selection. So let's say we fast forward and the calendar call is on August 8th and we have jury selection the following week. Lawyers shall be able to, and I think this is probably going to be the same rule, even if this is continued out. So they have limited voir dire. Prior to the calendar call, each party may file no more than 10 proposed questions, including any subparts. So Trump's team will get 10 questions, government gets 10 questions. The court will not permit the backstriking of jurors.
get to the chopper. Holy shit! Welcome, follow, guys. I'm
Prior to the
working on
calendar
something in the
call,
background here.
The parties shall
I'm keeping up the
submit
chat.
proposed jury instructions, including substantive changes in a proposed form.
Of course, he
They
calls
don't need
me
to
with this
agree
shit.
on it, but where there are disagreements, they've got to cite to authority. The party should identify the jury instructions, and prior to the calendar calls, I want all of our exhibits marked into evidence. I want a list of all proposed witnesses. The government labels theirs GX1, defense labels theirs DX2, and so on. And no later than the first day of trial, the government shall provide the court with a tabbed binder. The judge wants it in a 3-ring binder, all exhibits that were filed. If there's going to be a change of plea, it has to happen soon, prior to 5 p.m. on the last business day before trial scheduled to begin, so probably on a Friday. Any motions for a continuance of the trial, which I fully expect we'll see. I mean, the Jack Smith has already filed one, but Trump has not responded to that yet. If you want to continue this out, these are the reasons, or these are the methodologies by which you can do it. Set forth in your motion the following: details which constitute grounds for continuance under the law, including the complexity of the case, which I think is massive. The security clearance process. So the judge is giving them a, look, if you want, 90 days, 90 days, 90 days, whatever. Security clearances, the anticipated impact of the Classified Information Procedures Act. In other words, all this stuff is not going to be done in the next 6 weeks. And indicate whether the reasons served by granting the continuance outweigh the defendant's constitutional and statutory rights to a speedy trial. And we often talk about.
I don't even care if you guys know the password.
I don't imagine that Trump is going to ride that hard right now, because I think his interests are also served by extending this out, pushing it past the election. If Trump wins the election, or when, then he is able to come out and pardon himself on all of these charges, and the whole thing goes away.
Hey,
well,
some kind of update on Unify has really screwed things up here.
They say that the filing by counsel of a
so
notice
the
of
password now is
by motion.
I don't even know if it's going to bring up the splash page anymore.
Must follow the local rules. If any party wants to introduce transcripts, do it prior to the calendar call. All anticipated Jenks Act material, which is discovery, these are documents that the government relies upon in their case, shall be turned over to the defense counsel.
Guest network is up and it's showing, but we're going to have to log them all back in. It should be easy though. It's probably going to skip the splash page now and just ask, just like the regular one.
No later
the guest network is
the trial.
Guest client with a capital G and C.
The court parties are notifying the court if an interpreter is required. Follow the local rules in your filings.
All right. Yes, new password. I'm gonna have to come on site to figure out what's going on.
If they're convicted, we'll deal with that later.
Well, I mean,
the court has discretion.
Most of them are pretty fucking
smart. Untimely objections. And if you're looking for upward and downward departures,
I mean, they're not reconnecting. They're not connecting back up.
This is the omnibus order.
That's all you can come. I'm gonna come out there tomorrow.
U.S. District Judge. And the big takeaway on this is that we are still on schedule right now, as of now, for trial next month, man. In August 8th, a calendar call, and August 14th, an actual trial date. So, as I said, I fully expect these to move and be postponed.
Jesus.
Even the government doesn't want this thing to happen.
I swear, sometimes
until
they go in and it screws shit up.
Trump's team will respond, and because this is such
I got
a
fucking 40 clients there.
This fast
their
track
TVs just stopped working.
I don't think something that's going to stand. We've got all of these things that they're going to need to comply with. Security clearance process. I think that they're going to be challenging each individual document and the categorization of each document. This
you actually read terms of services.
This is a presidential record. This is not a presidential record. And I hope they also make the bigger argument, which is that every single one of those documents is the product of the executive branch creating or demanding documents to do their job. And those are documents that are possessed by the executive, and they're therefore Trump's documents. And I think that there's strong argument that's founded in the Constitution to support that. So this is the omnibus filing. We know that there is going to be a motions deadline by July 24th. Otherwise, trial.
Well, they do, but they're
Trump's team will file
very high and they're
responding to the government's
very rare. Usually, only
continue to follow. See what trial looks like. That. Thank you, my friends, for subscribing wherever it is you're watching this, and we'll see you.
2-foot jump off of the tarmac.
All right.
And
now,
the tarmac.
Let's turn our attention over to the ongoing.
I'll be right back, guys.
Which is happening right now. And it's coming in Arizona. Special counsel Jack Smith is now going after the false electors, or the fake electors, as they call them, the alternative slate of electors that were being contemplated in the 2020 election. And he's here in Arizona coming after Secretary of States and other representatives who may have been involved in the conversations. You see Jack Smith here. Donald Trump had an interesting comment about him, and Chris Christie is reacting to that comment, saying that maybe there is some correlation between Jack Smith's
sorry about that, guys,
and that dime bag that was found in the White House. But we're going to go through the story about what's happening in Arizona, and then see specifically what this guy, Rusty Bowers.
It's a contract. Okay.
Remembered from the election. He was somebody who was in the news a lot here in phone calls about what
Here,
was
I'll type
happening
it
in
out for you
Arizona
guys.
as this conversation was happening about alternative slates of electors and whether the legislature could sort of take back
Find the building, you
outcome
can
of the
jump on there and get
election
free
and
Wi-Fi.
vote on an alternative ballot for the Electoral College. So this is Rusty Bowers. We'll hear from him in a minute, but a little bit of background on these subpoenas that went out from Jack Smith's office to Arizona. You see, this comes over from Axios. They tell us that Jack Smith subpoenaed the Arizona Secretary of State's office.
Come on, Dirty, get in here.
Over Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. That led to the insurrection, they say. They say Biden won Arizona by 10,000 votes. Oh, that's what they say. It was a focal point of the Trump campaign and its Republican allies who filed multiple lawsuits. Washington Post reported that Trump in 2020 attempted to pressure Arizona Governor Doug Ducey to overturn the presidential election results by finding fraudulent votes. Also, apparently, told Mike Pence to call Ducey.
Well, yeah,
and convince
find
him.
fraudulent votes.
And
So
there were
what?
other people like Paul Smith, a spokesman for the Secretary of State called Adrian Fontes, who's our current Secretary of State,
Oh, no worries.
said that the office got 2 subpoenas from Smith. I wonder what he was asking for. One during the current administration and one in
cards.
the previous, when guess what? When Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs was the Secretary of State. Isn't it amazing? Katie Hobbs was running the show when Arizona conveniently went over to Joe Biden. Shock. And then when Katie Hobbs runs for office, she wins against Carrie Lake. Amazing. Even though she was running the office at the time of both elections. Now she's the governor, and now they're subpoenaing Adrian Fontes. So we've got a whole institution of people who are just, I imagine, just bending over backwards to give Jack Smith whatever he wants to serve whatever narrative they're working together to create. So article says, he said that the office complied with the subpoena it received during the current administration through its law firm. The subpoena sought information about lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and the Arizona Republican Party chair that contested the election. Other officials said that they faced pressure from Trump. And we're going to listen to Rusty Bowers. And it's not a good interview.
Rusty.
And he details what he talked to the special counsel about, and then he leaves a conclusion for Trump. But Rudy Giuliani was also a part of this. And apparently Rusty got a direct phone call from Trump. So we'll see if he is called as a witness to testify. Smith is also investigating Trump's handling of classified documents. A grand jury indicted Trump with over a dozen federal charges related to obstruction and classified info. Of course, we know Trump pleaded not guilty to those charges. So Arizona is now getting subpoenas. And we have this guy, Rusty Bowers, who was here in Arizona and one of the people who was getting those phone calls from Giuliani and from Trump. And he was on with Caitlin Collins from CNN. And he gave this interview where he articulates some of what happened during those phone calls. And this might be actual witness type testimony that we see in a trial if this guy is called by Jack Smith to testify against Donald Trump. And it very well may be the case, because we're talking about pressure, coercion, trying to do things illegal, saying that people are telling him no, but he's putting the pressure on them to coerce them to do things. This is Rusty Bowers. This is what it sounds like.
Have you been subpoenaed by the special counsel?
That's a great question. I'm hesitant to talk about any subpoenas, etc., but I have been interviewed by the FBI.
In the January 6th investigation? Excuse me, in the effort to overturn the election results.
Correct. It was 4 hours of
4 hours
of a discussion that they had with me. Very professional.
When was that interview?
It was a couple of months ago, 3 months ago. About the same time frame, actually.
Can you tell us what you talked about? I mean, this is news. We did not know that you had spoken to Jack Smith's team. Can you talk about what you offered to them? What information?
Yeah, clean.
I offered them nothing new. They seem to have a good grasp on all of the testimony that I'd given.
And Bowers had spoken at the January 6th fake select committee garbage hearings. They brought him in to testify, and a lot of that was really monotonous and most of the same, but they got a lot of his testimony and they're just corroborating it with him here.
And all of the interviews that I had given to the Arizona Republic.
Hey, D News, jumping the game home.
And people from the Washington Post. They were very aware of the January 6th committee testimony that I gave. There may have been something that I said that was of interest, but I don't remember anything standing out that had not been mentioned before.
Did you turn over any documents to them?
That I don't remember. I know I gave a lot of documents to my attorney, and I still have a lot of documents that I don't know if they're important or not. I have the proof, whatever that meant. That was the proof that I'd asked for, but it was hardly the proof that I sought.
What kind of documents was it? Emails, text messages, phone records, anything like that?
The players with the Trump administration I want the names of all of the illegal aliens. I want the names of all of the dead people. I want the names of all of the service people who had their documents stolen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they said, we've got them, we'll give them to you. I said, that's the proof I need in order to have any semblance of the necessary threshold that you do something this big. Now we're talking now, what, a year and a half ago? And or more. And that never came, but I did finally get what was they considered proof, and it was a couple of letters from legal professors. It was a term paper from one of my colleagues on this theory of law. It was several things that were entertaining, and a bunch of tear sheets for ballots, wherein the ballot entries and exits of the ballots in their 200 ballot lots came into the elections officials. There was no names, nothing else. And so I tongue squarely in my cheek, I say it's the proof.
All right, so just coming up for air for a second on this. Caitlin Collins was asking him about what documents he turned over to special counsel. Wait a minute, you talked to them? Wait a minute, for 4 hours? What? And what documents did you give them? So she asks about what was turned over, but he starts answering a different question. He's answering what documents he wanted to get from Trump's team. So it's a little bit confusing. So he's telling Trump's team, okay, if you're saying that there was a problem in our election, I need the illegals. I need the deads. I need the double votes. I need the names of the people to show that there's a margin between the 10,000 votes that Joe Biden is up by, allegedly, in order to do something about this. And so then now he's explaining that the documents that they got, Trump said, we got the proof. They got the documents over. That's sent over to him. Okay. Well, none of that sounds illegal. I mean, no, I don't know what the problem with any of that is. Cross to obstruction. Otherwise, every single politician who's ever called anybody in their local government about an election would also be crossing that line, no? This is the point, is you're allowed in an adversarial system to push the line. You're allowed to ask your lawyer questions like, what if I say those drugs weren't mine? What if I say those documents aren't here? What if I do? You're allowed to explore these things. You're allowed to call and say, hey, Rusty, any illegal document voters you found? But let's continue.
And that's all the proof I ever got.
I'm assuming they also asked you about that phone call with Trump and Giuliani directly, where you said, they called you after you had left church one day and were basically asking you to do things you said you couldn't do.
This is where we might get into that coercion.
They did. We went over that briefly. We went over the next call. He called me twice. The second time only from Trump. And
second call was a Trump call.
And none of those bore resemblance to what he said I said in that email before the January 6th commission. But I guess he's a free citizen of the empire. He can say what he wants.
Given they asked you about Trump is it clear to you that this
These guys are
investigation
rhino, obviously.
is focused directly on the former president, or what sense did you get of the direction of that investigation?
What interests me about it is
I
the
think it's
corruption
broad because
in our
there's a lot
system.
of information about
It exposes a lot.
attorneys that
I'm not
worked
that
with
interested
them,
in Trump and
about
himself, but
Mr.
I'm interested
Giuliani
in
that made the calls
how
and
they're doing
visited
this
us,
to
and other members of his team,
somebody.
who they were, when the meetings were, what was discussed
I'll never
in those
vote
meetings
again,
or in
but I
that
did
meeting.
vote.
And
And he was
so
someone I voted for
I presume that
the first time anyway.
all of them are involved.
Wow.
How that shakes out as threshold evidence, I don't know. I just dabble with
It does happen a lot. This guy's a really good lawyer too. He does a lot of this type of
Excuse
stuff.
me, we've heard that they were looking at other attorneys. Did they ask you about a City Powell, kind of Cheeseboro, any of these other attorneys that we know that had been a focus of Jack Smith, something they've been looking into?
Mr. Eastman
Johnny's
was that we mentioned specifically.
Welcome to the game, D News.
I don't know if Mr. Epstein is an attorney, but he also called, and I believe we discussed his phone call to me later, much later.
Can you refresh our memory on the call? Because you were talking about Boris Epstein, who is someone who is still often seen with Trump. He was in court with Trump in New York when he got indicted here in Manhattan. Can you remind us the nature of that call that he had to you?
Trump did roast this girl on that
a
little
bill
town hall, though.
that one of my former colleagues, Mr. Fincham, had introduced into the legislature that he wanted me to hear, and it would take the ballot outcome of the 2020 election and
You're gonna
put
text
that
it to me?
outcome on the ballot for the people of
Just
Arizona
drop
to
it out.
vote
If it's a
on,
link, just
whether
drop
they
it in
still
chat.
felt that way or not. It would, if they voted against that election, then it would be thrown out. That was
You have the power. You can
essence
do that
of
here.
this bill. And I said, I'm not going to hear that. Well, let's just say I won't hear that bill. And Mr. Epstein was trying to convince me that that was a good bill and that I should do it. And we had he had 5 or 6 shots at trying to find a pivot that he could get me to accept that it was a good idea. None of them were good ideas.
Okay, so again, that's just generic lobbying. You know, you're allowed to say, hey, you know, Arizona and the Arizona public, the people who vote here, which is yours truly, including, we have our doubts about the election. We don't think it was conducted properly, and we would like a referendum on this, and we want the legislature to pass a bill. All right, you might say that's a long shot, and maybe nobody's going to do it, and maybe you say it's a boneheaded idea.
Yeah. I had my AG1 this morning.
And you might say it's undemocratic, and you might say it's a bunch of things. To pass a bill that would go through the normal procedures that would then allow the American populace to vote if it was a good idea. And if that's what the American people, the Arizonan people really wanted, then he would just submit it. It would go through the formal things. And he says it's a dumb idea, which again happens, I would imagine, all the time. I would imagine every single day the politicians across this country get phone calls. Hey, you want to build this bridge somewhere? You want to do this thing or license this thing or what? They say, no. I'm like, no, I can't do this for you or that for you or whatever. No, nice idea. Try again. But that's not criminal. I mean, unless it's Donald Trump, of course, because everything he does is criminal, including apparently leaving dime bags at Hunter's crack party.
And I wouldn't do it. But that was our conversation. It's just to support the Fincham effort, and I would not do that.
Okay.
I have a little more respect for what I do than that.
Did you see that as him pressuring you?
Him being Epstein,
Yes.
he never threatened me in the least.
There you go.
Asking, he said, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? And finally I said, Mr. Epstein, we're big kids. I'm not going to do this.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
There you go.
He said, well, if I can get you the proof, will you? I said, I've been promised that proof for going on 2 years now.
Great.
You suddenly have it? And he said, yeah, I got it. We can get it to you. I said, well, you put that on my desk in the next 3 days. That would be an interesting piece of pile to see. Make sure it's what I asked for, type of thing. And I told you what I got was, some committee testimony from Congress.
Yeah, so they say we'll send you the proof. They don't
Yeah,
actually have much more that he wants to see.
That's
They send him some
on
more
you
stuff.
now.
Nothing happens. But no
Term
threats,
paper,
no
couple of
threats, no
letters.
coercion.
and a bunch of tear sheets, all of which didn't prove anything. Proved that there were tear sheets, proved that somebody had a hearing, but not the proof you need for doing something so incredible as what we were faced with.
Do you think what Rudy Giuliani, Boris Epstein, any of these other attorneys, do you think what they did rises to the level of criminal behavior in your view?
That's above my pay grade. I don't decide what's criminal or not.
Do you feel like a
I
victim?
think America can decide and will. And
yeah, I think he's right. They will charge him.
they did, in fact, and they may do it again.
Trump
I hope it doesn't go that far.
You hope it doesn't go that far?
What?
Sure, I do.
Charges or election?
Money
We learned
cannot buy
today- I have a
happiness, but it's more comfortable to cry on a
We learned today that
Mercedes than
Trump has
on a
raised
bicycle.
$35 million
Forgive your
in the
enemy,
second
but
quarter.
remember the
It's basically
bastard's
double
name.
what he raised.
Help
Oh,
someone
that
when
must
they
hurt
are
for
in
that.
trouble,
His
and they
legal
will
troubles are
remember you
piling
when
up.
they get
Yeah,
in
you
He's
can't
still
trouble
believe
claiming
again.
he won an
Many
election that he
people are
lost.
alive
You
only
say
because it's
he
illegal
effectively
to shoot
ended
them.
your political career. Does he
Alcohol
just
does
deserve
not
the
solve
GOP
any
nomination?
problems,
And
but
if he
then
gets
again,
it, would you
neither
vote for
does
him?
milk.
There we go.
Oh, I've already made very clear about that last point. Very clear. The oval next to his name will never be filled on my ballot. And that's up to the party. If they think that that's what they have to do, then they are effectively throwing away a whole bunch of votes that will not
go to Trump, he says. All right, so you can see, all right, not a fan of Trump. And all the way up until that end there, it really, well, even this entire interview, he talks a lot about phone calls and about some efforts to introduce legal efforts, like legal maneuvers, legal bills, legal statutes, do legal things. Never felt threatened, never felt coerced. Not a fan of Trump, though. Not going to be supporting him again. So do we think that his testimony when he sat for 4 hours with the special counsel was good or bad for Trump? Even though in this interview, we don't identify any criminal conduct other than phone calls and simple lobbying and informational calls and alternative paths forward during an election, which I guarantee you, if you go back and look at what Hillary did on, let's say, election night 2016, I would bet that her team was making a bunch of frantic phone calls, calling everybody, Wisconsin and so on. Are you sure? There's not this, there's not that. I would guarantee you that there are calls, but she doesn't.
They're like, what happened, Michigan? We had it locked.
Election obstruction or other things, or like, smashing
Party
her
will take
server
care
or
of
her
it for the
classified
next
documents
election.
with a hammer. So Rusty Bowers not voting for Trump, but all right, I still don't think that he's really identified any criminal conduct there. So why is the special counsel subpoenaing him and other people in Arizona, including the Secretary of State?
I have a one-hitter.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. Some people say that sometimes when people are not making sense, it might be because there's something wrong with them, or they might be on crack. That's what Donald Trump says. Here's what he posted on True Social. He said, does anybody really believe that the cocaine found in the White House, in the West Wing of the White House, very close to the Oval Office, is for the use of anyone other than Hunter and Joe? But watch, the fake news media will start soon saying that the amount found was very small and it wasn't really cocaine, but rather common ground up aspirin, and the story will vanish. Has deranged Jack Smith, the crazy Trump-hating prosecutor, been seen in the area of the cocaine? He looks like a crackhead to me. That's Trump. Oh, man. It's just a wild scene. There's not often times where you recommend your defendant call the prosecuting attorney crackheads. You know, it's not generally advisable. Yeah. I know how you feel about this prosecutor, but don't call him names. But this is not the ordinary prosecution. Trump is waging a battle in the court of public opinion. Why? Because the courts of law are corrupted. So he's going to be laying on more of this. And does it really matter? You know, not legally, but in terms of personal animosity, you better believe it. Jake Tapper was hoping Chris
It's
Christie would
confirmed
have
to
a
be
different answer. He was
Coca.
like, can we charge Trump for that truth? Can we charge him with hurting Jack Smith's feelings under U.S. code? No, Jake, you can't do it. It's not advisable to call a prosecutor names as a general rule. But as a general rule, there's only one Trump, and this is a historical prosecution. And he does kind of look like a crackhead.
Mr. Trump is now calling special counsel Jack Smith a, quote, deranged man who, quote, looks like a crackhead beyond the propriety of that. From a legal point of view.
Christie, there's a legitimate dude.
No, I mean, not really. I think, you know, the only argument you can make is that it potentially affects a jury pool who's in South Florida reading this stuff and thinking,
no, you just say,
what
look
the
at
hell
him.
is he talking about?
Look at him, man.
You know, I did a lot of drug cases when I was U.S. attorney.
Do a lot of drugs too.
I can guarantee people that there isn't one particular type of crackhead. There's not anyone who looks like a crackhead necessarily. Look, this is just what makes Donald Trump an unacceptable nominee for our party.
I don't know.
Because he says things like this without any regard.
He's the only realist person.
Without any regard for the propriety of it. But even
It happens to Robert a lot.
Chris, you just admitted crackheads are very unique looking.
one other than him. My argument all along has been this race in 2024 for Donald Trump is all about Donald Trump. It's not about the American people. He doesn't give a damn about the American people.
Well, he doesn't want crackheads running the country, like apparently is happening in the White House and the special counsel's office. So we'll continue to see what happens here in Arizona and elsewhere. But Jack Smith is really going after these alternative electors, these false electors. And the prosecution is going to continue to heat up. As Rusty Bauer says, he thinks it might extend into other people, including Trump's lawyers. And of course, we'll continue to cover, my friends. Thank you, as always, for subscribing. And thank you for inviting somebody else to come over and check out our channel and join us as we go live and cover all of this news and more. All right. And now let's turn over to the crackheads.
Sorry, guys.
Joe Biden and the crackheads in the White House. I think this is a shorter segment, but let's see what we've got here.
You haven't seen him.
The
He's
White
on
House
YouTube,
is now responding to
Twitter,
the cocaine found
Rumble,
on their grounds
locals.
in the West Wing, but they're
Watching
not
the
giving us
watchers.
much more detail. In fact, they're actually denying a denial. We asked them, can we just confirm with you that the cocaine didn't belong to Hunter and Joe? Can you just issue a denial? And they said, no, we deny to deny it. We can't possibly do that. Why? Because of the Hatch Act. That answer is going to come over from Andrew Bates during a gaggle when the president was traveling. But that's just one part of the strangeness of this story, because we also learned that the initial reporting on this, where the cocaine was found originally, was not true. You're kidding me. The White House
Oh, yeah, I will.
and the press and everybody
Did you
reporting
see those
something
videos?
would
Hunter,
lie
about
to
on the
us or
balcony?
not be accurate at the initial reporting.
I've
Here's
seen
what
people
NBC
on
tells us.
cocaine, and that's somebody
Cocaine
on
found in the
cocaine.
White House was in a different location than previously reported. Well, that's weird. So that probably should prompt an investigation, right? I mean, why would somebody lie about that? The sources maintain that the area is highly trafficked, though, in keeping with the secretary's characterization on Wednesday.
Highly
So
trafficked?
Jean Karine came out and she said, you know, a lot of people come through here. This could be any crackhead. We've got so many crackheads running through this White House. We can't even keep track of them. And we also saw from Politico, they're like, you know, I mean, there's dime bags all over the place. What, does she want us to track them all down? And they can't get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, if you remember that one January 6er who wore that black shirt with that little logo in white that they zoomed in on in a telephoto lens from Kentucky, and they identified him and backtraced his IP address through 35 servers. They did it in 2 hours, and they arrested his whole family and then prosecuted Trump. Remember that situation that happened about 1,000 times? That's not a problem for them. But the one crackhead who drops a dime bag of cocaine is going to be a big problem. And they lied to us about where it was. The sources maintain the area is highly trafficked. We'll see. This is the report over from the White House correspondent who is there on scene. Let's cue this up.
It's hot boxing. Used to do it in
See
the
if we
car
can play
before
this.
school.
Into trying to figure out who left that small bag of cocaine at the White House. NBC News has now learned the bag was found in the West Wing on Sunday, will now be tested for DNA and fingerprints, and the investigation could be completed by Monday. Joining me now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. But Kelly, the big change is where this was found. And it was found, by my observation, in a much more secure place, limited access place than that West Wing reception area. It's still a frequently trafficked place, but it's down near the Situation Room, right off West Executive, down below. And normal people, average people, just can't get in there, even with the entry from the Northwest Gate.
No.
Well, let me bring you up to date with the reporting that I have. What we have learned is that there are in fact 2 West Wing entrances. You know that, I know that, but for the benefit of our audience. And now the investigation has progressed, and so they're saying the West Executive entrance, which, as you noted, is closer to the Situation Room and closer to the Navy mess, where there's the facilities for food and so forth. It is also next to West Executive Drive. That's where, for example, the vice president's vehicle is parked. However, it is a high traffic area. And by that, I mean, you do have people who work here in all kinds of jobs, not just political jobs, the military facilities, people who work for the operations of the White House. And they do have
military
the
doesn't
tours
do
that go
cocaine.
through there
Hunter.
if they are among the private tours with staffers as sort of a sponsored member. So very high traffic. The fact that it's close to the Situation Room is certainly notable. We had earlier been told that it was one level above, in also a lobby area in the West Wing, closer to where the Oval Office is. This is down below. The other important news is we had been told the investigation could take a couple of weeks. They're now revising that timeline and saying by Monday, perhaps even earlier, they anticipate having reviewed all the important material they need to review. DNA and fingerprinting testing has been going on. I'm told additional testing is happening today. And the key thing is that multiple officials are cautioning that it is unlikely and certainly possible that there would be a resolution to this, meaning forensic evidence found that could identify an individual. Scanning the video, doing the testing, but they are preparing us for a result that will be no conclusive evidence. And that is still subject to change as the work continues, but that should give people a sense of where this is. They are looking at what's available. They're saying it's a very small bag, limited ability to test it, because as tests are done, whether it's DNA or fingerprinting or other scientific type processes in the lab, you further degrade that sample, making it harder to get information from.
Give me a break. These people are letting one of their own get away with it.
They're just victims of
They
CIA
know who
ops.
it is. They're not going to tell us. They're preparing us for a non-conclusive result. You have got to be kidding me. What do we have the Secret Service for? This is the question we keep asking. If they can't secure the congressional building from some rioters, with the whole FBI, Homeland Security, Capitol Police, Metro Police, and all of the other intelligence agencies that we spend trillions of dollars on, if they can't secure with the Secret Service, the White House, and their security is so bad that with fingerprint evidence and DNA evidence and camera footage in one of the most secure places in the entire stinking world, they can't come to a conclusion. These people are covering up for their own cokeheads, man.
And of course, they're scanning the videos. This was found in a cubby off of the lobby area of that pathway in. And as you know, often security cameras and so forth are getting the big wide areas. And an official said a camera would had to have been trained in on the cubbies and be able to see from the right angle an individual dropping that packet. So expectations are being lowered about an eventual conclusion here that would lead to an identity and then even the potential for prosecution at a misdemeanor level for the amount of drug we're talking about. At the same time, this is unusual.
They're calling it a misdemeanor now.
Officials say they don't
So
have any record
they're
of
pretty
illicit
sure who
drug
it's
like
going to
this
be.
being found in the West Wing or in the White House before. And so
Well,
it is
Hunter,
truly
does this
rare,
break
and
your,
it has gotten a lot of interest in the public. But again, the headline really is very well-traveled area that we knew, different location than what we had been saying, and now the timeline for the investigation narrowing. Andrea?
Yeah, they lied, and they're going to
With
close.
Dexcom G7, you can achieve diabetes results.
Oh gosh, more pharmaceutical ads. Oh gosh, my head almost exploded. They're everywhere. All right, so the point here is it's just amazing. Okay, so a couple things changed. One, they lied to us about the location. Number two, there was an order,
Boss,
a
welcome.
long drawn-out investigation. It was
Just
somebody's
noticed you in
brilliant
here.
idea to say, well, it's going to take a long time to investigate this, right? That was the original playbook. Say it's going to take a while. Tell Karine Jean-Pierre that we don't have any answers on that one. Secret Service is investigating. But then they went, oh, crap. Then every day they're going to ask us about who is delivering cocaine in the White House. And is Hunter still sniffing around on in the West Wing in the Oval Office with Joe? Nobody knows. So they changed strategies and they said, all right, now we got to conclude this thing like now. And what's the answer? No conclusion. No conclusion. And so they're going to get it done. Fingerprints, DNA, everything's going to be done lickety split. All the cameras investigated in the next day or two. They'll probably drop it on Friday because it's going to be a nice day when they always drop their Friday night drops. They'll find out inconclusive, and the whole thing will be buttoned up, and will never know. Meanwhile, other people who even have a hint of cocaine, if they get pulled over by the police, for example, you get pulled over by the police, you got cocaine in there, Arizona, felony, right? Felony. Arrest you, impound your car, charge you with a felony immediately for having cocaine, or even a prescription that's not prepared for you, right? You just have a bottle, you have some pills that aren't yours. Boom, felony. Same thing all across this country. But the White House has a totally different standard of justice, and they don't even investigate their own kind for having illegal felony-level drugs in the house of the president. So we also know that they're not going to answer any questions about this, but what's shocking is they're not even going to deny it. You could easily have the press deputy secretary, this guy, Andrew Bates, come out and say, obviously, it wasn't Hunter Biden's. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden's coke, okay? That's a ridiculous question. Obviously, it's not theirs. Problem is, they can't say that. Instead, they're going to hide behind this, which is called the Hatch Act. And you hear Karine talk about this all the time. I can't comment on that because of the Hatch Act. Well, I went over to the U.S. Department of the Interior and to their ethics office. And as we listen to this clip from the press secretary, we're going to ask ourselves, is anything in this list justification for not giving us an answer about cocaine in the White House? Not really.
Green looks
They
like
say
she gets down.
Hatch Act rules tell us that a federal employee may not use his official authority to interfere with something that might impact the result of an election. Okay. So like putting pressure, prohibited activities are like participating in political activities, coercing people to participate, soliciting, or volunteering. All right, we're going to listen. Does any of that apply? Also, you can't do fundraising. You can't do partisan political activity at work. Got it. And these restrictions apply. You also can't use privately owned vehicles and so on. Okay, that's the Hatch Act. Nothing in here says you can't answer questions about cocaine in the White House. But that is exactly what they do. They can't even deny it. This should have been an easy layup where they just walk right out, 100% not anybody who's in the White House. But the problem is facts probably don't align with that.
one more. Former President Trump has made some pretty wild posts recently on social media. One of them was that the cocaine found in the White House had belonged to either the president or his son. Are you willing to say that that's not the case, that they don't belong to them?
I don't have a response to that because we have to be careful about the Hatch Act.
What?
What I will say is that I have noticed there does seem to be some increasing frustration coming from that corner in general. And I think it is probably rooted in the contrast between their substantive policy records.
I can't answer whether the cocaine belonged to Joe or Hunter because of politics. Right.
The case that they don't belong to them.
I don't have a response to that because we have to be careful about the Hatch Act. What I will say is that I have noticed there does seem to be some increasing frustration coming from that corner.
I don't even think we need these people because they don't answer any questions at all. They can't even come out and hit a simple layup to deny that those drugs were Hunter's or Joe's. And so the only thing that we conclude,
somebody in my Rumble chat
called Ray Ipsa
just said,
Loquitur.
yo, quick question.
Concept.
Would you rather watch a tree grow or a
Says
Negro?
the thing speaks for itself. If you don't have any evidence, or you have enough evidence
funny, man.
to show that the thing meets these three criteria, then the thing just happens. You can say that it establishes a presumption, and the other side has to rebut it.
Definitely a
So I'm
need.
not explaining this very well, but if something is an incident of the type that does not generally happen, and it was caused by something that was in the defendant's control, and the other side didn't contribute to the case, there's a concept called Ray Ipsa Loquitur. It's the thing in Latin. The thing speaks for itself.
don't get
is
it?
what it means. And it doesn't necessarily apply to this case because it's not a tort, but it's an interesting concept in the law. The thing speaks for itself. We don't know exactly who brought in these drugs, but we do know there's a crackhead in the White House. And so before, in the White House, we haven't had crackheads. And then when we didn't have, at least official
I think a
crackheads,
Negro is
and
much
when we
more
didn't have
entertaining than
official
a tree.
crackheads,
Trees,
we
you
also
don't really
didn't
see it
have
growing.
cocaine in the White House. But now that we have an official crackhead, now we have cocaine. So it's a weird thing. I'm not saying that correlation equals causation.
I doubt it was
but it is
oversaid.
a weird thing.
It's just being
And in the law,
sarcastic.
it's called Ray Ipsa Loquitur,
Oh, shit.
not to be confused with Ray
Who's betting
Epps
that? D News?
Loquitur, which
Keep
is
going, boy. WA's down with
a
you.
non-charged conspirator of the January 6th insurrection.
All yours.
Right. And so we're going to see if the White House gets to the bottom of this. I'm not so sure that they will. They're not even denying it. The only logical
Anna's with
conclusion
them.
then is Hunter.
Ooh, all in.
Hunter is the cokehead in the White House.
100%. Ooh, 3-5.
All right.
Yeah.
And so this
I'd have
is
stuck in it with my king,
final
too.
segment on the day.
That sucked. Nice hand,
Hunter
Anna.
Biden is really trying to get this plea deal done before any
Hunter
more
for
cocaine
praise.
pops up at the White House. He is aware that the Republicans are at the gates. According to one Democratic strategist, they say that the Republicans smell blood. James Comer is all over it. We're going to wrap up this segment with a conversation from him where he says that they are now entering the deposition phase.
I think
The Oversight Committee and
Lebowski
congressional
for
Republicans
president.
have been sending letters for a long period of time, but they've got a witness now who is going to come in and knows a bunch about Hunter. We're going to hear who that is. But first, I want to start by going through this letter from Chuck Grassley. You know him as a senator, and he has been all over the Biden crime family along with Ron Johnson from the Senate. And they sent a letter over to this guy. His name is Henry Counsel. And the special counsel's office is supposed to be this independent office, which you can file claims with, and they go and they independently investigate other agencies so that the agencies aren't investigating themselves. As we know, they do that all the time, and they find we did nothing wrong. So the special counsel has
like
an
the
office.
police?
We hear that in the Trump case, we've got special counsel Jack Smith. We know that there is a much less involved, much less
I'm not even really looking at chat. So it's
public other special counsel called Robert Hur. He's investigating the Joe Biden classified documents. You're also
Hur looks like
familiar with
he's
special counsel Robert
related
Mueller,
Bow.
for example. But there is a special counsel's office, and Henry J. Kerner is at the top of it. And so Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson, they sent a letter over to Henry Kerner, and they're upset. This is fired off by a number of different Congress people. You see them here. Chuck Grassley on the Budget Committee. We have Ron Johnson, who is on the subcommittee on investigations. We've got Jason Smith from the House of Representatives. He is on the Committee on Ways and Means. James Comer from Oversight, and Jim Jordan, chairman of the Judiciary. They're joining forces, the Senate and the House of Representatives, coming together, smashing the rings of justice together, and sending this letter off to the Office of Special Counsel, Honorable Henry J. Kerner, from the Congress of the United States.
Is he honorable? What makes him
Dear
honorable?
Special Counsel, the DOJ and the IRS have reportedly engaged in unlawful whistleblower retaliation against veteran IRS whistleblowers. They say multiple news reports indicate that the whistleblower and the investigative team were removed from the Hunter Biden investigation by the IRS and DOJ at their request as a retaliation for making protected whistleblower disclosures to Congress. So remember Gary Shapley and Mr. X, two whistleblowers, very experienced with the IRS. They came public, went and talked to the congressional committees, made their complaints known, were immediately removed from the Hunter Biden investigation by the IRS. They blew the whistle. They were essentially reassigned or fired. So Congress says, hey, special counsel's office, we are also aware that in response to these disclosures, acting special agent in charge, this guy, Kareem Carter, that he sent an email to his supervisors, including to the whistleblower, stating that no information involving the investigation can leave the field office without first going through the chain of command directive and by seeking approval from a supervisor. However, that email, that instruction from special agent in
That
charge,
violates the
Kareem,
whistleblower laws.
that email failed to include the anti-gag provision as required by the law, as well as included under the Appropriations Act. This anti-gag provision prohibits the use of appropriated funds and the enforcement of non-disclosure agreements or other restrictive policies
say that
that doesn't
shit. Come
allow
on,
for
boss.
lawful protected speech. In other words, you as the boss, as the special agent in charge, Kareem Carter, can't send emails gagging your team unless you notify them that there are certain things that they can talk about. Employees must be apprised of their right to make those disclosures. And so they were just sending out these blanket things to the whole team. Don't talk about this case. You're on the Hunter Biden investigation.
Hey, our guy.
Say a word
Welcome.
about this. The anti-gag provision prohibits the use of government funds if it doesn't contain the following statement.
Ooh,
So
it's
this
like
must be
5 hours later there, isn't it?
included in those types
It's
of
after
emails,
midnight. It's a new day there.
saying that you have whistleblower protection. So if you're blowing the
Actually,
whistle, you are
Adrenaline,
allowed
they
to talk
had
about it.
both
But they
caffeine
didn't
and
want
coke.
that included because they were trying to
But-
suppress the possibility of whistleblowers in the first
Cocaine.
place.
Used to be able to
Congress says,
buy or
in addition, we've
prescribe
been made
heroin
aware
as
of an
a
IRS email
cure for
transmitted
cocaine addiction.
by
as
the
well.
IRS commissioner, Doug O'Donnell, to another IRS employee regarding the lawful reporting of allegations of wrongdoing and protected whistleblower disclosures. In this email, the commissioner states that he's writing
Yeah.
because he's got concerns about allegations of wrongdoing and misconduct.
Nappy.
Now, while the email says that the IRS is deeply committed to protecting the role of the whistleblowers, it also fails to inform their employees of their constitutional rights to make disclosures. And the law does provide them the right to make those disclosures. But Deputy Commissioner's email from the IRS states IRS employees may make disclosures to a supervisor, to a management, or to the DOJ Office of the Inspector General, but it blatantly fails to provide that the IRS has a right to disclose to Congress. So you see what they're doing is they're trying to manage this. It's like, oh, you can file all the complaints in the world, but you have to file them in this box. And this box goes right into the shredder. So as long as you file them into the shredder, file all the complaints. We don't care. But if you dare to step out and file them in the congressional box where they'll actually read it, that's going to be a problem. And so they're constantly telling them, put them in this box, put them in this box. This is another example of the IRS seeking to chill whistleblowers from reporting to Congress. Now, the importance of protecting whistleblowers from unlawful retaliation and informing whistleblowers about their rights under the law cannot be understated. After all, it is the law. Accordingly, Special Counsel, your office, we request that you immediately investigate all allegations of retaliation against these whistleblowers and all violations related to the IRS failure to include the anti-gag provision. And we also request you immediately seek disciplinary action against all those engaged against all lawful conduct against these whistleblowers. The IRS and the DOJ must be held accountable for all instances of retaliation against whistleblowers and misconduct, and federal agencies cannot conceal their wrongdoing behind illegal non-disclosures. We also would like a briefing to discuss the next steps with you. Thank you for your prompt attention. Sincerely, your friends, Chuck Grassley, Ron Johnson from the Senate, from the House, Jason Smith, who has been doing great work with the whistleblowers, James Comer from Oversight, and Jim Jordan from the Committee on the Judiciary. Now that went over to the special counsel's office. We still don't hear much from the other special counsel investigating Joe Biden, but we know that this is on the heels of Hunter Biden trying to enter in a plea agreement and to get this thing done and closed. Wall Street Journal reports that Democrats say that Republicans smell blood. Hunter Biden is trying to end his legal woes while Republicans keep moving forward. In a matter of the last couple days and months, Hunter Biden settled the child support dispute. He also has indicated intention to enter a plea deal where he's going to be admitting to crimes. But Republicans pounced on this plea agreement. Weiss sent a letter that we covered here. And Joe has told everybody that he's very proud of his son. But Scott Jennings says that what's more elite than doing all the things Hunter has done, but then you get to go to the White House. Hunter Biden, in the meantime, has been seeking to set up a legal defense fund. This is according to people familiar with the effort. Richard Painter, a law professor, has been approached for help with the project. And Hunter has settled with his baby mama, and other lawyers are not responding to comment. But Abe Lowell is now Hunter's lawyer, jumped into the fray, and the team is being assembled. And I came across this story. This guy is a former Republican who has joined on the Hunter team. His name is Denver Riggleman. He's out of Virginia. And this was interesting. He is now helping Hunter, former GOP congressman and a January 6th Select Committee advisor, you see that, is now working with Hunty Poo. So it says that D. Riggleman of Virginia served as a senior technical advisor to the J6 probe, is now working with the legal team.
Yeah, and you have to show
advising
your ID too,
President
proper.
Biden's son, Hunter, who's facing increased scrutiny. He's focused on assessing data issues, and has assisted Hunter's lawyers as they contend with congressional inquiries. So he's been brought on as a lobbyist, a so-called Republican. Riggleman's work with Hunter was confirmed on Tuesday by Kevin Morris, a lawyer for Hunter, saying he's been helping us with data analysis, that they're working with Hunter's lawyers, and says, I and my forensics and my telephony team are conducting data investigations and analysis with a concentration on data across the spectrum. So they're going full on offense mode in the Hunter Biden camp, saying that they are working with lobbyists now to get their message across, because owning the DOJ, I guess, is not enough. But James Comer says the Republicans are also just warming up on this, saying that there will be more to come. Says we have our first deposition lined up. We already know more about this person who is going to be deposed.
And we're going to have an announcement, hopefully next week, of more findings, more disturbing findings that we found. You know, bank records don't lie. People make a big issue out of taxes. People cheat on their taxes all the time, but it's hard to cheat on bank records. We also are requesting more bank violations. We're hoping that Treasury will give us access to more bank violations that we believe would have information.
You have to with Anna in the room because her
potential
Siri
bribery
always
charges
screws up what
that
she's
were
saying.
alleged in the FBI documents. So our investigation is moving along. We're entering the deposition phase. We're going to have Devin Archer will be the first person that was involved in the Hunter Biden business dealings, or whatever you want to call them. He'll be the first person that we depose, and we have a list of who's who
Devin
that
Archer,
were involved
very
in the
close with
Biden
Hunter.
organization that we plan on deposing throughout the
Right on.
I want to get your reaction to the cocaine found at the White House. The Oversight Committee actually has jurisdiction of the White House. What's your take on that? And do you believe that the Secret Service will actually report to Congress and provide the information about where they believe where it came from?
Well, as you know, Jason, the first step is we've requested a briefing from the Secret Service, and thank you for making the point that the House Oversight Committee has jurisdiction over the Secret Service. So we're expecting to be briefed on that. We have concerns about national security risk. Obviously, there are a lot of explanations that could be made for what happened there. But, you know, at the end of the day, with all the money and all the security that we have around the White House, something like this should never happen. And we're concerned about the fact that the president's son, who we've said for 7 months now is a risk to our national security, is spending so much time in the White House. We have reports that say he's spending more time there than Joe Biden's actually spending there, because we don't really know where Hunter Biden lives unless he's living in the White House. And that's
So
a
he doesn't
concern,
get served.
because you go back to the laptop that they want to deny. The people that he associated himself with for a 4-year time period are very questionable characters. Many of them are incarcerated. Many of them are in court that are currently going through many trials.
That's James Comer, and saying we're entering the deposition phase, which of course we're going to be looking forward to. Devin Archer and many other people, the tentacles of the Biden family extend all over the place. Of course, we are going to continue to cover it, my friend. So thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking this video. Thank you for inviting somebody to come over and join us on this channel. We look forward to seeing you.
Man,
on
D
the
News,
next
you're in
one.
first place for a while.
All right, my friends, that is it for us on the day.
Someone's
We
got
covered
2
some good
spades, or at least
ground.
1.
Hunter Biden trying to get this all over before the Republicans uncover any more crack. White House refusing to deny that Hunter or Joe even had possession of the cocaine. Seems like an easy one. Jack Smith is subpoenaing the Secretary of State from Arizona, has already done that. Rusty Bowers is working hard on interviews with CNN. We've got a new omnibus order scheduled with trial dates in the case of Walt Nauta. We covered his arraignment, met his new attorney, and covered some of the court proceedings therein.
That's awesome.
And so that, my friends, is it for us on this beautiful Thursday. But now it's time to hear from you and see what you have to say about this from our friends over on watchingthewatchers.locals.com, our friends over on YouTube, our friends on Rumble. We'll say what's up to Twitter and see who is here on this lovely day. And thank you, everybody, for the amazing support out there. This one came in from Michael Allen Hughes. Says, un altro giorno, un altro dollaro, which I believe is another day, another dollar. From Miguel Allen Hughes. Thank you, Miguel.
You're wrapping it up.
Employees are calling me. There's a guy walking around taking pictures, and they don't want that.
So you could take pictures, and I can't? That doesn't seem very fair.
The people around here don't want you. So if you're not gonna leave, I'm gonna call the police. They don't want you here.
They don't want me here.
Right. The police. So I'm gonna call right now, wondering why he's taking pictures and stuff. So we asked him to leave. So he's stubborn. He's not leaving. You're a stranger.
My name's Sean.
Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Otis.
Otis. Nice to meet you, Otis. Now we're not strangers anymore.
Yes. I mean, that's true. So go ahead and obey the authorities to get out of here.
You should not be up there taking pictures.
I told you, Ernie,
When I
my
confronted him.
business is
He
to
didn't
take
wanna-
pictures,
he didn't
Ernie.
want to. He didn't want to leave. So that's why we called you up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here. Back again with another video. Today we're at the City and County Building here in Kapolei, Hawaii. We're here today, as always, to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, to promote transparency and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants recognize our rights and treat us with respect. Let's get into it.
Thank you,
This
Lester.
building is
That's cool.
absolutely massive.
You get a lot of
and
them.
beautiful. Look at this architecture here.
I used to joke when we do that with friends, but
Doors over here
do
are
that
wide
in the
open
voice chat.
to the courtyard. The back, absolutely beautiful. This artwork over here, very nice. Let's take a look around.
Hey, sir, is there anything you know?
Who are you?
I'm from Parks and Recreation.
And your name?
My name is Francis.
Francis? No,
Yes.
my name is Sean. I don't need any help with anything,
Oh,
Francis.
okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we just noticed that you had cameras with you, and I don't know if you were looking for someone in particular. Or a department in
No.
particular.
No. Thanks, Francis.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You miss them.
Are you the guy taking the pictures?
Probably have one tomorrow.
Who are you?
Because I'm gonna be driving
I
around
got
tomorrow.
2 phone calls. The employees are calling me. There's a guy walking around taking pictures, and they don't want that.
Who are you, sir? Who are you?
I'm the security.
Your
These
allied,
are all business offices up there because you got all the people worried because you're up here taking pictures.
your Allied Universal. Do you have a name?
My name's Arnie, but I'm getting a call from the employees, and so you got to go downstairs.
Why?
Because I just got 2-3 different phone calls. The employees are saying there's a guy walking around taking videos, and you were down on the 2nd floor, and the employees confronted you, and you just kept taking videos, and you didn't talk to them.
I've talked to multiple employees.
What's that?
I've talked to multiple employees since I've been here.
I know, but there's people like to say they.
I mean, I can't control how people feel.
I know, but they don't. This is all business office up here. When the people start calling, they say there's a guy walking around.
You have to what?
You have to get downstairs.
This is a public hallway, sir.
I know, but when employees are calling me and saying there's a guy walking around taking videos.
Is there anything wrong with taking video, pictures and video?
Oh, like I say, there could be to certain places you walk in, there could be sensitive stuff. I don't know that. So that's why we try to prevent things like this. Because this is all business offices up here. They don't want people taking pictures of stuff up here.
Well, there are secured areas, sure, but they're behind a door and I can't see them.
Well, according to some of the employees are saying that you're taking pictures of stuff.
Yeah, just the architecture of the building and
I
walking
know,
around
but
the
the
building.
people, like I say, they don't.
I don't know what to say to that. They're concerned. I don't know
I
why.
already got 2 or 3 phone calls. That's why I'm up here investigating.
You're investigating. Okay. Well,
Okay, so you're gonna.
there's nothing nefarious going on here.
There's what?
Nothing nefarious going on.
I know, but like I say, because this is like I say, this is all business.
Gotcha.
And that's why I'm here
All right,
right now.
I'm just gonna finish about my business and I'll be on my way.
Okay, well, you're gonna just get on now.
No, I'll finish on my business first, sir, please.
You're gonna get on that now, because like I say, next thing you know, I'm gonna get more phone calls, and I got to do my job.
Well, then you should, if they're calling, you should say, hey, I talked to him. There's nothing wrong with him taking pictures, and
Yeah, but
that's
this
it.
is all businesses up here. They don't want unless you have dealing with doing business. Like I say, they don't want people taking.
I understand, but
concerned.
that's my business is to take pictures.
Are you a cameraman for like a company
Yeah,
or something?
I'm an independent journalist.
Do you have authorization to be up here taking pictures?
Do I have authorization?
Yeah, saying that you're here to take pictures. Yeah, they're doing a documentary or.
From who would I get authorization from?
Oh, you would have to call the city for that, I would imagine.
No, I don't think I would need the city's authorization to take pictures.
Because like I said, I don't know what you're going to be using these pictures for. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's the point. You don't know, but I told you my name's Sean. I'm an independent journalist.
Employees are concerned.
I don't see why they would be concerned.
I wouldn't be up there if they weren't.
I'm not saying, sir, I'm not saying that they're not concerned.
Yeah,
I'm sure they called you a bunch of times, but
Yeah.
there's nothing concerning going on.
Yeah.
There's nothing concerning going on.
But like I say, they called me, so
I understand, but I'm just
Yeah.
going to keep going about my business now. And
That's just like whenever we have the voting thing and the guy wears a shirt about voting for different candidates and all that, and you can't do that.
how is taking
We had a
pictures?
problem with that a couple of years ago.
Really? How is taking pictures and video equate to somebody wearing a shirt?
Well, I'm just saying that there's different things that you just can't do here in this building.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
taking pictures and video is not one of those things. You can take pictures and videos in this building for sure.
Because like I say, you're going to start walking around over here, and next thing you know, I'm going to get another phone call, then I have to come back up again.
Yeah, just maybe tell them that there's nothing going on, that you spoke to me and there's nothing going on.
Well, like I say, I'll call, like what I'll do is I'll call my motor pool up and I'll ask them and I'll get this all straightened out. And if I come back up here, then you'll know that you'll have to put that down. Okay? We'll do it that way. All right?
Yeah, I have every right to be here. So yeah, go. You can do what you need to do. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do it like that.
Allied Universal. They follow me all the way from the mainland United States to here in the state of Hawaii. They're everywhere.
Hawaii.
The largest private security company in the United States. And they still, with all that budget, they just can't get the proper training protocols down. Hey, how are you? I'm not looking for anyone in particular, no.
Okay. You're recording. What is this for?
Oh, I'm just taking some pictures and video of the facility.
Is this for?
Who are you?
I'm with the Refugee Division.
And your name?
Why do you need my name?
I just like to know who I'm speaking to.
Okay. Why are you recording?
If you don't want to identify yourself, why do I need to share my personal information if you're not going to share yours as a public
Who's
servant?
doing all the video? You?
Who are you?
I'm Otis, the security
Otis.
officer. So if the people around here don't want you. So if you're not gonna leave, I'm gonna call the police.
You can call whoever you want, Otis. I don't know why you're acting this way, but
They don't want you here.
they don't want me here.
Right, the police. So I'm gonna call right now. So you can leave peacefully, or you can get out, or you can.
So if I don't leave peacefully, how do I leave then? Violently? Otis?
No, the police gonna get you, man.
Oh, and they're going to use violence against me?
I don't know what they're gonna do.
You don't know?
But
So you're just going to call them anyway, though?
Yep.
You don't know if they're going to use
No,
violence or
of course,
not?
you're not moving out.
Oh.
So you want to come on down?
Oh, no, I'm not finished with conducting my business here. You can call law enforcement if you'd like.
Mhm.
That's fine. I have no problem speaking with them.
This is the authorities here. They don't want you here.
Who's the authority?
Yeah, this is emergency.
An emergency?
Yeah, police.
So you could take pictures and I can't? That doesn't seem very fair.
Yeah, this is Otis, the security officer here at Kapolei Holly. And I got a gentleman up here on the second floor. Employees is wondering why he's taking pictures on stuff. So we asked him to leave. So he's stubborn. He's not leaving. He's interrupting the business. Yeah, right.
Interrupting the business.
Yeah, this is a city county building.
Public building.
Otis, OTIS.
Security Officer Otis, Allied Universal.
Byron, BYROM. He's taking pictures of all the hallways and everything.
Ooh, God forbid, I'm taking pictures of the hallways.
He's got the authority to do all this stuff. But the employees here
I do have
don't want him
the
here.
authority to do
He's
all of what I'm
interrupted the
doing.
business.
No, I'm not. That's a lie.
No. Yeah, he got a baseball, New York Yankee baseball cap. He got a beard. He got a black shirt on and short pair of pants and black tennis shoes. You can say that. Look like. What's your nationality?
What's
He's
my
right here in my
nationality?
face.
My nationality?
Right.
I'm American.
Okay. Well, what ethnic group?
What
I'm
ethnic
on the
group?
second floor here.
I'm going to decline to answer any additional questions, Otis.
No.
I don't think my
This is
ethnic
right.
group matters.
That's right. No, I don't think so. I'll be right. Okay. I'll let you know. I'll call you again if we go somewhere else. Okay. Okay. All right.
Anything else on our side for breakfast division?
No, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that, though. I appreciate you.
Just, you need any help? I'm the chief.
Yeah, you can ask him to move up because he's not listening to me.
Didn't you just call law enforcement?
Yeah.
And what did they
It'd
tell
be
you?
easy if you just, they
What?
coming out, they coming.
Okay. I'll talk to them.
They coming
No problem.
second floor.
Who are you?
I'm the chief of breakfast division, but I just came back from the field and people were asking.
I'm sure, yeah. They look like they were freaking out over there, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. No, sir, I don't need any help. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's the big deal about taking pictures and video, Otis? Look, you're doing it.
Yeah, people they don't want you here.
But because they don't want me here, I have to
Man,
leave?
you're interrupting the business.
How am I interrupting business?
4 or 5 people have told me already at my office, my desk.
Okay.
They don't want you here
But what if they don't want me here? Because of why?
because you're a stranger and nobody
I'm a
authorized
stranger.
you.
Everybody's a stranger until you meet them.
Yeah.
You were a stranger to me, Otis.
Everybody, they don't want you here. So you don't need to be here.
I don't understand what that. I
Yeah,
don't
what's
understand
your
that
name?
line of thinking. My name's Sean.
Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Otis.
Otis. Nice to meet you, Otis. Now we're not strangers anymore.
Yes, I mean, that's true. So go ahead and obey the authorities to get out of here. The people call me.
Obey the authorities.
Right.
What authority? Who has authority over me? You?
The buildings, the police have the authority over
The
you.
police have authority over me?
The police
I don't
have
think
authority.
so.
Well, as soon as they get here.
I don't think they have authority over me. They're on their way? You want to go wait for them downstairs? Come on, let's go, Otis.
Okay.
Let's wait for them downstairs.
Okay, great.
And let's see if they have authority over me.
Okay.
I doubt it. There we go. Are you the supervisor of the security officers here, Otis?
No.
You're not the supervisor?
No, we all equal.
Equal. Gotcha. Look at this beautiful courtyard, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful.
Did you see him?
Yeah, I talked to him. Yeah.
You can't take pictures. I called my boss.
I called the MPs.
Okay, I'm gonna call. If you don't leave, I'm gonna call the police.
No, I
right now.
called the police already.
He called law enforcement already.
Okay.
Who are you speaking to?
You're not allowed to be in here taking pictures.
I'm not allowed to be here taking
Sean,
pictures.
that's Ernie, that's Mike.
Ernie, yeah. Do you,
Because I already called the boss. He said that's
Who's the
business
boss?
office is up there. Like I told you earlier, you are not allowed to take pictures.
who's the boss?
He'll be here in a little bit.
Who's the boss?
The boss, he works downtown.
His name
Is he part of Allied Universal?
No,
His name is Gary.
he's
Gary.
the one that's in charge of the security of this building.
Oh, he's in charge of security
Yeah,
of the
so
building.
you're gonna have to go walk outside. You can't. You have to go outside.
Yeah, I'm waiting on law enforcement.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting on law enforcement to come here.
All right,
That's all.
because you are not allowed to be. I already called. I got the enforcer. I got the instructions from my boss.
And why did he say I can't take pictures and video? Your
I'm
boss,
not going to
Gary?
explain it to you.
Why?
I'm not going to explain it to you.
But why?
what
That seems
you ain't got
unreasonable.
over here. Unless you ain't got upstairs for business.
That seems unreasonable.
You have no reason. You have no
I
reason
do.
to be up there. That's what he told me on the phone.
I do have reason to be up
Sorry,
there.
LVA.
Well, that's what they told me on the phone. So I'm just enforcing.
You need a
the-
reason to be in a public building?
Yeah, sir, that's what they told me. So there's nothing I can do about that.
Oh, well, we'll see what law enforcement. You're not law enforcement,
Well, it
right?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they say.
Oh,
They
sure it does.
This building.
Oh, it does. It does matter because who's going to enforce it if they don't enforce it?
Well, then I'll just tell them that we have rules, and I talked to my boss, and then he said that you're not allowed to take pictures.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see what law enforcement does. Hopefully, they understand their job and they know the law.
Because, like I say, this is all businesses, and unless you have business up there, you should have no business.
Oh, is it open to the public?
Down here, but up there, let's. If
I
you
mean,
have busy
is it
businesses.
is it publicly accessible?
Like I say, I'm not.
It's
gonna-
publicly
I'm not gonna
accessible.
struggle over this.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Yeah.
I don't even need to talk to you, Ernie. Really. Let's see who the boss are. These the pictures of the bosses over here? The authority over me? Stop taking pictures, right? Why would I not want to take pictures in this beautiful building? Is my pictures upsetting you, Ernie?
Oh, I'll tell you, I can't wait for the police to come.
You can't wait for the police to come. Hard-headed people like me. What makes me hard-headed? Look at the mayor here. Rick Blangiardi. Let's hope that freedom reigns here today. We are in the United States, albeit pretty far from the mainland, but still United States territory here. Land. This is a state. So let's hope that the Constitution reigns
Did you know
supreme here
Hawaii
as
was
it
a
should.
state?
Because maybe it's because it's not an emergency, you know? Maybe that's why. Maybe they have better things to do.
You know, other buildings that do this too. And
Oh, sure. You never heard of a journalist that takes pictures of buildings and
That's what I was asking you upstairs. I said, are you
and I
doing a
told you,
documentary
but I
or-
told you, did I not say I was an independent journalist? I told you that, right?
Yeah, but still, like I say, we got rules in the building with business.
What
offices.
rules? Did you have the rules? So,
You know what I
someone
mean?
can't just
Can
make
you, Can you
rules.
understand my point of I'm the security when somebody, my boss tells me that you got to.
Well, your boss can tell you whatever, yeah, but I mean, did he show you the rules? Have you ever heard of these rules
Well, like I
before? You
say,
can't just make rules in a public building. They have to be approved.
Like,
This is a
see what I
government
mean?
building, public
That's
building.
what I mean. There's a fine line. That's why
The
that's
rules
why
have
I
to be
called him.
approved.
Exactly.
Okay, so what if somebody told you some
Yeah,
a certain
Hawaii.
person of a certain skin color couldn't come in? What if your boss told you that? What would you do? Would you kick that person out?
That's
Why can't you do that? Because that's racism. Okay,
But
so you,
that's-
you
that's
can't
just
kick
no
people
way
out
to-
for you can't people.
yeah.
I'm engaged in a constitutionally protected activity, so there's no difference.
Yeah, because I'm not want to give no trouble to nobody. I just want to,
I know I'm not. Listen, I'm going to wait for law enforcement, and we'll see what they have to say.
This thing out and see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. No problem.
Especially when the employees call.
It's a very beautiful building. Why wouldn't someone want to take a picture of this building? It's a beautiful building.
That's just that's like I say. That's that fine line that we got. That's all business offices up there. Unless you got business, they said you got no business being up there taking pictures.
He told me that.
That's what they told. That's what they
There's
told
no
me. So I
pictures.
can't. If I don't do my job, you walk away and I get fired.
I don't want you to get fired.
See, that's what I mean. Yeah,
I don't
they
want
say,
you
why
to
didn't
get fired.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So
Well, I mean, you're doing your job, right? You're telling me what you need to tell me. You can't. You know your job. You can't like put your hands
I've been
on
there a long
me.
time. Like
Yeah,
I
you
said,
can't.
I
So you know you can't do that. So
Yeah, that's why
you're
I
doing
asked
your
you. I said,
job.
when you're hard-headed, I mean, it makes it harder on you.
Yeah. Well, we can just wait for law. That's why law enforcement exists.
Like I said, I hope they get here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming. Ernie is very antsy for law enforcement to get here. So law enforcement, look, he's waving them down and everything. What police department is this? Capolay.
Like you said, maybe they have a.
Probably. Hey, officer, how are you? How you doing, officer? You mind if I get your name and badge number? 2471. Thank you.
Sean.
Yeah.
I call you guys. All employees, some of the employees call our office desk that and wanted this person to leave because he was taking pictures and he didn't want to leave. He interrupted the business.
By taking
He's
pictures.
on the second and third floors. It's all business offices. And when I
Open
talked
to the
my
public.
boss downtown, he said, unless you have any business up there, you should not be up there taking pictures.
I told you,
And
Ernie,
I
my
confronted him.
My business is
He
to
didn't
take
wanna-
pictures,
he didn't
Ernie.
want to. He didn't want to leave. So that's why we called you out.
Looks like they're about to get an education. We'll stay back. We don't need to hear it. But we know what's going on here.
Watch their faces.
Second and third floor is all businesses. And I called my boss downtown and said, hey, no business in here up there taking pictures.
this is put to the bottom. This is all city and county. That's what we were talking about. My boss tells me, well, we can't be up there, and I got to get it down. The other month, I got to climb up. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, officer. So, my name is Sean, by the way. I'm an independent journalist. I'm just taking some pictures and video of the facility here. I tried to explain that to the employees and the security officers over here. No one wanted to really listen to what I had to say. They just said that I had to obey authority, apparently. Unless I'm mistaken, this is a public building, and it's open to the public, and I have every right, just like anybody else, to be here, especially when I'm not breaking any laws.
Write no reports or nothing. We were just talking.
It's just a guy taking pictures and video, like I told you, Ernie.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm just taking some pictures and video. I'll be done in probably a few minutes, and I'll be on my way. I'm not going to have my rights violated. I appreciate you for not violating my rights, and I appreciate you honoring your oath you took to the United States Constitution. So I appreciate that, and you educating the security officers over here. But again, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm just gonna finish taking my pictures.
I mean, but you get it. The employees are.
Yeah, but I'm talking to them the same way I'm talking to you. Maybe if I didn't answer them, I would understand.
I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I just think you get it right. People get a little weird.
But I'm telling them what I'm doing. So I'm explaining to them, like, hey, I'm an independent journalist. My name's Sean. Nice to meet you.
But
Downpouring on us.
Like then, you get it. Though, right?
Yeah, no problem. As long as everybody's educated and there's no issues here, I'm just gonna take a couple more pictures and I'll be on my way. All right, officer. Take care. You stay safe out there, okay? It was nice meeting you.
Okay, Sean.
Nice meeting you, Otis.
Otis, yeah.
Nice meeting you, Otis.
Okay.
I'm glad. I told you law enforcement was gonna come here and clear everything up for us,
Yeah, okay.
and they did. So appreciate it.
He was wrong.
I don't know. Find another beautiful public building to take some pictures of.
Is that on YouTube or what?
Oh, it'll be everywhere. You'll find yourself. I promise you. Okay. All right? I promise you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I love a good education, but we're going to be getting out of here in a few minutes. All right, guys. So we're just getting out of the city and county building here in Kapolei, Hawaii.
Look to appraise versions of him.
So, very beautiful building. I will say that first.
Is he
Absolutely
released anything
gorgeous,
lately?
great
I haven't checked his
architecture
channel
here.
out.
This courtyard
I
is
don't always get notifications.
absolutely
I don't know why. I got
amazing.
upset too.
The open concept, the art throughout the building, beautiful. The people on the inside of the building didn't disrespect me too much. They were concerned. I don't know how concerned you can be when I tell you my name, my purpose, what I'm doing here. And especially when you have such a beautiful building, why wouldn't anyone want to take pictures of it? I don't understand that whatsoever. Then security guard Ernie from Allied Universal, go figure, Allied Universal follows me everywhere I go, even all the way out here in Hawaii. Ernie tried to make a big deal, telling me to go downstairs and get out of the building because the authority doesn't want me here. No one has authority over us unless we're breaking the law.
I know.
No one has authority over you or me. We are free citizens in this country, and we can do as we please as long as we're not hurting anyone or breaking any laws. Then Otis got involved, and Otis escalated the situation. He definitely did. Again, wanted me to obey and leave the building, and then he escalated even further by calling law enforcement. But that's where things get amazing, because law enforcement officer that arrived, he did an amazing job. The Capillate Police Department out here did an amazing job, immediately de-escalated the situation, identified himself immediately, spoke to the security guards, educated them, spoke to me after, treated me with respect, didn't remove me from the building. We were able to continue to film and take pictures here. So all's well that ends well. This was actually a really good audit, and I'm happy I got to see this beautiful building, and I hope all of you enjoyed seeing the building as much as I did. But let me know what you think about this one in the comment section below. As always, stay safe, God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Trail at College Street with Henry 1251 to Greyhound Civic.
All right, I'm back.
Lawful misappropriation of Twitter's trade secrets and IP, as well as scraping of Twitter's data in a cease and desist letter sent yesterday to Zuckerberg by Elon's lawyer, Alex Spiro. I have to wonder. Recently, we heard that Twitter was limiting how many tweets you could see, and they said it's because people were stealing data. I wonder if it's because Elon found out Meta was actually scraping data to use for their new app.
I mean, Mark Zuckerberg doing something untoward in regard to like intellectual property, that doesn't sound right, guys. Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't do that. It's not like he has a history of that with the very creation of Facebook.
To be fair, his history of trying to create rival alternative social media platforms has not fared too well for him.
That's true.
They tried to do a Signal type thing, didn't work out. They tried to do a Snapchat type thing, didn't work out. I am pretty sure Threads will not work out. Look, man, it might, but it is a really bad platform. There are people on the left who are tribally just saying, woo, it's so much better. And I'm just like, dude, You log into the app. I'm gonna log in right now. I'm gonna pull it up, and I'm gonna like. So first of all, it's recommending AOC to me like crazy. I do not follow AOC on this, and let's see what it wants me to. So there are people I follow, and I do see their posts. Okay, what's this? Puberty. What Puberty?
I've seen Puberty before.
The largest and most populated city on earth, Tokyo, Japan. That's a cool picture. I don't care.
I follow them on Instagram, where I at least get recommended them a lot. I think they're just like a general interest kind of now
same.
this or something.
Paris Hilton. Oh, that's great. Let's see. Complex Magazine. Don't know what that is. Ellen DeGeneres. Not interested. I don't know who that person is. I don't know who that person is. Like these are people posting things about like their day that have nothing. Like I'm getting recommended the dude who made Threads. I don't care about this. Look, my whole feed. Look at this. Like none of it is people I follow. So getting tweets, the Threads from Microsoft. Yo, I don't want to look at a feed of random advertisements. That's what it is. It's all ads. It's the algorithm saying, here's something you might like. Here's something I don't like it. I don't like it. What am I supposed to do? You can't turn it off.
Is when you sign up for Threads, does it connect to your Facebook account?
You can have it connect to your Instagram.
So how do you download it anyway?
I think you go to, well, it's in the Play Store, but I had to go to threads.net to download it.
Is it called Threads?
It's like Threads, a Meta app or something like this. Okay. It's recommending me Ted Cruz. Okay, I don't follow Ted Cruz or AOC. At least it's not just AOC. Jubilee Media. What is this one? The Blaze TV. I don't follow The Blaze. No, but seriously,
they get suspended all the time.
It is weird that it's recommending The Blaze to me. I look. That's not the least of it. It's very limited in what's available to do on the platform. But there's the one thing I said on Threads as to why it's not that good. Look, I don't care what my favorite nature photographer has to say at all. I don't follow people on Instagram. I follow people who play poker. I follow people who skateboard, who scoot, who BMX, some nature, like a couple like travel people and some parkour people. I'm not on Instagram for a news feed. So when I start Threads and it's like, here are the people you follow, it's like, oh, sure. Like I follow PragerU and a few people for some of their political stuff, but it's mostly not. Here's ultimately what I think. And the reason why I bring up the algorithmic feed, I think what the powers that be feared the most in terms of social media was curated feeds, which created tribes and hives. People go on Twitter, they follow only the opinions they like, and they create these bubbles where they separate themselves from everybody else. I think what Instagram wants to do, what Mark Zuckerberg wants to do, YouTube does the same thing. They want to eliminate the ability for you to create a curated feed. This has been true on YouTube forever. Subscriptions on YouTube are completely meaningless and have been for 10 years. Everybody knows that when
it's
you
the homepage.
Yeah, when you subscribe to a channel, it doesn't matter. You're not going to get fed that content. It's going to be whatever's on the homepage.
Right.
So YouTube choose.
Only thing I can see right now, Anna, is the parkour from Office. From the Office.
Chooses if you're actually there and gives this impression that your subscriber count matters, but it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Instagram, Meta, they want to do the same thing with Twitter so that when you sign up for Threads, they're really hoping that it does shut down Twitter. And then this is what the future will be. You will be forced to follow the likes of the Young Turks. You'll be forced to follow the likes of AOC or Ted Cruz. Perhaps they think it'll be a healing thing to bring the sides together so that everyone will have a shared narrative. But let's be real. They've already censored DC Drano. If you try to follow, there was a post where they were showing if you tried to follow him, it warns you that he's fake news. We know exactly where it's going. You're going to follow conservative and libertarian, disaffected liberals. Those are going to get deranked without you knowing. They're going to prop up people like AOC and neocons, acceptable Republican personalities, Ted Cruz, for instance, and they're going to try to excise the likes of anyone outside the political machine.
Big problem for me with centralized media in general. And it's part of why I don't like this idea that Elon's been pushing to create an app for everything, a one-stop app, the X app, because if Elon don't like you, Alex Jones, he can just ban you from everything. Then, if you're putting everything through a central server, same with Meta, man. Too much power. The DC Drano got already put on a list or was on a list. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. And you can't force people to get out of their silos. You got to let them do it on their own. You got to inspire them to do it.
The only interest I would have in an alternative to Twitter is even more free speech because, like you said, Elon, he's not totally, he has this personal vendetta against Alex Jones. I actually think that he doesn't want to get banned from the App Store, but it's more unpopular to say that than to say, oh, I just have a very strong opinion about his treatment of the Sandy Hook people. But in any case, you're not going to get more free speech from anything Mark Zuckerberg owns than something that Elon Musk owns. So in my opinion, why? I mean, I can understand why if you're a leftist and you want more content moderation, you would rather have a Threads conversation than a Twitter conversation because the moderation is going to be more what you're looking for. But I mean, for people like DC Drano, it's never going to be as free as Twitter is.
You know what'll make the magic? If Threads and Twitter come together and cooperate, and you can
Threads has stated they will soon be on the Fediverse. So this is actually really interesting. I think the Fediverse is a very, very important move for social media that can actually fix a lot of the problems. For those that aren't familiar, it's effectively the internet of social media. So imagine this. Imagine early internet, to go to a website, you log into AOL, and then AOL shows you a list of things you can click. But there are websites, of course. Today, you have Twitter, you have Facebook, you have YouTube. You can go on that platform and see people. With the Fediverse, all of these different apps will interlock with each other. So you can go onto Threads and see someone's tweet. You could see someone's Blue Sky post, someone's Mastodon post, someone's Gab post. So that's actually a very, very good thing. However, if that is the case, there's no reason to use Threads because it's a Zuckerberg platform. You might as well just use any of the other Fediverse apps. But that stops censorship. If we can get a Twitter-like system, if we can get federated networks, what happens is you might sign up for Threads because it's easy. You can see posts from Phil on Twitter, and then you can, Threads might be like, we're blocking Twitter from our network because we don't like him, but Phil can then sign up for any other Fediverse app or connect through that way and syndicate. So ultimately, you can't be censored. In fact, you can even create your own website with your own protocol where you can never be banned because your username would be like Ian at iancrossland.net or whatever. So then people would just follow you from your website. So it's kind of like RSS feeds, turning Twitter into a network of servers instead of one centralized platform. So that's good. But
yeah, there's actually these things called ENS domains. ENS, it's Ethereum network server names, I believe. They think it might be like your ID on the web 3.0, and you go to like ens.domains. But you buy it with crypto, and it's like you can use your name.eth, which is the Ethereum thing, and you pay Ethereum for it. That might be one way to have like a presence that can bounce around from network to network, or where you control your own, because it'll be like a wallet where you have your money and your ID all together, where you can log into all these different sites.
And imagine if nobody could ban you because nobody owns your server. All they can do is block you. That's the way it should be. The problem now is with Threads or Twitter or any other platform, there's some dude who's like, I'm just going to ban you. You can't do that in the real world. You can't get banned from like walking down the street and saying your opinions. To a certain degree,
or the phone companies can't ban you.
Right. To a certain degree, you can, of course, because people lie, cheat, and steal all the time. And, corrupt government officials will try and play dirty games. But the point is, we are protected in expressing our opinions. I hope that's where this all goes. And I don't know what Jack Dorsey's working on, but I just want to give a shout out to Jack Dorsey because he recently did a podcast interview where he said that JFK was assassinated by the CIA. And he got very into it. And he's like, so you're saying, he's like, yes, at that point was when the American dream was stripped away, when our own government, the CIA, killed the sitting president. I was like, wait, what? Wow, Jack.
Oh, wait, didn't they basically admit that?
I don't know if they admit it. I know Tucker's said it. Ron Paul said it. Like, we're at the point where basically it is the widely
maybe
accepted.
I'm too far down the conspiracy rabbit hole for too many things. Where I'm just like, yeah, I thought we were all on the same page. Like, yes.
I love the Kennedy assassination conspiracy, because there are people who say it's multiple gunmen, and it's Lee Harvey Oswald is all pinned on this one guy, but like, the story of Lee Harvey Oswald's crazy. First, he screamed out, "I'm a patsy," as they were carrying him away. They found his gun in the building that he was in, like on another floor. So like, if you're going to go,
he gets killed.
Yeah. And then someone comes up and kills him. But like, if you're going to commit that crime, you wouldn't like put your gun in a room and go upstairs and have lunch afterwards. Who in their right mind?
But I did not want to ignite a JFK conspiracy
I love that conversation.
Just shouting out Jack Dorsey because I saw that clip. But the point is, he made Blue Sky. I do want to say one thing, one last thing before we move on. There was a funny post I saw where this Twitter user said, it is 2023 and I am joining Mastodon. It is 2023 and I am joining Blue Sky. It is 2023 and I am joining Threads. and it's a picture of Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen, like sitting on Mars. I just thought that was really good. I'm like, you guys, stop trying. It's not going to work. Threads is already censoring things.
Yeah, that's
you can't curate your feed. The point of Twitter is that it is where we are angry with each other. That's it. Sorry, have a nice
Well,
day.
I mean, because Mastodon, that was already the left-wing alternative to
Mastodon was
Twitter.
bound to fail just because it's not an easy thing to use.
Yeah, I did try to log on and create an account just so I could kind of see what the leftists were talking about. It was not very intuitive, and I'm kind of a boomer, I'll admit, but still, it wasn't nearly as easy as Twitter. But I think even the leftists who claim that they want all the, the quote right-wing extremists banned, they know that Twitter is fun because of that conflict. But they can't stay away.
So here's what I think. The right wants to debate the left. They want to have this big conversation. The left wants to ban everyone on the right. The thing is, Twitter is the water cooler. It is the town square. So the left wants the right ban from it so that they have a monopoly on the narrative. The right wants to use the platform to engage in debate. It does not work for either if the other leaves. If these liberals and leftists leave and go to Mastodon, they're no longer in town square. They have no narrative control. There's no point in being there. Sure, you've banned all the conservatives, but now you have no influence.
Right.
For conservatives, if there's no one to talk to but each other, it's boring. There's no debate.
Truth.
Well, so they
Truth
want
Social.
the conservatives, right? The leftists want the conservatives on the platform, so they're able to feed the conservatives what they want them to see. They don't want conservatives in their own echo chamber because then they're going to be talking about the leftists in a way that they don't like.
I want to pull up this tweet from Alvin. Elon Musk responded to this tweet with an exclamation point. He said, "Dear God, what the F? I give you now this image, Threads, an Instagram app. I'll give you the short version. They're basically spying on you in every way imaginable. Data safety. Let's see. Data shared, personal info, device or other IDs, data collected, location, personal info, financial info, health and fitness, messages, photos and videos, audio, files and docs, calendars, contacts, app activity, web browsing, app info and performance, device or other IDs." Now that's amazing. Did you say it's encrypted?
Can you say no to those? There's these carrot drop downs on the right. Can you click those? I mean, this isn't obviously interactable.
This is basically saying what they're doing. So look at this.
Like you have to opt in or
They
out.
have your location.
What's
They
this
have your
account
name,
here?
email, user ID, address, phone number, political or religious beliefs, sexual orientation.
A lot of times you'll be able to opt out, but they'll opt you in if you don't know.
They take your financial info, your credit score. You are giving them. Is this for? Like, if this is legitimate, I just want to make sure. Like someone posted this, and assuming this is real, like you're giving your credit score, your health info, and fitness info. So how much you weigh, your blood levels.
Advertisers must be so aroused
Oh,
right
man.
now. This is everything they can
Look at
possibly
this. You're giving your
want on us.
email, voice or sound recordings, files and documents. Quite literally, it can go into your calendar events. What is all of your contacts?
And look at all your videos on your phone. The contacts is crazy because if
Let me
some
see if
random person that never signed up for social media is in my phone, then now Instagram has them and they'll start marketing to them.
Well, not just even more insidiously, we know the federal government has been working with social media companies. If they can see who's following, who's
Not
not
only-
just following on social media, but actually who has who in their phone's contacts, that's really, really scary.
Just today, I saw that someone it's a former CIA employee, someone that worked for CIA, is now moved over to, I believe it was Facebook Meta. I'm looking for the tweet now, but
I actually had an experience a couple weeks ago. Alex Jones was on the PBD podcast, Patrick Bet-David, and he asked some question on there, like if we install in Russia, if there's like a new leader is installed and they're sympathetic to the West, what will happen? And nobody really had an answer. And I was going to text him, Alex, and be like, well, I think that would move us towards totalitarian, technocracy a little bit faster, more peaceful, but also that. And I just didn't message him because like, I don't want the FBI reading what a bullshit fucking. I was so angry at myself that I didn't be brave. Like I just.
So the guy that is for the CIA, Aaron Berman, former 17-year CIA officer, is now head of elections policy for Facebook and Instagram.
After this
Berman
one.
joined Facebook in 2019 and was responsible for writing misinformation policy and enforcing it for the 2020 election, COVID, Brazilian elections, etc. He's joined by 15 others, CIA, FBI, and DHS, working in trust and safety for
That is
Meta.
so gross.
So real quick, I did confirm these images. It's in the Play Store. It is real.
Can you drop them down on the right?
One thing I want to do real quick though is I went to the Twitter app on the Play Store. I do not see the same thing. It doesn't have anywhere Yeah, it doesn't have this stuff.
Who's that guy that tweeted that? Because I want to take a look and retweet that.
Jeez, it's so hard to navigate.
That's not.
So when I go to Twitter, I don't see it. Let me see what Truth Social does. Data safety starts with you, blah, blah, blah. See the details. So data collected from Truth Social. Your personal info, email addresses, user ID, phone number, messages, other in-app messages, photos and videos, contacts, app activity, info performance, and device IDs. That's actually all normal, right? The reason why it says photos and videos, and this is true for Meta, is because you post them, so it needs access to those. It doesn't have anything else. I mean, contacts are there because it'll ask you. In-app messages, I don't care about. Your email address will, of course, you log in.
Sign in with that.
So it is true that Threads by Instagram is basically audio files. Like, it's taking everything.
Yeah, it's probably government.
The same thing that TikTok does.
I wonder if Instagram does the same thing.
People talked about the amounts of data that TikTok collects. Sounds like Threads does the same.
Instagram has basically the same thing. Instagram basically takes everything as well.
Yeah.
This is Facebook. This is what they do.
And like knowing that, man, how can people? It's just such a convenient tool, but it's so insidious that they're tracking not your every move, but
all right, Twitter,
your psychology.
Twitter takes not nearly as much. It doesn't access your files and documents, but it does have quite a bit of information. Your web browsing history, Twitter takes. App functionality, analytics, advertising, and marketing, your web browsing history. Twitter takes that too. So it looks like Twitter is very bad. Threads is substantially worse, but don't be surprised when everyone's spying on you. And I'll make sure it's clear that I don't want to single out Threads on this one. They are spying on you to a greater degree than the other ones, but they're all spying on you quite a bit.
Well, I mean, if anyone who has an Alexa or a Google Home Assistant or whatever they're called, that is essentially a wiretap that you've allowed into your home.
All these phones are. This phone is tracking me right now because if you say, what is the thing?
The voice activation.
Okay, Google.
Does your phone?
It
turned on.
It buzzed. Well, I pushed the button.
Oh, okay.
How can I help?
So
stop.
Here's what people need to understand.
Trash.
If your phone, TV, or any other device has voice activation, that means it is listening to every single word you say.
And very likely recording it and transmitting it to the database.
It has to record it. The way voice activation works is that it records what you say, sends it to a company for analysis, who then scan it for text to convert it to text and sends it back to the TV. So if your TV is voice activated, many people have this now. If you can just walk up and say something like, okay, Google or whatever, every word out of your mouth gets sent to this company for analysis, and it's just waiting to hear the activation command. They save all that data.
Of course.
They keep it all. What they say is, don't worry, it's anonymized. We don't actually know who you are. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I
you
care
know
about
who
that.
you are because I'm talking about who I am. You can't really have all of my personal conversations and say it's anonymous because no, it's not. That's not how conversations work. But our TV actually has something where we can turn off the voice activation function through the hardware. Like a lot of laptops have that with webcams now. But if you do that, there's a stupid little light that will remain on, and it's annoying because they want you to have the thing open.
Right.
Because they want to be listening to you.
They also, this Alvin guy also posted this app privacy from Instagram, and it says, the following data may be collected and linked to your identity: health and fitness, financial info, contact info, user content, browsing history, usage data, diagnostics, purchases, locations, contact, search history, identifiers, sensitive info, and other data.
What the hell does that mean?
My favorite was credit score.
Info.
It said credit score.
Credit score.
Dude, Zuckerberg just wants to know everything about you.
Yeah.
I think it's
because he
That's
loves
crazy.
you.
I mean, think about what that means for advertisers. If they're plugged into your credit score, they can actually bid to advertise on people who have good credit scores. Like if you're a credit card or something like that, that's scary.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
You know what I wonder if maybe the AI took over a long time ago and it's just learning everything possible about us. We don't realize we're under its spell.
It feels inevitable. I don't know if I'm broken and I'm just giving up, or if it's actually inevitable. If the AI take over, not like electricity didn't take us over. We weren't taken over by it. We just all used it mostly. So AI, it might be similar. It might not take us. So we might just all use it. But what a powerful tool, especially when it can talk to you and tell you things.
What, the AI?
The artificial intelligence. It's freaking weird, man.
No, AI really scares me, and it's also kind of ironic. And people have been posting about this. Like we assumed AI and technology would come, so we would be relieved of menial jobs, especially that's the dream if you're on the left. But instead, it's all the creatives that are being put out of work almost first. I mean, obviously, technology has been for a long time phasing out lower skilled jobs, but it's now even the good jobs that people were aspiring to, those are the ones that are also being wiped out by AI. Like, you know, the graphic designers, the writers.
Yeah, it's like it's less about can you physically draw the picture now, and more about can you conceive of the description
Right.
verbally, and then give the computer an accurate, like intricate descriptive.
So it
it's
can come up with it.
It's another type of art form. It'll produce another generation.
Actually, so I did a poll on that on my Twitter, and it was quite the lively debate whether AI art actually counts as art. Is it art? What is art? I mean, that's philosophical, but I think it is art. A lot of people will say it's not art if it's created by AI.
Incorrect. It is.
I agree, because I think there are so many different tools that we have evolved throughout time using to create art. Why are we placing the limit on AI?
Yeah, because if you use a laser to carve something into wood.
Yeah, and I mean, people will say, well, oh, it's just an amalgamation of previous art. Well, isn't that any art anyway? We are the product. Creation is usually the product of, you know, I guess absorbing other works and then your own interpretation of it.
When someone paints a picture and uses the tools, you know, paints or a paintbrush or whatever it is they're using, now people can do all sorts of different crazy art. They'll take like coins and then line them up so that it makes a big picture. The AI is just basically a paintbrush. What you input into it may not actually be good art. You might say, hey, make this picture. It makes one. You say, hey, everybody, look what my AI thing did. And you're like, that's stupid. And then someone might put it in, refine it, put the photo back in, say, change this, change that, and then refine it to the point where it actually makes a really cool picture. But admittedly, it's just getting easier and easier to make stuff. The scarier thing about it is if all art is just derivative of other art, then eventually all art will be derivative of AI. AI will just be regurgitating the same things without new human thought and input.
But it's crazy because I mean, I've been working on stuff with like different logos, and we are working with a graphic designer, like an actual person, to come up with stuff. And then one day I was like, you know, I'm just going to try one of these AI logo generators. I just want to see, because we're kind of like we're at an impasse where nothing's really like sparking. Man, the AI ones were good.
Oh, wow.
They were really good. They were better. There's like, man, this is actually solid, and it's faster and it's cheaper. But you know, I want to support the actual person, but it's just hard when the AI product is in a lot of ways genuinely better.
I want to point out a couple articles real quick, because we're talking about threads, and even though a bunch of people on the left are trying to abandon Twitter for this, look at this one from Vice. I've seen posts you people wouldn't believe: the birth of an awful mutant baby. A man explaining that the symptoms of acute radiation poisoning are similar to panic. All those moments will be lost in time, like post from 2012. They're talking about threads. It says threads is an assault on the senses. Once you've experienced it, it's impossible to scrub from memory. Threads is a kaleidoscope of disturbing images and unpleasant information, a cautionary tale to be avoided, and a revelation of truth that feels stark and unavoidable. I like this one too. Look at this. Slate writes, Meta's new Threads app is terrible. It just might bury Twitter. The first sentence is good. The second sentence is bad. But yeah, it is absolutely awful. If you can't even get the left to cheer for this app, dude, I don't know what you're going to try and pull off.
They really messed up by opening up the fire hose of data to new users and making them see tons of people that they weren't interested in, rather than give them like 5 categories, have them auto subscribe to like 5 accounts or 10 accounts and let them find their way. Because having to block people the minute you walk into a social network is the most antisocial tactic or technique. You do not want your users blocking each other. That's like a failure of the system.
Well, so here's the thing with Threads, right? So like, you know, again, I'll pull it up. And if I go to my home feed, let's just see who we end up with. Like Paris Hilton. I don't care to follow Paris Hilton, but I don't want to block Paris Hilton.
Exactly. Right.
Because at some point in the future, Paris might do something that gets re-threaded or whatever, and you know, maybe run for president. It's like, I want to see that post. Then I got to be like, oh, they did. I better go unblock them to see it. That's ridiculous. But that's what happens when it's a bunch of random people. I mean, why is it recommending Taylor Lorenz to me? What is this?
Probably scraped your name on the internet along with Taylor Lorenz's
what is
name.
this? Is Taylor Lorenz banned?
Oh, if Taylor Lorenz is on Thread, Threads, what's it called? Threads. I might have to sign up, because she's obvious. I'm blocked on Twitter and I miss her posts.
Oh,
her neurotic
yeah, that'd be
posts.
great.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to download it. There's some
Oh yeah,
sort
like
of network
when you
issue.
search for Taylor Lorenz, you get. It's like why are you sending me this? Why are you telling me to follow this person? I don't care.
It's a
Instagram.
an oversight or just a brute force tactic.
Well, it's hard now because social media isn't what it was created. Like Facebook used to be the people that you know. Now something like Twitter, yeah, it's a mixture of people you know, but also just like brands, public figures, like political discourse. It's weird. How do you even begin to start to recommend a person something? I admit, like, not that I'm trying to defend Threads, but that does sound like a challenge.
You know, the worst thing about Instagram is you'll click the little magnifying glass button. It'll give you a bunch of recommended posts. You'll see this video. This happens to me a bunch where it's like, I can't really tell exactly what it is. They do that on purpose.
Click on it.
They want you to click it. And then as soon as I do, now Instagram's sending me a whole bunch of these weird videos. Like there was one where it's because I watch a lot of poker vlogs. And so I get recommended this video where I have no idea what the picture is. And I want to know. It is a coin pusher, a fake coin pusher with fake casino chips in it. All I see is this weird stack of chips. And I'm like, what is that? So I hit it. And then I'm like, oh, it's a fake gambling. It's not real. People make these fake videos that look like they're winning money because people click on it. And I'm like, I get out of here. Next time I refresh, all of a sudden Instagram in my main feed is sending me all this garbage. And I'm like, block, block, block. I don't want to see that. I never wanted to see it. I just didn't know what it was. This is what they do. How stupid of a social media platform. But they want to control narrative and they want to shove everybody into this algorithmic feed. That's why they're doing it.
I mean, I wonder if the debut of this particular app is in conjunction with the kicking off of the election season.
Probably.
You know, it does make sense. I mean, I don't want to be too tinfoil hat, but if this is a social media app that they can convince the regular public is where the correct narrative is and Twitter is where the misinformation is, then it might be an attempt to, I'm not saying it's going to be successful. I'm saying
you're right. It won't be, because the thing about Twitter is it's where the politically oriented individuals seek out those conversations. Threads, they can't do it. Mastodon couldn't do it. Blue Sky couldn't do it. Threads won't be able to do it for all of the same reasons. Any other app can't do it. Twitter is first in, best dressed, and it's where people have followers and it's where they talk. I got no followers on Threads, and I really don't care to try and get followers on a feed where people won't even see what I post. Even if I get 1 million followers, no one's going to see what I post because it's all recommended weird algorithmic stuff.
That's another.
They're recommending AOC to me.
Yeah.
I do not want to follow her.
People are getting mauled by data when they go in there, man. They need an open space to seek out what they like. Listen to me, Mark. Wake up.
No, he knows what he's doing.
I don't think he does. This is a terrible debut. It's got a 3.9 out of 5 rating on Play Store.
You cannot give someone like Mark Zuckerberg credit, as he doesn't. I mean, granted, The Social Network was just a movie, but it kind of gave you an idea of like his mindset. And if you look at what he has done with Facebook since like the end point in that movie, like he's installed Facebook as the internet for a huge portion of the developing world. You know, he had a deal where if you go and use, like, they'll give out free phones, and these phones come with Facebook installed. So there's a huge portion of the developing world that their first experience with the internet was on Facebook. To a lot of people, Facebook is the internet. To them, they're one and the same because that was their for the first way that they experienced the internet.
Well, that's also, it's mostly people who are on the older side, like young people, Gen Z, they aren't as much on Facebook.
I think you're right in like Western countries, but I think that like in Africa and the Middle East, where you're talking about poorer countries where they were
I think they're all about TikTok.
I'm not saying no, I'm not saying they not. I'm talking about like when the reason that Facebook got to the
right.
market share that it did was because like in 2012, 13, 14, when they were first, like when they were handing out phones with Facebook installed, they're handing them out to the developing world. And that's why you got so much of the whole world on Facebook. It was partially because not just that the app worked well and people liked it, but because Facebook was giving away phones with their product on it. So that way they could collect data, because it was the easiest way to collect people's data is to give them a free phone with a free,
and they'll just give you their data. They'll put it in for you.
And so that was one of the things that Facebook did to really grab market share. And that's why Facebook is such a big company. And that's why, a lot of people think of the internet, or when they think of the internet, they think of Facebook.
Were you saying that I was giving Mark too much credit?
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew that when he was giving out those phones, he was giving them away for free because he wanted the data those people had.
But with Threads, I don't know if he was like, yeah, have it open to he might have made that final call. Like, let's just open it to everybody. Let them we'll start with everything and they can work their way back, as opposed to start with nothing and they can work their way up. Because it's a very empty feeling to go into a new social network and have nothing. And be like, I don't even know what I'm doing here. Who's on this network? How do I find them?
Yeah, but if you can import your Instagram,
yeah,
then
that's what I thought would happen.
And it is. Yet still, they give you a bunch of garbage you don't want to read.
Wow.
I think the problem is that you were talking about earlier. The people that you follow on Instagram aren't necessarily the people you would follow on Threads. Like they're different things. Like on Instagram, I follow like baby accounts, cake accounts, like travel and stuff, which is very, very different than my doomsday Twitter curation.
It also ruins a lot of these accounts for me. Because there'll be like one account where it's just like people who, travel the world or whatever, and they get to see cool pictures of mountains. And now they're all of a sudden posting about BLM or something. And I'm like,
I did not want to know your opinions.
You have good content. I don't care about what your thoughts are. You have no idea what you're talking about. It just ruined it for me.
That's why I like on Instagram, I don't post any kind of political stuff on my Instagram page. I never have. Like, it's never been like very, very, very rarely will I put something mildly political. Political stuff stays on Twitter, and then Instagram is me and all that remains, and shows and my dog and stuff.
I do cats. Did you like side surf cakes? You ever follow those guys? They make cakes. They'll make cakes of like hyper realistic looking, like a cup.
And then you cut it.
Shoot. Hello. Okay. I agree. I've already got it set up. I'm ready to send a message to you. No. Yeah, well, I mean, the primary owner was one I didn't intend it to be. It was one that I actually have with the other company I work with. I was like, damn, I didn't realize they use that as the primary owner. It's easy to not know which Gmail you're when you have a ton of them. But yeah, I mean, if I do it with the Legends one, I'm pretty sure it's going to go through. I mean, I still have a weird feeling about the reviews. I believe that some of the opposing reviews that we had, there's a process in their end too, where they can say what they want, and it's up to it. Yeah, we did. We had a couple of them from clients that were removed for reasons that they caused, and then posted bad reviews there. But I mean, we had so many. Yeah. No. There's no issues with that. I mean, like I say, it's building it back up is not going to be hard. With as much businesses, I mean, she just filled the place up. So. Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I mean, it's. Well, no. Well, I already told I have to be out there just because there's like a network issue with our controller that allows all those TVs to stream. So I'm going to be out there tomorrow looking at that. But yeah, I can do that tomorrow on there. That way I'm on site. All right. God, no. I hate it that I never understand it with Google. I mean, why did they allow they banned the Pittsburgh twice and then brought it back up? Said okay, you're good. I'm like, I did the exact same thing 3 times. No. I agree. I was a lot of the responding was from the marketing company that we had. So, and then when they stopped, I'm like, well, I'm gonna pick it up, and I was literally copying their replies. All right. Yep. But oh shit. Sorry, guys.
And it's a cake.
Yeah.
They made Lex Friedman's face.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
For like, and Michael Malice had it at his house. He probably still has it right now. Yeah, I posted a picture of it. They're great. I follow that account. There's a lot of cake accounts.
Yeah.
Like you like those realistic cake accounts?
I mean, I like to follow them because it's cool, but I also know that those are not the cakes that taste good.
We had a listing for the detox center up a year and a half ago. We got verified on Google as a Google business. So it's a listing on mapping and everything, the phone number and everything, and then we can do Google ads with them. Well, everything was working fine. We were doing a little bit of ads every once in a while with them, and after a year and a half, all of a sudden they suspended the account. It's like, what the hell? And I mean, there was a couple bad reviews, but I mean, those are paid, you know. And I would respond to them. I'd be like, no, this was a patient that was discharged. You know, fuck her. So apparently you can't be real on Google. All right.
Right, because there's like a lot of fondant, and they're probably
Right.
only moist because they use a simple syrup. I have, like, no, I like the Genoise, the fluffier. stuff.
Yeah, real cake.
Yeah,
None of that
exactly.
fake garbage cake.
Are you a cook?
Yes.
Welcome.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, no minority got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone. Whoa, got Obama phone. Obama phone. Got Obama phone. You got low income, gave us a phone. Got Obama phone. Obama phone. Got Obama phone. You got low income.
I know they roast it on YouTube because I want to be the bitch to whoop your ass. Mick Romney, whoop your ass. You ain't shit. Every time I see you on a motherfucking commercial, I wanna go on TV set. It ain't even mine, nigga.
Got Obama phone. Obama phone. Got Obama phone. You got low income, gave us a phone. Got Obama phone. Obama phone. Got Obama phone. You got low income, okay.
What's up?
Got Obama phone. Obama phone. Got Obama phone. You got
I
low
love cooking. I
income,
love
gave us
eating.
a phone.
Baking,
Got
not as good, but still.
Well, why don't we talk about politics? Because we were going to get into that a little bit ago. So
Well,
here's
too, 'cause it's
here's
not
the
every-
story from the Daily Mail. White House cocaine was found near the Situation Room and not in the West Wing visitor entrance. Drug story changes for the second time as Secret Service now says dime bag was found in a more secure location. Okay, so it was Hunter, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I struggle to imagine anyone else who was just sneaking in cocaine to the White House, because I would imagine, I've never been there, but I imagine they have pretty good security. I imagine there are cameras. I imagine people are getting searched.
Yeah, where are the cameras?
I bet anything it was Jill.
Have you
Jill
guys seen
Biden
that
just
video?
railing.
Of what?
The video of Hunter on,
Like,
on the balcony, and it
strung
kind
out?
it kind of looks like he's
There's
kind of
a-
strung out. He's, you know.
Well, then he goes
There's a
behind.
picture of let me pull this up.
This video is great. He goes behind Jill, and it looks like he pulls his sleeve up, takes a bump off his arm, and then
And it also
or
looks like Jill is furious, which, I mean, if your son was strung out, you probably would be.
like she can sense him behind her, and she's just in a mood. She's like, "Oh, this guy."
Not in a mood.
Here,
She's
take a-
in a mood
Yeah, in a
because
mood's
of
not the right
Hunter.
term.
Take a look at this picture.
Damn.
This is Jill.
Victor Shi tweeted, "Wow, this photo of President Biden sitting on the White House steps is just so breathtaking and captures this moment so well. Joe Biden is doing so much for all of us and has the weight of the world on his shoulders. And I just want to say thank you every time I see him."
So
So here's this
That is
photo.
not the sentiment that I get
And
from the
the
photo.
sentiment I got from this was Joe sat down, looked at the horizon, and went, "Damn, that was my coke."
Like he's like, damn it, Hunter, you can't just go
They got it.
45 minutes without blowing lines up your
I
nose.
bet he was thinking something like that.
You know?
Hunter. I wonder. I don't know. You can assume a lot from a picture, but I imagine that Joe's just like so broken about what he has, like what happened with Hunter, and the world knows. There's video of Hunter. Like there's pictures off his laptop with little young people, like kids.
Well, that's what's crazy about the whole Hunter Biden story. Not necessarily that he's into all of this depravity, but it's that he feels the apparently compulsive need to document all of it. Like, I mean, I've never seen a man take so many incriminating selfies in my whole life.
I understand it though, because I skateboard. And so we're always trying to film everything we do to make sure everybody knows just
Yeah, you got
how
that
good we
lady.
are at skateboarding. And
How good you are at the crack.
Bragging.
Like, well, here's the thing,
Yeah.
man. You know,
Yeah.
Hunter Biden is a big part of the crack community, and he wants to make sure everybody knows he's the best.
If you're that good at smoking crack, you
So-
want people to know.
You know, he goes to his buddy and he's like, "Yo, I need a filmer because we're going to be doing crack and prostitutes later tonight. Someone's got to capture this stuff." And they're like, "Just use your phone, put it on Instagram." And he's like, "All right."
I was thinking about like the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire, really, how they would have like these giant parties and on boats, like when it was all falling apart. There's just these decadent things, and then we see this festival of Joe Biden just like vacantly staring out, his wife not even looking at his son, who's a crackhead, who just got like not pardoned, but like a misdemeanor for having like crack and a gun on him, and how they'll look back at this period of history at that and be like, wow, what did America become? That the first son was like just given a little pat on the wrist for having something that would have thrown other people in prison.
Did you see the leftist response to that was that it's because of white privilege. Nothing to do with Joe Biden and corruption because of that. It's specifically because Hunter is white, because all white people would have been treated the same in that situation.
And Ian, it may very well be that in 100 years, the way they look back on this moment is it was the beginning of the fall.
Yeah.
They may say,
well, I think the Kennedy assassination was.
They perhaps will write in the future and say, kids,
there's always something.
The first fall of the American Empire started in what date? And they're going to be like July 4th, 2023. And what caused it? Finding Hunter Biden's cocaine. That's right, kids.
It is pretty nasty. It's like, what kind of faith can you have? I mean, obviously power, this is what I've always been told. They protect each other, people in power. Nepotism runs rampant, and they flaunt.
Yeah, I'm just talking about, I agreeing with his Tim Pool take about as far as what he's always grabbing his shirt, pulling up. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Flaunt it. And I think this is Hunter's flaunting it, obviously, with all his pictures and propaganda. And then Joe's just completely ignoring it and saying, he's my son.
Well, they said they found it near the West Executive Entrance.
I think it's a lie.
Used by officials, visitors, and celebrities.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Yeah. Next thing you know, they're going to be like, at first it was a library, then they said it was the West Wing, now Situation Room. So they're going to be like, we found it on Biden. Like, we literally found it in his pocket.
Or they'll say it was something other than cocaine next. They'll be like, it was actually baking soda. We thought it was Coke. It wasn't. I mean, what a bunch of crap. Why would they even tell us anyway? Why would they even bring this up?
Because they want to replace Biden.
Yeah. See? Woo, yeah.
They're getting rid of him.
Mic drop. I think you're right, dude.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Newsom or something.
Yeah, well, he's going on a nationwide tour. He was doing something. I think it was in Idaho and Boise, where he was visiting a bookstore. Like, look at these banned books. It's like, you're at a bookstore. The books are not banned if they're at a bookstore. But I mean, there's no reason he's doing anything outside of California unless he wants to run for president.
What do you think about Michelle Obama?
I think so. She doesn't really have the experience or the gravitas that Barack did, but there's a lot of nostalgia around the Obama presidency for, I think, like a lot of independents, probably disaffected liberals. So I think, I mean, if it's her or Kamala, definitely Michelle Obama.
Yeah, but the truth is, if you have nostalgia for Obama, you didn't pay attention to Obama's presidency.
Oh yeah, I'm not denying that. But I think there are like a lot of disaffected liberals or people who would not vote Democrat now who were happy to vote for Obama regardless of how things were going, just because it felt nice. You know, he felt like a president, and it was the good old days back then, even though it wasn't in a lot of ways.
Partly why some people probably voted for Biden.
Yeah.
Because they thought it was going to be like Obama or whatever. But it's probably going to be Newsom. We'll see though. I mean, I really don't know. We're in
I feel like that would be such a hard sell because you are governor of a state that is bleeding, hemorrhaging people. It's just going down the drain. Who on earth would look at California and think, yes, more of this?
There are people who live in these places.
Yeah.
And they keep defending what's going on. It's remarkable when we have a conversation with some of these liberals. People live in New York, and it's like 25 people were pushed in front of subway trains last year. Like, that's bad. And they're like, so what? And I'm like, well, you don't have. I'm not arguing every single person in Manhattan is falling in front of trains. I'm saying you probably should do something to stop this from happening.
Yeah, well, I think what's frustrating about talking to people from New York and California especially is that they act like those things are normal. Like, I remember there was what it was with Jordan Neely, right? This homeless guy was threatening people. There were so many New Yorkers who were saying, like, well, that's just normal. That's an everyday occurrence. He didn't need to freak out. I was like, what is the matter with you people? You don't need to live like this. There are so many other places, even other cities, where this doesn't happen. Stop defending it. And it's also frustrating because these are the people who, by and large, hate America the most. And it's like, you are in a blue city, in a blue state, when the president is a Democrat. If things aren't going well, perhaps step back and take a look at why that is.
I'm kind of excited for everything that's going on with politics because I'm feeling like, we're winning with the Bud Light stuff especially. And I do think we're going to start to see more liberal personalities start adopting the disaffected liberal stances on things because at a certain point they're going to realize there's no market for the weird leftist stuff. I mean, I'll put it this way. 8 years ago, it was intersectional feminism, critical race theory. Now it's wokeness, gender ideology. It keeps it keeps changing what the left wants. They have no position. It's just random and amorphous. At a certain point, as they keep getting crazier and more unhinged with whatever it is they're supporting, people are leaving. Liberals are becoming disaffected. And that means these commentators are going to lose their positions and they're going to be forced to be like, okay, that's too much for me.
I think people are starting to wake up because I follow, this is just a very anecdotal thing, but I follow a lot of makeup brands on things like Instagram, just because, it's fun, it's girly, whatever. But during Pride Month, it's insufferable. Every makeup beauty brand, any brand that caters to women, they're all out. Trans this, let's put men in our products, whatever. I started actually looking through the comments because I was just unfollowing brands because I'm sick of it. I started looking through the comments expecting this is brave, because by and large, women, at least on social media, they all eat that stuff up. But no, overwhelmingly, people were fed up saying, unfollow, what does this have to do with the product? And I think that's a good, even normies are getting sick of it. Normies are probably left, right?
Women are getting turfy. Like, I literally just this morning, I got a text message from a buddy of mine who's in a very well-known band, and he's like, he sent me a tweet from Jill Flipovic, and she was talking about, about how marriages are not, people aren't getting married and they don't last. And she was looking at this as a victory, because she thinks that women are out there doing what they want to do and living their lives, even though it seems like people are more depressed and not happy about it. She was looking at it as a victory. And my buddy's like, do you believe this stuff? And I'm like, look, this is kind of how family values.
Yeah.
And he's got a family, and he's talking about his wife, and he's like, she's kind of turfy and stuff. And I was like, look, she was talking about women and men in women's bathrooms and stuff, and that's where the line is being drawn. Women want to have their own spaces.
Yeah.
You could probably get away with bathrooms, maybe. You're not going to get away with locker rooms.
Yeah.
You're not getting away with dudes with trans women in the gym locker room walking around with a boner. That's not going to fly.
Look at Lee Spa.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So that turned out to actually not be a trans person. It was just a guy who liked flashing his junk at women. And so because of these policies, and it's funny because conservatives are like, what's going to stop a man from doing it or whatever? And they're like, the left says trans people don't do these things. Like, right, we're concerned about the men doing it under the guise.
Yeah.
So what happens is this dude goes in the women's locker room flashing his junk. And when a woman complains, they're like, must be a trans person, so we're not going to do anything about it. Then it turns out to be a repeat offender. They arrest.
If it is a trans person, or if it is a trans person, they do something. Imagine what they're going to get on social media: the backlash, you're transphobic, etc. All of the incentive is to allow the person in the bathroom to do whatever it is that they want, just so long as they don't actually physically grab someone else.
Yeah.
Because the repercussions of being wrong or being accused of being
Social
transphobic,
suicide.
it's social suicide.
Let me tell you guys something. The first ever 1080 on a skateboard was done by, I think, a 12-year-old boy. 12. This is like pre-pubescent. There's no, they say puberty is the point or whatever. No, the 12-year-old boy, this tremendous feat. Where are the females? If puberty is what matters. So recently, I think a 12-year-old girl did the first ever 720 on a vert ramp. 720. Okay, so for those that aren't familiar with what this means, when you spin a full rotation around, it's a 360. You're spinning 360 degrees. You do that twice, it's 720. You do it 3 times, it's a 1080. Just in this past week or so, a 12-year-old girl did a 720 on a vert ramp. The first time a girl's ever done it. It was a huge deal. Everyone's screaming and cheering. And I find it duplicitous to celebrate the first female to do a 720. At the same time, they're celebrating males competing in women's sports.
Right.
You recognize the literal distinction between males and females, because if it really was that it doesn't matter if you're male or female, they would have been like, who cares that a female did a 720? A 12-year-old boy did a 1080. And then I think another guy did a 1260 a couple years ago, which was a real big deal. But the reality is, because they know females are not competing at the same level as males. What's going to happen when we've already had, if you guys have been following Taylor Silverman, who actually works here, she was competing in skateboarding contests and had lost contests to biological males. How can this contradiction exist? But I'll tell you, the frustrating thing about it, people in the skateboard industry at the highest levels will privately say, yeah, we're not okay with this stuff, and then publicly be like, yay, good for you. That's starting to change.
Yeah.
And that's the cultural shift we're seeing. And I'm actually happy to see, because now people are finally being like, okay, we can't keep doing this.
But what's insidious is that on the left, I've already seen the next evolution of their argument. It's like, at first, there's no difference. You don't need to worry about men taking over women's sports because they don't have an advantage. Now it's like, okay, they do have an advantage, but that is exactly why kids need to go on puberty blockers. It's so that the advantage isn't, I guess, instilled. But that is BS, because at least according to my pediatrician, or my kid's pediatrician, from birth, boys and girls are on different growth charts. Okay, from conception, men and women are different.
Actually, in utero.
Right.
Prenatal testosterone has a big impact on fast twitch muscle development, for instance.
Listen, I don't think that children should be put on puberty blockers until they're old enough to decide what gender they want to be. But I want the left to make that argument real bad. I want them to make that argument real bad, because they will die at the ballot box.
Regarding like winning, like right now, the call, it feels like things have changed. Like there's a sea change, and whether it's a winning, it's like an ingredient of winning. It's like the anvil is so hot right now. We have heated this system up by uncovering the problems and hyper-focusing on them and teaching people about the problems. Now it is hot. Now it is time to strike, and that is to create some sort of cultural revolution that is in the mind.
Easy with those kind of.
Well, this is what now.
This was in 2006. Pull in the cultural revolution talk.
But that's what's happening right now, and we have to guide it.
There's a cultural revolution that's happening regardless of whether you want it or not. The question is the outcome going to be preferable to you?
Yes, and we need to push back against the people that are trying to have a cultural revolution in the U.S. because the cultural revolution is in an illiberal direction. What we want liberal principles in America. And right now, the push in the Cultural Revolution is an authoritarian push. It's where the censorship comes from. It's where the shutting people down comes from. All that stuff is authoritarian and it's illiberal and it's not what we want.
But we need a new way of living life in the, okay, for instance, kids are seeing porn at the age of 9. We need some sort of sexual education revolution in this country.
No. We need to uphold the laws as they've been forever.
You can't just, I mean, if you just scream no, it's going to overcome you. You just said no, and then you.
He says we need to uphold the laws.
In the middle of me explaining my position,
well,
you start saying,
so I cut you off. Sorry.
You said we need to have a sexual education for 9-year-olds. No, what needs to happen is it has always been illegal to allow children into adult movie stores and bookstores, etc.
Yeah, sure.
And then one day the internet gets invented, and then everyone in our country just goes, now it's fine.
Well,
no, it's not fine. Websites that allow children to access that stuff should be prosecuted the same way a bookstore would.
What about parents? It's the parents that are allowing it. That's the problem.
Yeah, but you could say it's the parents that are allowing it when it comes to pornography. But if a little kid were to go into a supermarket and buy alcohol, you wouldn't just say, oh, it's the parents that need to do a better job. No, yeah, but the parents let them do it. But it would still be illegal to sell alcohol to that minor, regardless of what the parents wanted or not. Why is there a different standard for online pornography? Because that's also not the standard for in-person pornography. You can't just, it's the parents' fault.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, I mean, just saying, like, that's only, it's just the parents' fault to moderate it. That's really only used when it comes to online pornography. People aren't saying that when it comes to like actual porn that you could buy in person, right? We're okay with the government saying, no, you as the seller cannot provide that to the minor.
How about this? If a guy goes out in public in a trench coat and starts dancing around and then whips his coat open and he's naked, he gets arrested.
Yeah.
How about if during a pride parade?
That's true. How about if a guy goes on Twitter and posts a video of him dancing and then whips it open, he gets arrested. There's literally no difference.
Well, what I'm talking about is more just about educating young people about sexuality in a way that can help them.
Because that's
please let me finish.
It sounded like you did finish.
No, I mean, okay.
So you made a point, then he started talking.
But when I was like 11 or 10, I had sex ed in 5th grade, and they were like, "This is what a condom looks like. Good luck, kids. Don't get her pregnant." And I'm like, okay, I guess that's enough for the 90s. But now, if the kid's friend brings a cell phone and they're all going to see porn, like they need to know. They need to be.
But you can't just
bolstered against
start.
that.
You can't just start treating 9-year-olds like they would inevitably be looking at porn at the time, right? Because that's the same. That's basically saying like, oh well, you're going to see porn anyway. We might as well just.
And honestly, the biggest problem that I have with that is this is something that parents should be deciding. Like parents should be deciding when their kids are given sexual education. But that is not something
that's
we want
the mental
schools
revolution.
doing.
Exactly. We need a mental revolution of the consciousness where people are become open to communicating these kinds of things with their kids.
Right. The argument you're making is that exposing their genitals to children, it's important that we have the conversation with our kids about why they're doing it.
I'd rather stop the people from exposing themselves to children.
The police go and arrest those people. Like,
no, that's not the argument. I'm talking about internet porn.
Yes, it's the same thing.
No, it's not. A guy on the street flashing is not the same as internet porn.
Yes,
it is.
No, it's not.
I agree
You can watch internet porn from your living room. You can't watch a guy on the street flashing from your living room. You gotta go on the street.
No, that's not
maybe
true.
through your window.
That's right.
But you have to go there.
In public. In public is in public. Twitter is in public. The street is in public.
From your closet with the door closed, you can watch internet porn. You cannot see the street from your
internet is in public.
That's an argument that needs to be made. Not a lot of people
Well, courts have made that, right? That's why they said that Donald Trump can't block people because it's the public sphere.
But yet AOC has blocked people.
And it's considered
ongoing. Yeah.
It's considered to be a violation of a court order that has to be adjudicated. But the difference between a politician barring you from a public space, which is a civil matter, is not the same as someone exposing themselves to children, which is what people who go on Twitter and post porn are literally doing. So I don't know why it is that before the internet, it was ubiquitous. Anyone who goes out into public and exposes themselves, male or female, to kids, to any person would get arrested. The internet gets invented. Anyone can access it from anywhere with increasing ease. And all of a sudden, we civilization decided this one area doesn't count. No way, dude. It is in public, and there should be. Look, I'll put it this way: the laws are already clear. The laws are already in the books. You cannot expose yourself to children or to anybody. But the police don't actually enforce the law. The police should.
Dragged it out.
That's it.
Well, appeal to authority is not going to work on this one. Man. You got to take care of your kids.
Authority.
The police should fix it. Like you got to save your kids before they get corrupted.
Yeah, that's not. That's
protect their minds by educating
argument.
Yeah. You can't just call on the police. Who the hell is that anyway? Like, what are they going to do?
I would say arrest the people who are posting pornographic content.
I mean,
your argument is because we've allowed it, we should not stop it.
Because it is reality. We need to craft such.
It's reality.
Pretend that it's not.
It's reality that people go on the street and expose themselves.
It is reality. Need to confront it, but why is the way that we are confronting it by making it a problem children have to deal with? If we are going to confront it, we should tackle things from the adult perspective and handle the adults.
Thanks for coming in, Keto.
Who are committing the act, rather than just trying to train our kids like, oh, I'm sorry, you're just going to have people flashing you, and it's not okay, but I guess we'll talk to you about it. So you're prepared. But also, there are states like Virginia, I think was the most recent one. I think Utah has done the same, where now they are requiring age verification to access sites like Pornhub. And it's caused this whole thing because now Pornhub's like, okay, well, we're going to block IP addresses from those states, which I mean, obviously everyone has a VPN. very easy to get around. But you know, some people are saying now, oh, it's because it's a threat to privacy, yada yada yada. But I mean, you have to show your ID if you're going to purchase alcohol or access adult stuff in person. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that those same standards should apply when online.
Well, I got a question. I posed the suggestion that we need a revolution of the way we teach sexual education to kids. If you guys disagree and you think we don't need to change anything,
No, but it seems like you want a revolution in the opposite way.
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
you're taking the approach the left takes.
Well, I don't know what I take it on a person by person basis, but I think that you need to get kids ready. They need to understand that the
Why? Hang
internet's
on.
crazy.
Why do you need to get kids ready to understand?
No, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Ian's right. We need to start showing kids graphic videos of people getting their heads blown off in war, because that's reality too.
That's a real thick head thing to do, dude. I didn't say that.
They might be out in the streets of Chicago with a lot of gun violence and death. So it's about time you bring these kids over and you show them these videos and explain to them what they're seeing and why. Or how about this? We protect children from these things, be it gore or lewd and lascivious behaviors. And when people engage in this stuff in public, we say, hey, that breaks the law.
Okay, how's it working so far?
We're not doing it. We've never done it. Like, my point is, our society in this country decided that even though the internet is publicly accessible to children, we won't do anything about people posting graphic images in places children can reach. It is on the books that you cannot have a weapon, a gun, accessible to children in many states. You can make arguments about whether or not Second Amendment protects the rights of people to keep and bear arms, whether those people are children or not, but there are those laws, they exist. Yet for some reason, the left, which wants to ban guns, will advocate to an extreme degree that you cannot have a weapon in any way. This could mean that you can't put it on the top shelf of your closet and close the door. Kid could get in there. But when it comes to posting graphic, obscene, I'm not talking about two people in the missionary position. The stuff you can find on the internet, everybody knows how psychotic it is.
Dude,
how absolutely
stories,
deranged.
man, that I wouldn't even mention on YouTube.
Yes. And so we created, as a society, Section 230, specifically so that these platforms could remove those things and not be held personally liable for suppressing speech. It's a bit more complicated than that, but it was like, if something is lewd and obscene, you can take it down and not be considered responsible for the speech on that platform. Yet we've never set the precedent that, you can't walk around in public showing big pictures of pornography. You can't do that. But you can do it on the internet where children can get access to it.
And not just about children. If Ian is kind of held up like, oh, well, maybe children should have more education. Even as an adult, right? You can be charged for indecent exposure if there's no children around. But why is it all right to, spam pornography on Twitter to threads that have nothing to do with pornography? Why is that considered different?
With Twitter, I don't know if you need to be 18 to use the
I
app.
think it's 13.
Yeah. 13.
Yeah.
Do you need parental consent?
I think there are states that are beginning. I think Utah now, or like, I forget the exact states are beginning to say, okay, you do need parental consent to be on social media if you're under a certain age, but that is not like a Twitter-wide policy as far as I'm concerned. People can correct me if I'm wrong.
On the street, there's no like 18 and over sign before you go there. On Pornhub there is, so you can't go. You can go, but you're supposed to lie.
It's like two little kids standing with one on the other's shoulders in a trench coat, walk into an adult bookstore and go, "Well, yes, I am 20 years old." Oh, right this way, sir.
But what it feels like is that there's like an alien presence that's infiltrating our system, and people are like, "Make it stop, make it go away." You're like, dude, they've already infiltrated. This is not an American thing. This is like a global sex
horny. The alien presence is called horny.
Yeah, whoever's running these websites, I don't pin them on America. And like, we can try and use American defense mechanisms to stop it, but it's there right now and it's happening. So we need to at least understand it. And we need to understand it as soon as possible. I'm not saying show kids graphic images. I'm not saying that. But I think that we just need a new way of living and behaving in this new. Dude, they want to put people in machine pods. They want to control your brain thoughts. We need to take control of this.
You're a little jumping around here. What I'm getting from you is you say that there needs to be a revolution. I take issue with the idea of having a revolution.
But I mean, a revolution already happened, to be clear, with the internet and the way that people are accessing information.
Yes, but and again, I take issue because you're not talking about like a technological revolution or industrial revolution. You're talking about a people revolution, a revolution, or at least that's what
of the mind.
That's what I'm understanding.
But that's also what Mao said, a revolution of the mind. Yeah, it's a consciousness revolution. That's why I started doing YouTube in 2006.
We don't need a consciousness revolution. We need to disregard and reject things that we know do not work. Things like top-down control, having government in charge of educating children. Those are things that we need to avoid. You want to have a family focus. You want your society wants to have a family focus. It's not a bad idea to say, all right, you can't post graphic images on this website, and if you do, then it's actionable, by the police, because this is the public square, or at least it makes sense, right? That like, I'm not for that particular policy or whatever, but it is a policy that it does address what seems to be the issue that we're talking about, which is children being exposed to graphic images and pornography on their.
Redundant.
Are you a feelings enforcer or a law enforcer? Do you enforce feelings or law?
This liberty trampling deputy picked on the wrong guy today.
I'm not going to bend to the government's will for me to provide them information. I'm not going to do that. I feel uncomfortable with all these people around me with guns. Are you
I've
gonna do
seen
something
this
about that?
before, so yeah, let me check that out.
Looking for baby Sununu. All right, folks. Ivan Rakeland here. Thanks for jumping in. I don't know how to share this. Let me see if you guys can share it. I think this is gonna be a very interesting one because there's a really good chance we might be bumping into baby Sununu up here in New Hampshire. So while I'm getting things set up, please share. I'm gonna put baby Sununu, we'll call it. Mark.
Where are you?
Copy. Now, you know what? Just so that he's tracking also, I'm gonna go ahead and tag him.
Yep. Yeah, I always tag.
June 2027.
On Twitter.
June 27th. I mean.
Where are you, sir? Where are you, child?
No.
We should have brought donuts.
So
cupcakes. Cookies.
There it is.
Something.
Donuts and cookies. No, so I'm here with Frank. He's giving me a tour of Concord. Let's see what we stumble across as I share this out. Stand by. We'll post it on some of the free speech platforms.
357's in the game.
Since I haven't done Telegram posts in a while, at least live anyway. And
Anna's in the game.
Social is not able to
Be right back. Last
do
one.
live. We only have a few options. The easiest places to go live are Getter and Telegram.
Oh yeah.
So I did the press conference on Getter, so I figure I'll do this.
I can go live on Telegram?
Yeah. It's really easy to do it. I'm already
gonna
going live. The audio's going right now.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
And then okay.
I like
Just shared it
Telegram.
across all platforms. Let's go back to Telegram, make sure everything's good. All right. Some trolls usually come in here too, so
I'm
it's good
sure,
to educate
yeah.
the trolls as well.
Yeah.
All right, so let's flip the camera, give a little overview. So I'm out here. Where are we? Concord?
Concord, New Hampshire.
capital?
State capital.
Okay.
The Golden Dome. It's a big golden dome on top.
Yeah, we're out here. Why are we here? Frank, tell us a little bit about the history of the constitutional violations that have occurred at the behest and the hands of baby King Sununu.
They're recording each
So
other.
he's been using the state police and his town police in Newfields to persecute his political opponents who are speaking out against the mass man.
I agree that we need to stop things that are bad. We do. That's a scientific way of looking at it. If it doesn't work, you disregard it. That's the scientific method. But there are other things that we don't know if they work or not, like God. It's just people grow up not believing that it's real. They think it's fake. And I don't think it is fake anymore. I don't. It seems like there's some sort of essence that's moving. I mean, human works.
Let's stand. Topic, I guess.
Well, this is the consciousness revolution I'm talking about. We need this.
Where's the news? Who's boss? 50K entry. You just won, boss. No reason you can't be in this game. Johnny Bravo's in here. Johnny Bravo, welcome.
In people's soul, in their spirit, we need to. I don't know if it's a level of fearlessness or what.
This is something that sounds very personal to you, and the idea that we should assert that everyone needs to have a consciousness revolution because of something that you feel deeply and personal about. That's not good.
I bet Mao tried to make everyone experience it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like trying
But Phil,
to remake
to be
man.
clear, what you are saying and advocating for top-down control is bad, government control of education is bad. For that to not be our reality, that would necessitate a revolution because that is what we are living in. It is a radical thing nowadays to say, let's abolish the Department of Education. Like, that is a revolutionary thing because we are so entrenched in the system right now.
Well, okay. So, I mean, if you understand that as revolutionary, okay, I can accept that.
Well, I mean, in what way is it not revolutionary?
Because we had 125 or whatever, 150 years.
But would it right now require a complete overhaul of the system?
Pardon me?
Would it right now require a complete overhaul of the system?
No, because you got schools are mostly, even though the Department of Education kind of is is the government agency.
Yeah, but
there's still a lot of autonomy that schools have. The biggest problem that I
I mean,
have
Department of Education is the federal level, but then there's all of the state apparatuses.
yeah, that's something that the
Which is still
problems
government.
the problems that I have mostly with the curriculum and stuff is coming from the people that are producing the curriculum, not as much in the state apparatus. The state apparatus is deciding on the curriculum, but I think even
So just like a little bit of government control in education.
no, you should completely have people should have the I mean, I'm a guy that wants to abolish the Department of Education. Like that's been something that I've been doing clearly for.
I don't want to fuck with no more kill Tony, man.
But I
They
think
brought me
that
down for
there
about
isn't
5
any
minutes.
reason to have centralized control
The other
over
night.
education at all. People can homeschool their kids. There's no reason to demand that people have to go to government schools or anything.
Let me cap this off. When I talked about revolution, what I'm really thinking of, like the Age of Enlightenment, that's a revolution. That was a revolution of consciousness, and I want something like that to turn forward. Revolution means to turn forward, to turn again, to revolute. It's a French term.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like Latin or something.
like I said, my
Well, a warm welcome to today's talk. It's Wednesday, the 5th of July. Now, today's talk is really quite interesting. It deals with data which is highly, let's think of a word, anomalous.
Even more boring.
It actually shows
like
the
it.
incidence of suspected adverse reactions to the Pfizer vaccine varies by a factor of thousands-fold differences, depending on the batch of vaccines that was given. And this is based on a paper that's actually going viral at the moment from Denmark. Later on, we'll be talking about the difficulty in getting this paper published, but it was actually published now in a peer-reviewed
That means
journal.
there were some
And the
special
data really is
batches.
quite incredible. And I've also had the privilege of interviewing one of the authors today, which I'll give you more information on
He got
in a
flagged.
minute. I've talked to the
I wonder
lead
if
author
he-
quite extensively
I'm
today.
sure you got demonetized for this.
So this is the paper here. Vaccine-dependent safety in the Pfizer vaccine
monetized,
depends
so-
on the batch. Very much depends on the batch. Now, just to give you a
That's
flavour
on
of this, to see if you want to watch this video.
Odyssey, Rumble.
71% of suspected adverse reactions, the
Facebook.
SARs, occurred in 4.2% of the vaccine batches. And this is quite incredible.
Join
And
me
as
in
we
any of
say,
them.
the
Just to say
variation
hello,
is in
and we'll
factors
try and
of
catch up some more.
thousands. Now, here we have the graph here. Now, this is the graph from the authors. Now, what this is showing is any dot here higher up is related to more suspected adverse events. Any dot lower down is related to less suspected adverse events. And as we see here, the authors put them into clusters. So we've got this blue cluster here, mostly vaccines given early.
That
Then
was,
we've got this intermediate green one
yeah.
here. And then we've got this yellow one on the bottom. And we see that here, for example, we have massively high rates of adverse reactions. Now, let me just show you a bit about this graph in another slightly different format here. So here we have this graphic here. Now, this is the blue group here of a very high
Are you gonna do
adverse
something
reactions
about
up
that?
here. Now, this highest reaction here means that there was one suspected adverse reaction per 20 doses of the vaccine given. Now, this is just, well, put a word in here. Every 20 doses of the vaccine given, there was one suspected adverse reaction. Absolutely incredible. When we look at this, green group here, we did see an increase in adverse reactions with these batches. But here, the highest dose, most adverse reactions there in the green group
I got
was 1 in
stuff
1,000.
again.
And these are specific batches. I've got these directly from the authors. So batch EJ6134 given out early in 2021. For every 20 vaccine doses given, there was one suspected adverse event. Slightly later on, for vaccine dose EW6126, there was 1 in 1,000. Still too high. And then later on, this yellow group down the bottom has been associated with no adverse reactions. Now, perhaps the reason that this group on the bottom has been associated with 0 adverse reactions is the fact that the data is not all in yet. So as time goes on, this yellow line will lift slightly from the baseline. But that's what we're seeing here, incredibly high rates of adverse reactions early on in the pandemic. And that, as I was saying, most of these blue batches were pre-April 2021. Now, just to be completely clear, the authors had no conflict of interest other than certain papers that could be discussed where there's potential conflict of interest. The authors worked very, very hard on this on their own, and this is the data they got. Let's get down to a bit of the detail now, because this really is incredible. I mean, if I'd known about this graph and these high rates of potential side effects, 1 in 20 vaccines given, come on. You know, is there any way I would have accepted that vaccine? Emphatically not. In fact, if I'd known I was on the green line somewhere with 1 in 1,000, I wouldn't have taken it either. There's just a huge issue here of informed consent. Now, these batches were given out all over the world, perhaps not in the United States. The United States tended to make their own batches. The Europeans and to an extent the Antipodeans shared their own batches as well. So this is perhaps a pan-European batch that was given here. So this is affecting everywhere, presumably. This vaccine was given outside of the United States. And there's no reason to assume it would be different in the United States. The only way I would have accepted the vaccine...
Got 5. We need at least one more, guys, for big money.
If we'd known that the rates of suspected adverse reactions were anything like as high, I would have not touched it with a barge pole. Why weren't we told? Where is the informed consent? It's outrageous. Anyway, let's stick to the data and not get too cross. As we've said, 71% of suspected adverse reactions occurred in 4.2 of participants, with massive differences. I hope it's clear to you that each of these dots is a batch. So these are vaccine batches. Massive difference in reported adverse reactions between the different batches of vaccine. And this is hard, firm, mathematical, statistically significant data. Now, no conflicts of interest. That's the graph as we've said there. And can see clearly we have the blue group, the green group,
for the hell of it,
and the yellow group. Now, the blue group vaccines were mostly given early. The green ones and the yellow ones were mostly given later. Not entirely. That's not how these are classified, but these are the clusters that the analysis of the batches fell into. And again, all based on specific batches. If you talk to the authors, they'll give you the batch number for each one of these dots. It's a very nicely conducted piece of science. So number of suspected adverse events, as we say, varies massively between the vaccine batches. And this is all after the Pfizer vaccine in Denmark. And why has it been left to a few Danish academics to do this? Why didn't the British regulatory authorities do this, or the German regulatory authorities, or the Danish regulatory authorities, or the American or the Canadian regulatory authorities? Why is this left to independent academics, unfunded independent academics, to come up with this absolutely vital insight? 27th of December 2020 to the 11th of January 2022, based on a population of 5.8 million, and according to the number of doses per vaccine batch. Now, what we do see is that there's a positive correlation between number of vaccines in the batch and the increased rate of side effects. But the author today, I did talk to Dr. Vibeke Manninke today, lead author, and she said they can't put too much weight on this at the moment. But there is definitely a trend that the larger the number of vaccine vials in the batch, the more adverse reactions there is. There's a positive correlation there. We can't say more than that at the moment, though. But the authors are still working on this. Now, by November the 11th, 2022, in the European area, 701 million doses of Pfizer vaccine given, 971,021 reported suspected adverse events. Clinical data on individual vaccine batch levels have not been reported anywhere else. This is the first time this has been done. Why?
All right.
The whole point of having a batch number is so this can be done. The whole point of, I've been writing batch numbers down for the last 40 years after giving medications and vaccines and different things. And the whole point is, if there's an adverse event, we can go back and look at the batch. Why did the regulatory authorities let us down, completely fail, you and me, on this ongoing post-marketing surveillance that we were promised? It hasn't happened according to the batch, apart from a few independent, hardworking Danish academics, bless them, who've done a fantastic job. Batch-dependent variability in the clinical efficacy and safety of vaccines would appear to be highly unlikely, is what we were told, until you actually look at the data, and then you find out, well, hey, actually, No, there is actually massive variation, strangely enough. Right, so the authors say we therefore examine rates of suspected adverse reactions between different vaccine doses in Denmark. All this data on suspected adverse reactions from the Danish Medical Agency.
It's not that long.
And of course, you and me both know that by no means all of the adverse reactions that actually occur are reported. So I think we can say these are, minimum levels of adverse reactions without too much fear of contradiction. Suspected adverse reactions, seriousness. So suspected adverse reactions, seriousness was classified as non-serious or serious, and that the serious included hospitalizations or prolonged or existing or prolongation of existing hospitalization, life-threatening illnesses, permanent disability, or congenital malformation, or another potential side effect. Another potential serious adverse reaction. The data was fully anonymized, so this is a completely ethical study. Suspected adverse events were counted on a batch level by linking individual suspected adverse events to the batch labels, the batch numbers. They were able to get this data from the Danish authorities, albeit after some difficulty, it has to be said, as you'll find out if you watch the video that I'm going to give later on the next video. Now, the data was actually based, that's this data here, the authors have, was actually based on 10.7 million doses administered vaccine, just over 4 million individual people, 52 different Pfizer vaccine doses. So it's huge sample sizes. And the batches contained 2,340 to 841,000 doses per batch. And as we say, there's a trend for the ones with higher numbers in the batch to have more adverse reactions. The authors say we can't put too much significance on that till they've done further work, although the positive correlation is obvious to the human eye, of course, as you can see without me pointing out. 43,496 suspected adverse reactions were registered in 13,635 people. So these are big sample numbers. 61,000 overall were able to be identified to the batches. Unfortunately, 23.5% of the adverse reactions, 14,509, were described as severe, and 579, 0.9% of those reported were a more severe adverse reaction, resulting in an irreversible adverse reaction. Unexpectedly, the rates per 1,000 dose vary considerably between vaccine batches. You can say that again. From 1 or essentially 0 on the yellow line, but as we say with this yellow line, there probably will be some that do emerge at a later date. There is a bit of a lag in the reporting in the Danish system. So basically, from 1 per 20 doses to 1 in many thousands of doses to 0. Now, other variables here: vaccine manufacturing, vaccine storage, vaccine transportation, clinical handling control, administration techniques, of course, could all bear some influence on these data. But there we have it. It is quite incontrovertible by this data. Massive changes, massive rates in the reported suspected adverse reactions, including serious adverse reactions, depending on the vaccine batch. I hesitate to be flippant, but I just hope you were given one of the, if you were vaccinated, that you were given one of the batches that were nearer this end of the graph than the top end of the graph. There was no significant variation between the ages of people in either group, because early on, there was a lot of young people given the vaccine in the start of 2021 in Denmark. In other words, the blue vaccine doses, for one simple reason: they were healthcare workers. So a lot of young healthcare workers were vaccinated, as well as the elderly and the frailer people. And the differences in the difference in different age groups between the different blue, green, and yellow clusters is not significant. So there we have that. Now, I have actually interviewed one of the researchers. I'm not going to play it all, but this is Dr. Vibeke Manica. I think I might put this on the next video, but I'll just whet your appetite on this one. Well, a warm welcome to this talk, and I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Vibeke Manica, who's a doctoral researcher in Denmark. Welcome, Vibeke. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being on your show. Thank you.
Now, we basically want to just, let's say, not going to play that now. It goes on for quite some. It goes on for quite some time. So I'm going to put it on the next video. Dr. Vibeke Manica, completely committed scientist, totally committed. Has done nearly all this work in her spare time with her colleagues. Published this paper after significant difficulties. It was turned by the 4 big major medical journals, which was a problem in itself. Finally published in another journal, fully peer reviewed. So there we go. It looks like we could do with an explanation on why there was so much variability. Massive variability.
My boat
between vaccine doses. It looks like the doses given out to the end of 2021 and 2022 were probably associated with less severe, less suspected adverse reactions. Of course, by that time, a lot of people already had natural infection. So it's complicated, but that data is hard data. It is hard science. And I've relayed it to you as best as I can. Watch the next video for Dr. Manica, giving us a lot more detail on this. You're quite emotional after that. Combination of severe annoyance, well, not annoyance, total outrage that this data was not made public. These very high rates of adverse reactions were not made public. So I couldn't give my
playing stuff consent. All over the table here, but nobody's playing.
As you couldn't either.
Come on, Dirty, you playing?
Known that, wouldn't have touched it with a barge pole. Let down, to put it mildly. Thank you for watching.
That's pretty cool.
Are you a feelings enforcer or a law enforcer? Do you enforce feelings or law?
This liberty trampling deputy picked on the wrong guy today.
I'm not going to bend to the government's will for me to provide them information. I'm not going to do that. I feel uncomfortable with all these people around me with guns. Are you going to do something about that? If they're uncomfortable with a camera, how do you think I feel with guns? Desir, you know this is a one-way? Why did you, instead of going in the parking lot, why would you break the traffic laws and go down the wrong way on the one-way? So they get to tell you to break the traffic laws because you got a call? And you blocking the sidewalk. There's a parking lot right there.
Oh, you just wait. This costume clown is going to get the tongue lashing of a lifetime. And because he can't handle the heat, he's going to call for backup.
Any particular reason why you guys are parked on the sidewalk? What's your name and your badge number? It's in your policy. Deputy, you're on the scene. Name and badge number.
And more cops start rolling in.
What's your name and your badge number? Thank you. Your name and your badge number? Thank you. You guys can 10-8. He already determined there's no probable cause. There's no law being broken. You guys can 10-8.
But it's kind of like Rambo. The more cops enter the forest, the more the casualties start piling up.
There he is! Get a tourniquet around that. There's no way out of here except through us. We ain't hunting him. He's hunting us.
Yeah, they just keep walking deeper into the forest, and Rambo just keeps picking them off.
Everybody say goodnight to Chopper, please. Night, Chopper. I appreciate your view time. Seriously, dude. Love you.
We could have killed them all. The law. It's me.
Until finally, the police chief is reduced to tears. Sorry to break it to you, Chief, but there's a new Rambo in town. And this guy is a tyrant-shaming beast.
Where their feelings begin, my rights don't end.
Hey, I'm Brian. Welcome back to Here's the Deal. And stay tuned because there's way more where that came from.
And I mean way more.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
So here's the deal.
Here's the deal. So here's the deal.
But here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Either give me your ID or you go to jail. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that? How about that? Here's the deal.
Welcome back. Here's the deal. Yeah, Brad.
Most of us already know that
Well, you're
there
out
are
of
two
breath.
things that cops say right before they're about to steamroll over your rights.
Take it to
Here's the
chopper.
deal,
Come on,
and
chopper.
we got a call. These simple
Chopper.
exclamations provide them with the justification they need, not only to treat you like a lower-run criminal. These tactics also provide them with the excuse to hypocritically break their own laws. Laws they
like that,
quickly
you
pound
like
you into the
German
ground with
Shepherds.
if they found you in violation. But Big Nick's South Florida accountability ain't gonna let this Nazi-level pignorance go unaddressed.
Big Nick, South Florida accountability. I'm in the city of Lauderdale Lakes. I'm coming out to conduct a First Amendment audit of the perimeter of the Panu Eye Institute. We're going to make sure that the institute respects and honors the public's right to record in public. Everything's fine. I'm working on a story. Yeah. I got information that some elderly people have been getting scammed out of this location. Do you have any comments on that? And you are? Your name? Have you guys been scamming? Have you guys been scamming senior citizens?
It's a good video by Nick. Or did Here's the Deal do all this
So
editing?
this is a one-way.
Yeah, I'm looking at
This is a one-way. That is a parking lot right there. This is a one-way. Now he's going to block the sidewalk. That be who? Desir. You know this is a one-way? Why did you, instead of going in the parking lot, why would you break the traffic laws and go down the wrong way on the one-way? So they get to tell you to break the traffic laws because you got a call? And you blocking the sidewalk. There's a parking lot right there. No, but I want to address your discrepancies that you would hold me accountable for. So that means you get to break the law. Does that mean that? You didn't answer that question. I don't care what the call is about. You don't get to break the law.
Now, at this point, if you don't think that cops think that they're better than you, if you think that we're somehow operating on the same legal plane, then I'll tell you what, next time you get pulled over, try pulling the here's the deal or I got a call card and see how that works out for you.
This deputy decided to bypass a parking lot where he can go in there and park his vehicle safely and then go and conduct his investigation. But he decided to travel the opposite way down a one-way street. And then he decided to just completely block off this sidewalk because he got a call. It doesn't work like that, folks.
Hey.
I didn't give it. Why would you need my ID? Why? Do I have to show you my ID?
Yeah, I thought. A cat.
I mean, if I have to show you my ID, then I will.
A cat dared walk across our front lawn. The German Shepherds always lose their shit.
Am I required to show ID? Because you asked, I'm required to show ID? I know, I understand that, but am I? I just want to get that straight because I don't want to break the law. I'm required based on what circumstance? No, let's talk about the requirement. Based on what specifications am I required to give you my ID? Right. Do you have authority to identify me? I just want seriously. Under what provisions? Committing a crime, about to commit a crime, in the process of committing a crime.
I don't have no problem cause.
So, am I required to ID you? You just said you don't have any proper cause. Am I required to ID? See, words matter, especially to the people who don't know. So I'm asking you, am I required to give you my ID? But you said yes. Right. But I guarantee you, no, wait. I guarantee you, without words, you can honestly see what's going on. You can tell me what's going on without me using words. You see a camera, you see me standing on a public sidewalk, and you see all this stuff that I can photograph. Now, what do you think is going on? Put all that together. What do you think is going on? Do you see a law being broken? Is there a law you need to enforce?
No, well, you don't want to do this.
Right. But you're required to give me your name.
Y'all don't want to fuck with this.
Are you a feelings police? Are you the feelings enforcer or a law enforcer?
Sorry, boys.
Are you a feelings enforcer or a law enforcer? Do you enforce feelings or law? Did you tell them I have every right to do this? Did you? I mean, that ease their discomfort if you tell them, hey, he has every right to do this. He's a law-abiding citizen. He's not breaking the law. And my job as a law enforcer is to enforce the law. If there's no law to be enforced, I have no purpose. Tell them. No, don't tell me. You're preaching to the choir. You're preaching to the choir right now. Tell them. They should have stayed home, right? If they feel uncomfortable in public, they should have stayed home. See, I'm not going to bend to the government's will for me to provide them information. I'm not going to do that. I'm not breaking the law. I'm doing something that's constitutionally protected. I'm a journalist. I have the freedom of press. Now, you're giving me 21 questions about something where you see no law being broken. And I don't understand that where the resources are being used at right now. When there's people out there that honestly probably need you. And then I want to address this, man. Come on. If you saw me do this, you'll write me a ticket, especially parking on the sidewalk like this. There's no emergency lights on. There's no legitimate reason for you to be parked in such a manner, other than you guys are above the law. And she's doing the same. Any particular reason why you guys are parked on the sidewalk? What's your name and your badge number? It's in your policy, deputy. You're on the scene, name and badge number. No, I don't know what that's. I can't. I'm visually impaired. But can you enunciate it for me? That's all. Was that so hard? What's your name and your badge number?
Debbie Jensen, 20241.
Thank you. Your name and your badge number? Thank you. You guys can 10-8. He already determined there's no probable cause, there's no law being broken. You guys can 10-8. Yeah, I know, but you guys can 10-8. There's crime being committed. There's crimes being committed.
Nick's right. There are real crimes being committed by real criminals who are producing real victims. But this highly paid gaggle of Constitution-hating circus clowns has made a conscious decision to harass a guy who's just out there exercising his rights. Rights they swore to protect and defend.
Are you the feelings enforcer or a law enforcer? Are you a feelings enforcer or a law enforcer? I don't care. I feel uncomfortable with all these people around me with guns. Are you going to do something about that? Are you going to do anything about that? Me being uncomfortable with all you guys with guns around me? No? You're not going to do anything about that? Thornton, can you help me on that? I'm uncomfortable. All you guys got guns. He's willing to do something for them. They're uncomfortable and I have no gun. So can I get something done for me? I'm uncomfortable. Does that matter? Does my comfortability matter? No? You're not going to do anything about that? Thornton, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. But I'm uncomfortable with all these people with guns around me. If they're uncomfortable with a camera, how do you think I feel with guns? So you guys can 10-8. Let's make everybody comfortable. You guys can go and I'll be okay. Right. So my comfort doesn't matter. My discomfort doesn't matter. But nobody mentioned the crime to you and you're telling me their discomfort. What if I'm telling you I'm discomfort and you're not caring about that?
Are you uncomfortable?
Because an agency, well, not this particular agency, but a profession that is known to kill people that look like me is standing within arm's distance of me with weapons. So,
GG, Johnny. And
well, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable because my life is 6 times more likely to be taken by you guys than anybody else. That makes me very uncomfortable. So you guys can 10-8. There isn't a law being broken. Somebody right now is in trouble. But you guys are here to a public photographer who hasn't been on their property, who hasn't broken one law. Because if I had broken the law, I wouldn't be standing here holding this camera having this discussion with you. There's a law-abiding citizen standing on public property, holding a recording device, exercising the First Amendment to the United States Constitution of freedom of press. He's not breaking any laws, and you guys want to know what I'm doing. Where in the Constitution does it tell me that I have to tell you what I'm doing? No, there's the question. I told him before you got here, words matter. He told me that I'm required to identify to him as if I don't know Florida statute 901.151. which I will not identify. Now I'm flat out refusing to. Is that against the law? Is that obstruction? Because in order to ID me, you need probable cause of a crime being committed, about to be committed, or have been committed. In order for me, a Floridian, a taxpaying citizen, to relinquish my Fourth Amendment right to you. Do you have any of that? Is it a yes or no? You want me to answer your question, but you want to answer mine. Is it yes or no? Do you have any of that? I feel like you answered when you asked me, what am I doing? You didn't know?
We're on the same level right now.
Okay. Why we sit here then? Why we sit here?
Contact with you. I ask you, sir, tell me your name so I can rescue your name.
Good citizen. Good citizen. Good citizen. It doesn't matter. I'm not required to get a government my name. This isn't Russia. I don't care about those patients. I don't care. I don't care. Where their feelings start, my rights doesn't end. Where their feelings begin, my rights don't end. Now, I gave you Florida statute. I told you about the Fourth Amendment. You see I'm not breaking the law. Why are you so, why you got, okay, I'm not detained, am I? Am I detained? I'm not detained? Okay, because you guys are half circling me. I don't like that. No, I'm not leaving. I just don't like to be half circled like that. You guys think I'm wasting time and I'm being silly, but I'm not. I'm standing up for the oath I took. That's what should happen to the camera. People should be silly in front of the camera. Don't think people are trying to hurt people. How many cameras did you guys pass by getting here? So sometimes I wonder, is it the camera or is it the man with the camera?
I think we all know the answer to that question. They can record us all day, every day. But as soon as we turn our cameras on them, well, all of a sudden, all that transparency they're trying to convince us they're all about kind of fades to black. There's a lot more to Big Nick's video, and I'll leave that link in the description below for you. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, maybe you'll like some of my others. Check out my most popular playlist and my Right to Travel playlist. I'm sure there's a lot of videos on my channel you haven't seen, and they're all still very much in play. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. If you want to support the channel further, the links are in the description, and you can become a channel member. You can grab a hard-hitting conversation-starting design. You can put on a shirt.
Vibe is what I'm hearing you
case,
express is that you believe there needs to be a awakening inside people and what to me sounds like remaking man. And every time society or man has tried to reinvent human beings, remake man, it's ended in piles and piles and piles of bodies.
I want to jump to this story. We had this tweet from ALX. Breaking. The Biden administration has officially filed a notice of appeal in the Missouri v. Biden censorship case after a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction order barring government officials from contacting social media companies to suppress lawful speech. Simply put, this is the Biden administration's notice of appeal seeking to effectively overturn the right of freedom of speech in this country, the First Amendment.
Yes.
Why? The judge said you are still allowed to contact all of these companies for issues of national security and just not for suppressing the speech of U.S. citizens. The appeal specifically means the Biden administration wants the right to suppress the speech of American citizens. This is where we're currently at. The New York Times takes the amazing approach that it's bad. We should allow the government to stop people from speaking their minds. That's where we're currently at in this country. So you want to talk about a twisted reality?
Ian.
We have people who, here's where Democrats are. They quite literally don't care if people are bringing into schools books depicting adult carnal activities and this information to kids. They literally don't care that a teacher was trying to give students instruction, or literally did give students instruction on how to use Grindr, which is an 18 and up app only. They literally do not care of these things. They don't care that kids are getting access to psychotic and obscene graphic pornography. I'm not just talking about, as I mentioned earlier, like two people in a bedroom. The stuff you can find online is insane. They don't care about any of that. What they don't want you to do is criticize Joe Biden. What they don't want you to do is point out the Hunter Biden laptop story. What they don't want you to do is point out that they actually want to censor conservatives. Because if you do those things, they try to remove you. What they don't want you to do is advocate that children not get sex change surgery. They'll ban you for that too. But they don't care about all the depravity. When I look at this stuff with what Joe Biden is doing, it really does feel like we are looking at an evil mirror image of what this country and what our society has believed in. It's the antithesis of everything we thought was good and moral and just. We want people to speak their minds. We don't want kids exposed to graphic images. What are the Democrats advocating for? The complete inversion, the suppression of individual rights and speech, and they advocate children see these things. And that's just the beginning. We can go on to all the 7 deadly sins too. This is shockingly insane.
Well, this has been going on for a long time. This is the most transparently it's been, I guess, reflected in government. But even if we look at Twitter before Elon Musk, the amount of resources they were dedicating to controlling the narrative on the vaccine or election interference versus the amount of resources they were dedicated to actually, shutting down, child exploitation material, it absolutely shows where their priorities are. They don't actually care about people's well-being. It's all about controlling the narrative. So, children being exposed to any type of graphic thing, being exploited online, that doesn't really harm their control, so they don't really do anything about it. But hey, someone questioning the efficacy of the vaccine, that actually does threaten their control. So they go all in on devoting resources, manpower, finances, whatever, into controlling that.
When you think of the government, do you think of it as a very powerful thing, or do you see it more as kind of like a vestige of power?
I think it's a very, very powerful thing, and I think Americans they're naive as to how all-encompassing the government really is in their day-to-day lives, infringing on their freedoms. I mean, because yes, America is a very free country, especially compared to somewhere like even Canada or the UK. But to act as if the country now resembles anything the founding fathers had in mind, no, they're rolling in their graves right now.
I agree that we need some form of censorship, and kind of tail backing off what you were saying, Tim, about how kids are seeing like graphic images. Like we need to protect some aspect of our culture, of our life, of our species, and that is through just censorship. But
I just want to ask you one question real quick. Do you conceive of preventing children from seeing pornography as censorship?
I suppose it depends on how it's done. That could be one way to prevent them from seeing it. To say like, you can't be here.
It is censorship.
Well, I mean,
another way, like, hey, let's go out and play tonight instead of being on the computer. That's not really censorship.
The way that this is only my perception. When I can think of censorship, I think of something that is trying, or at least the effort is made to prevent anyone from seeing it. So like kids being prevented from seeing adult content, to me that doesn't come across as censorship, because you prevent kids from grabbing the red hot stove because it's protecting them.
But censorship doesn't need to be like always negative or always positive. It's just restricting information.
I think ratings on movies are a form of censorship to let you know ahead of time. Don't take your kid to see the R-rated one. Or
I mean, like courts in the U.S. have ruled that pornography is not free speech. So I guess I would push back on the idea that restricting pornography is censorship, because if it doesn't technically infringe on your free speech, because pornography isn't speech, according to the courts, is that actually censorship?
I think censorship is the suppression or prohibition of any parts of books, films, news, etc. that are considered obscene, politically unacceptable, or a threat to security.
That's like a half definition. You can censor and let things happen. Like I can be like, well, I looked at the video. I'm the guy that owns the website, and I'm going to let the video on. I still censored it. I just didn't take it down. I censored it and allowed it to be there.
Right. So here's ultimately the issue. Censorship, based on that definition, the other simple definition was restricting access to images, information, books, film, etc. that are offensive. We find it offensive to show kids this lewd and lascivious stuff. We would like that to be censored. The left, Democrats, etc., and liberals want kids to see these things, which I think is psychotic and evil. So they say, we oppose censorship. However, your naughty words, where you say something like, I disagree with you, and the way you are living your life, I think is bad for everyone. They say, that is shocking and offensive and shouldn't be allowed. Let me just put it this way. These people live in this world. For you and I, for the people who watch this show, it would seem to be insanity. Of course, we are offended at the thought that children are getting access to lewd and lascivious behavior. Of course, we are shocked that people try to restrict our ability to have a political debate. In the left world, they are absolutely shocked. We would try and stop children from seeing these things. How insane is that?
It is insane. I've had friends be like, "What? Why do you want censorship? Censorship's bad. No censorship." And it's like, yeah, snap out of it. Yeah, you want to censor the bad stuff, of course. But then who's deciding what's bad? Is it what he said? Is it what she said? Someone what they said about my kid? Like, so who's censoring
reality?
Yeah, who's the censor? Should we make it an algorithm, like an open source artificial intelligence that's giving advice to people?
This is why it's a culture war, because there are two distinct moral frameworks. There is the traditional American, I would say simply put, Judeo-Christian moral framework, and then there is the leftist, there is no truth but power moral framework. It seems to be, look, it is really simple in some ways. Say a thing, and a leftist will say the exact opposite for the only reason of opposing you. Hence, their positions change rapidly and seem to make no sense. That's just the reality of it.
Well, there was one of the Krasenstein brothers, after that viral clip of nudity, like exposed male genitalia, I think it was Seattle Pride. One of them was actually somewhat defending it. And it's like, I can't think of no other reason.
Boy, I'm a girl.
You're transgender?
No, Quinn has XY chromosomes like Jared and me, not XX like you. Science says he's male. He's male.
Quinn has gender dysphoria. Her assigned gender is not when she identifies. She's mismatched, Dr. Murphy.
But biologically,
how do you know you're supposed to be a boy?
Your question doesn't make sense. I'm not supposed to be anything. I am a boy. Biologically, that's it.
Dude, You gotta quit calling her a he. Never going to win this competition if you're disrespecting our patient. Don't they have transgender people in Wyoming?
Transgender patient care was not part of my medical school curriculum. Was it part of yours?
No.
Quinn doesn't have appendicitis. He has testicular cancer.
She.
Only girls can be the mummies. Only boys can be the daddies. Yes, sir. Everybody's fine.
All the kids under the age of 15.
Hey, why don't you have a seat right over there?
Why a sane person would be defending a male exposing himself to minors if it were not a leftist just contradicting the right.
And the Krasensteins, for those not familiar, they're prominent liberal personalities, have tried taking this more moderate centrist approach. And so their approach to this was, hey, it's probably not that big of a deal if a kid sees nudity. It happens a lot. I don't think someone should be riding around nude in front of a bunch of kids. That's not a good thing. But libs of TikTok sharing it is worse than the guy doing it. So it was still this critique of libs of TikTok that did, to a certain degree, downplay the nudity in front of kids. I don't think it's completely wrong for the Krasensteins to say that because kids go in locker rooms all the time with people who are naked around them. However, at an event that is explicitly sexual in nature with the intent of expressing sexual ideas, then you're crossing the line into grooming territory. But my point with the Krasensteins here, to add on to what you're saying, is they're just saying something critical of the right for the sake of being critical of the right. This is the crazy thing. How hard would it be for any liberal to say something like, I want universal health care? And then I go, okay, I have no opinion on that. What do you think about these books? Yeah, those books shouldn't be for kids. How hard is that? They can't do it. They come on the Culture War podcast, or they come on this show and they say something like, I think it's good. And I'm like, really, why? You end up with that famous clip. We had with Lance from the Surfs saying that women should be allowed to get an abortion whenever they want, but that pregnant women shouldn't be allowed to do meth because it kills the baby.
Right.
Like, huh?
That's awesome.
Because there's no moral framework.
I think there are a lot of people that would be considered on the left or liberal, culturally liberal, that would be open to talking exactly what you're saying, Tim. Like, yeah, okay, universal healthcare, great. This book probably shouldn't be for kids, great. But it's the loudmouth contrarians that are famous right now.
Tribalists.
And it's so annoying. This tribalism is it's like binding. It's like holding people back. It's like sticky goo on their feet that you can get out of it, but you got to realize you're in it. It's like all people too. It's everywhere I look, man, it's political crap. It's like the willingness to say no. Like, not always. Sometimes yes and yes. You can both be right. Sorry, Phil. Were you about to say something? You look like you were about to say something.
No, just Tim said that. Tim was saying that, talking about Lance, and I think that you gave Lance too much credit. But
what do you mean? Because there's no moral framework.
Yeah, you said that he has no moral framework, and that's true. But I don't think that the reason that Lance said that dumb thing was because of a lack of moral framework. I think it was just because Lance was tired after using all of his brain power to keep up for the conversation. That was just Lance not knowing that he was going to be walked into a.
Well,
Lance round 2 is about to happen.
I've talked to a lot of people about the idea of debates. It's the weirdest concept to me. Like people have asked me, like, I'm going to be debating this issue, and what do you think about this argument? I'm like, do you believe what you are saying? Like, then what are you asking me for? If someone came here and said, did you know X, Y, or Z? I'd be like, I didn't. I'll look into it. Here's what I believe. Like, it's this idea that we're debating people just to appear like we know what we're talking about. It makes no sense to me.
He did it.
I will have a conversation with quite literally anybody, and there is no winning or losing a debate.
Well, I think it's the difference between debate and dialectic. Like, are we talking to prove the other wrong, or are we talking because we are both interested in pursuing the truth, and we maybe have different versions of what it is, and we're trying to kind of spar back and forth to see how we can best get there. Those are two very different, I guess, approaches to have, and that's I'm not that interested in like strictly debate, because there are formal debates like point counterpoint. I don't think that's productive. But when you actually have people who are having a conversation and they could have opposing views, but they're trying to understand each other and arrive at the truth, that I think is actually something interesting.
So this is what happens. Lance from the Surfs comes on the show with the intent of winning a debate. We have him on the show with the intent of him explaining how he sees the world.
Yeah.
The problem is he doesn't actually know how he sees the world. He just knows how to regurgitate talking points for the sake of debate. Hence, when it comes to the question of abortion, I can ask him 50 million questions on what his logic is, and he can't answer it because he doesn't have any.
He has arguments to what you might say.
He has pre-scripted arguments. Yep. He had it written down. I don't write anything down. People are like, Tim, you did a really great job on Rogan with Dorsey. And I'm like, I prepared in no way. I researched nothing. I shut up and talked about what I thought.
You were talking about him coming and not being prepared, and about how his opinion changes and stuff. The left doesn't have a foundational opinion on stuff because of the fact that it's power games.
There's no moral framework.
Yeah.
For example, when that woman came on the Culture War, I'm not going to say her name, and because I'm kind of tired of it, but she said the show appeals to neo-Nazis, and then 10 minutes later or half an hour later told actual Justice Warrior that he was too right-wing for this show because the show is moderate. Quite literally saying random words for the sake of saying random words.
Well, no, they're not random. They're all designed to undermine. So, I mean, it's in its own way a consistent moral framework if it's counter to the right and in its pursuit of like their own power. I mean, James Lee talks about that a lot. It's not a double standard. It's one consistent standard. If it helps me, it's helped my cause. If it's for the pursuit of power, then it is good.
This is why Lance's abortion thing broke down in the way it did. Because he doesn't have a real position on abortion. He has a talking point. And so I, with an actual position on limits of government, individual rights, constitutional rights, when does life begin, and have all these views where I've had many discussions about trying to understand it. You can ask me 1,000,001 questions and I will give you an answer, or outright just be like, you know what, I'm not so sure about that. I just don't know.
And I bet you're willing to change your opinion if you find out something that might go contrary to your existing moral
I
framework.
can guarantee that Tim is willing to change his opinion. Although I've noticed it doesn't always happen right away. Sometimes we'll argue and I'll say something where I'm like, damn, I was good. That was true. And then like, it'll be like 3 days later, you'll be like, yeah, you'll see what I was talking about. It doesn't always happen right away. That's an interesting phenomenon.
One good example
is the smarter you are, the longer it takes to figure things out.
Well, that means you're actually
you've
thinking about
memorized
it.
what you believe. Sorry to interrupt.
Seamus and I were having a conversation about abortion. He expressed the definition of abortion. I argued with him and told him I thought he was wrong, and this is not the case, and he needs to understand these points.
What am I sipping? Two-Hearted IPA from Comstock, Michigan. It's the last of a 6-pack. A little bit of weeds.
And then after pulling up the information, I was like, oh, Seamus was right the whole time. But the definition of what abortion is, I was incorrect. I had a different view that was not based. So Seamus was basing his views off of the actual statements made by Planned Parenthood and the government as to what abortion is. And I had a general assumption about what people call it. So I was not understanding his point.
There's kind of a phenomenon where when you figure out you're wrong about something and you figure out what it actually is that's right there, that little piece now you have, it's like exciting and invigorating because you get to reform your belief in a better way, in a more correct way.
Yeah.
Humiliating, especially when it happens in public and you're shown to be having been wrong for so long and so vehement about what you were wrong about. But man, is it empowering if you use it properly.
So this is what you see, and we'll give a shout out to our friends over at the Young Turks because we were talking about this the other day. And Anna Kasparian has been getting dragged quite a bit because she said bonus hole as a term for women's parts is off-putting. But there's something interesting in this. Have you ever asked yourself why it is that these neo terms only ever apply to women and never to men?
Because I think it's ultimately intersectionality as it is now, especially with the trans movement. It is unironically
That's here.
right? The best women are men. Everything is done to the comfort of males, regardless of what they call themselves. They're ultimately males, and you do not see the same considerations between
Anna wants to go
trans
over
men,
there.
i.e., females.
I agree that it's patriarchal, but the reason I think that it is bonus hole, menstruator, birthing person, chest feeding, have they called men jizzers?
No,
they
but
don't.
should.
They don't say that. Why?
I had one in Illinois.
Believe this is predominantly a movement of women. It is females who are pursuing these things with a female internal perspective. So the words they use are based on being
Their
female.
experiences.
Men typically do not care. So men aren't complaining about being called names. They're not proposing being called something else. It is females typically. And we see this in the data when it comes to trans kids. Overwhelmingly, trans children tend to be female. Perhaps it is a social issue of sorts. And that's why all of the neo terms are like menstruator, bonus hole haver. It only pertains to women.
I don't think that the phenomena of trans women and trans men are the same.
No, they're not.
I think that I don't think the same stuff is going on upstairs for a woman to want to live their life as a man or believe that they're a man or whatever.
I mean,
as for a man that thinks that they're a woman.
There are vastly different rates in how men versus women identify as being gay, like lesbian, for example, and also rates of identifying as trans. This is not something new. Women and men do not function in the same realm in regard to sexuality. There are really interesting twin studies that they've done on like identical twins. So if something like sexuality were completely genetic, for example, you would expect that any genetic twin set would have the same sexuality, i.e. both straight or both gay. What they found is that that's not the case. So there is obviously a component that's determined by environment. And what they have found that it is much more likely for a female set of twins to have different sexualities, meaning that female sexuality is a lot more fluid or easily influenced maybe by environment than male sexuality.
That's kind of profound because it's a simple concept that men and women that become trans are experiencing different, to the point where they used to have gay, well, they still do gay and lesbian. It's the same thing. Someone that enjoys sexuality with the same sex.
Homosexual.
But they had, but they have different words, completely different words. It's a gay man, I guess you would say gay man or a gay woman, but a lesbian, you don't have lesbian men. So
But you do have gay women.
But you do have gay women.
Yeah,
that's very
true.
interesting.
I think men care less, women care more. Like, across the board on everything, I feel like
Flaming or what the fuck?
guys are more likely to be like,
Well, women are way more social creatures. I don't know if you saw, there was this viral TikTok video that was going on. It was a trans man, so a biological female, who essentially was crying on TikTok saying life was so much harder living as a man than she had thought it would be, because it's harder to make friends. People aren't as considerate. And essentially, like, there is no more feminine or womanly thing you can do than be crying about these things. But I think it just illustrated where perhaps this isn't someone who is secretly trapped inside a male body, because these are very feminine urges that not to say that men can't have feelings or they don't, but overall, like, the female experience is just way more concerned with social aspects, being involved in a group and all of that.
Like isolation tends to be harder on women.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Way harder. Yeah, men can function alone significantly better than women can. Not that men constant, not that every man doesn't need, social interactions. and
Hashtag
stuff.
not all
Yeah.
averages, etc.
Yeah, but it's much easier for men to deal with being alone.
I guess,
and you'll find that like men, when you deal with like hermits and dudes, that kind of people that are off on their own stuff, it's very, very, very frequently men. It's very rarely women.
And the women give birth. They're supposed to be nurturing. Well, not supposed to. They tend to be nurturing the baby, and they immediately got that bond, physical, two people, and the man is off finding the food somewhere or something.
Right. And I think what's really interesting is that when we look at the prevalence of autism diagnoses, I'm not even going to touch on how vaccines may or may not relate to this. I'm not trying to get in trouble. But we see that I think a lot of behaviors that may have just traditionally been more male behaviors, because females overwhelmingly dominate psychology, I think they are essentially trying to pathologize what a lot of time is just regular male behavior.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? Like, not every man is autistic. It's just a man. Like, so sometimes they're just like that. And I think as women, we want to say that, no, you're wrong for thinking this. It's like, no, they're just different than we are.
I think if we really were in a patriarchy, human civilization would be a lot more like lion civilization, where the males sleep all day, wake up, the women bring them food and have the babies, and the men do very little. But that's not how it was.
Yeah.
It was always more so men running into burning buildings, working in sewers and petroleum rigs, holding up half the world along with women.
I think if we were actually a patriarchy, we'd be a whole lot closer to fascism than to liberalism.
I think we are in a fascist system. It's so peaceful.
Very, very much not.
The government corporate collusion, like
I don't
that's
know,
all around
like, have you
us.
ever been in some?
That's trade, even that. Oklahoma.
An example of fascism, but I can tell you how far away we are from it. I was in Thailand, and I was hanging out at a restaurant with some individuals, and someone was explaining a story about how some individuals had said "F the king," and then as soon as having said it, went because you are literally not allowed to utter that sentence in any way for any reason, even if it is to criticize people for having said it. It's called lèse-majesté. If you're in Thailand as a tourist and you say something like, the king is stupid, you can be arrested and charged for it.
If you know off the top of your head, can they have queens, Thailand, or is it male patriarchal only?
I don't know. I will say this. I am no expert on Thailand or anything. All I can tell you is I was there, and there was an issue of people having criticized the royal family and got arrested and charged for it. And one of the journalists who was down there was explaining the story to me, and having repeated those words, panicked and looked around to make sure nobody saw them do it because it was a crime.
Yeah,
Well, they take it very seriously. Growing up in Asia, I went to Thailand. If you go to a movie theater, at least back then when I was younger, they will have a little minute before the movie plays where you have to stand and pay homage to the king.
Wow.
So they take it very seriously.
To be fair, King Bhumibol was like based and everyone really liked him.
Oh, yeah.
He did like cool stuff helping the poor and boosting literacy.
Queen Sirikit.
Can't speak for his son, which people have been very critical of, but I'm not a Thailand expert or anything like that. All I know is that when I was there were people, I would ask like someone from Thailand who was there working with us, and they'd be like, yeah, the laws are really dumb, but King really is cool. Like, he's not like a dictator or anything like that, but the law does kind of put pressure on you in that way. But my point is simply this. Thailand's not even a fascist country. You can fly in, you can do a lot of things.
It's a monarchy.
But the problem with fascism,
exactly. But that's authoritarianism. You're not even allowed to explain that someone else criticized the king.
we're in like a libertarian fascism system. It's not authoritarian, but it is fascist in that the government and the corporations have become one almost.
That's where he goes off the
And it's
rails.
peaceful. That's on purpose.
Private-public partnership.
But
to
even
control
in
behavior.
even in fascist countries, like you still had markets. Like, it wasn't like totally just the government taking over. So to call what we have now, like, it's not fascist in most of the ways that people conceptualize actually understand fascism, conceptualize fascism. I get that you're saying that there's collusion between government and corporations. I understand that, but like the jingoism that comes along with fascism, the militarism, we're not nearly as militaristic as people like
hyper traditionalism. We are nowhere near.
Yeah, not like that. We are not we are far closer to a communist country than we are to a fascist country.
Really?
But yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I don't know, man.
Absolutely.
The lucrative
Because fascism and communism aren't super different. People act like people love to talk about that they're opposites. They're opposite sides of the same coin. The opposite is liberalism. Fascism and socialism are very similar.
In a communist state, the corporations, the industry is
Yeah, you say
inclusion.
communism is inherently fascist.
Yes.
And so
But,
is, I guess,
but they're not. So fascism is traditionalist and communism is progressive. One of the big fights in Europe, a large component of it was the hard right factions, Nazis, fascists, etc., were much more traditionalist, much more, women raising the family, that kind of stuff. And the communists were erase all culture and start over.
I bet there's something going on right here with the word fascist, because Mussolini had the fascista was his political party. They were the fascists. So there's the big F fascist political party. Then there's just the concept of fascism.
Well, the word fascist basically just means bad guy today. So
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because it specifically means corporate government collusion.
No, I mean, if you want to find out about or learn about fascism, read something from Giovanni Gentili. He's the guy that came up with the idea of fascism, and you'll understand that it's not just government and corporation. There's a lot of nationalism. There's oftentimes racism included, but not always. Like, people always think when you say fascist, people think Nazis, and Nazis were just the worst manifestation of fascism. Not all fascists are Nazis, but all Nazis are fascists. It's like Mustangs and Fords. Not all Fords are Mustangs, but all Mustangs are Fords.
One thing, I gave you a little post there right now. I think you should look up What If All History, because he just did a video explaining liberalism, communism, and fascism. I think you'd learn a tremendous amount about this video. He's a great dude. His name is Red Yard. Check it out. I think you'll learn.
What if alt history?
What if alt history?
Thanks you, sir.
All right, we are going to go to Super Chat. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Become a member at timcast.com. The members only show is coming up, and this one's going to be spicy and not family friendly, as they often are.
I don't have a
and this will pertain to
somebody
issues
gifted me
of,
one.
Identity and law and government and medications and stuff like that. So you'll definitely check this one out. But we'll read some Super Chats. We have Goldilocks Productions says, Tim, would you be willing to invite Tiki history into the culture war to talk about modern wokeism as compared to Nazi Germany and the difference between fascism and National Socialism? The culture war is more so about having a debate or dialectic on particular issues. I think I'll just let you guys know tomorrow we have Destiny and John Doyle.
God Doyle for all. Fucking around.
Well, hello, boys and girls. I'm so glad to have you with me today, boys and girls. You know what? Let me just explain something to you. I'm so glad to have you here to talk about Chatio today. It's a beautiful day in the AF neighborhood. A beautiful day for an AF neighbor. Chatio sucks. He really sucks. It's a jerk day in this tyrant hood. A tyrant day for a jerk.
Oh shit.
Chatio
Boobies.
sucks.
We saw boobies.
Chatio sucks.
We saw AFA's boobies.
Chatio, why do you suck so much? I know that you suck too. Chatio. Hello, folks, and welcome to Mr. AFA's Neighborhood. It's a family show. Could you get that door? Thank you. So today's video is about someone very, very special. Really, really special to be, in fact. This video is actually great because dude gets fired. And the reason I did that is because there is no family show when this guy comes on the screen. And this is someone that was employed by the government. So let's go over here. Now, guys, if you have not yet, please make sure that you subscribe to Denver Metro Audits. Oh, no. Okay. Now, let's pull up the video. We kind of did this on a rush. And if you guys haven't seen this video, it is probably one of the best audits I have ever seen. So we'll start off with an intro. We'll get into the video. Guys, this dude flips his collective lid. Absolutely loses it. I know some of you might have seen it, but it's a beautiful day in the AF neighborhood. The DMAF neighborhood. Won't you be this guy's neighbor? Okay, this is the government does not do mental background checks. And then we're going to tell you what he's up to now, folks. But he's been up to some shenanigans.
So you can take your camera
I remember
and
this
go
dude.
downstairs with it.
I've checked
Or
in
if you
on
get
him every
security
once in
to
a while.
handle
He
this.
doesn't really
Don't
show
get
much.
security. Look at all these kids around here, and he's saying effing and acting like this.
Because you're recording around children, and that's totally against everything I'm a believer. You know what?
Oh,
Get the fuck out of here! Go!
Chad, calm down. Wow.
I don't believe in filming
We
children.
weren't filming kids. We weren't filming kids. Look, he's acting up again.
So that's just the beginning, right? That's just the beginning. So you walk in there.
One of several episodes.
Just hit the east side of the LBC on a mission trying to find DOG. Got some tyrants in the place where they don't know the law.
Right? Can I help you? I'm sorry, and who are you?
Can I help you in government speak means who the F are you and why are you in our safe space?
Who are you? That's why I saw you walk back here. Are you here to see an officer? I am not here to see an officer. Okay, so can I help you then? Again, I'm sorry, who are you? I'm an officer here. Okay. So can I help
Can-
you? Can I get your name? I want to know who you are if you're not supposed to be back here.
Sir?
This is a secure area.
I'm a private citizen. You're a public official. Public means you identify, not me.
So you're a public servant. And this is not a secure area. This is a public hallway. So are you refusing to identify yourself, sir? But you're going through people's mailboxes.
Right away, government tactic 101. Lie immediately. This is not people's mailboxes.
This is a mailbox? Uh, Yeah, you want to re-review what this is, sir? I'm sorry, what's your
Oh, I got caught in my lie, so let me call some guys with guns.
what's your name and badge number? You don't want to give your name and badge number? Sir, I'm not a public
You won't give me your name. What is it you don't understand? Master, servant.
servant. Call the deputies. As a matter of the
Call guys with guns. There's a guy in here with a camera. Get some guys with guns here now.
camera. Quick, quick. Unbelievable. You refuse to identify yourself, sir. Sir, I'm
Call guys with guns because this guy's standing on his Fourth Amendment right to privacy.
looking at the public literature and you refuse to identify yourself. I asked you who you were, the public servant. I don't work for you, Chief. You work for
When they can't legitimize their reasoning, they walk away and call guys with guns to protect them in their safe space.
me. Unbelievable. This guy's entitled. Unbelievable.
Now, how did he get this camera angle of him walking back into that mailbox area?
So, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, we've got some literature here for Joe Q Public. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Housing homeless assistance. I'm missing that. Got some stuff for drug counseling. Child support admin tools. Let's see. Voter info.
Yes.
Now we got the Hamburglar here who's bringing the police in because he's recording in public under his First Amendment right, and he won't relinquish his right to privacy under the Fourth Amendment.
Hi there.
Hi. You're not supposed to be on this floor?
I'm not supposed to be on this floor?
No.
Dude, are all cops this dumb? Seriously. You just walk in and say you're not supposed to be on this floor? Based on what?
That's what I was just told.
I was just told that, so it must be true. Because government employees don't lie, and they're all very intelligent people.
This is this not a public building? I saw him wandering around. Why do they have information for the public here? I asked you your name, sir.
You gave me a hard time by asking me my name.
I asked you what you're doing back here. You wouldn't identify yourself. I don't know.
who
Sir,
you
you didn't identify yourself.
Okay, well, we've already determined that you're not supposed to be on this floor, so I'll show you.
We've already determined because the people that are butthurt told us that.
Sit down.
That's not determination. That's ridiculously.
I have every right to be on this floor and get public literature. Don't tell me I don't have a right to be on this floor. There's public literature, right? You're told by the wrong person the wrong information, ma'am.
No,
But you're
Yes.
recording him as an individual. He doesn't want to be.
He's a public servant.
He doesn't want to be recorded.
There's cameras all over the place. You guys are recording me. Don't be. Sir, you haven't given me your name.
You don't have a right to know our name, dummy. Go back into your hole you crawled out of and get back to work.
Name and why you're hassling me.
But I'm supposed to be here.
I'm supposed to be here getting literature for my friends. I'm committing the crime of public
Here comes another dummy, just comes and waves him over like an animal.
photography, sir. Is public photography a crime? I'm taking some pictures and video for a person I'm getting literature for. I have every right to be on this floor getting this.
Just answer that question when I asked you.
Sir?
Why didn't you answer the question, public servant?
Because it's none of your business. Why can't you answer your
I'm
name?
sorry, I work here. I want to know if some
Sir,
strangers walking
I
around here.
pay your
Who cares that you work here? That doesn't entitle you to violate my privacy.
salary. I pay my taxes. What is your name, sir? What is your name? Ma'am, can
Come on, you're making a fool out of yourself. Get out of here. Bring a Hamburglar with you.
I get your badge number and the name?
I have, listen.
Ma'am, you just showed up here and
Again, another moron public servant who's not willing to identify themselves.
told me I can't
Nothing scares them more than a camera.
be here. I asked you for your name and badge. Is nobody giving names and badge numbers these days? I'm here to get public literature. This isn't for public?
The public literature is not for the public, says Hamburglar.
Unless you're on probation or here for comment, please, you can go ahead and leave off the floor because we have people of business.
So you're saying it is a crime for me to be on this floor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ma'am, again, you're the one that asked me to leave the floor. Can I have your name and badge number?
Okay, I'll be glad to give you that as we leave. You're not supposed
Oh, that's not your policy.
to be back here.
Am
And another lie.
do I have to leave under threat of arrest from this floor? All right then.
Oh, no? Then that means I don't have to leave. Bye-bye.
Then leave me alone. Leave me. I'm getting literature. Don't put your hands on me.
Here comes the intimidation. Here comes the intimidation. I would have took a giant step back and started saying, stop approaching me.
Just come
I'm getting literature.
Please just do what our tyrannical directives are. Please just do what you don't have to do. Please just do what you don't have to do.
For my friend. Yeah. What's your name, sir?
My name is Deputy Bellamy, badge 1300.
Thank you.
We're asking you very
This is-
nicely to leave.
I'm
And I'm asking you to kick rocks. Evil rock, my dog.
asking you very nicely. Let me get some literature for my friend.
Can he
As John Felix, let me drop it.
Can he grab some literature? Like he needs permission from you morons.
Absolutely, I can get some literature.
Oh, now he's disturbing the floor. He wasn't bothering anybody until you parasites came out and started bothering him.
I'm disturbing the floor. How about if I lower my voice? And you guys are leaving me alone.
Yeah. LVA. Yeah.
I'm here to get
Nobody stopped you from working. You sound
Thanks for
stupid.
jumping in.
information. Your people are bothering me. I'm not. Public photography is not a crime.
Listen, I get it.
No, you listen. You don't get it. Go back in your hole.
You're telling me this is not a publicly accessible floor here? Really? So the public information here is not for the public? Okay, interesting.
If it was to be out in front where the
Yes,
public
and that is all stuff.
So this theft, if I'm taking things from here, if it's not the public, am I stealing from the government? This is ridiculous. Leave me alone. Seriously.
You're not supposed to be back here.
Oh, can I be out in the front lobby?
No, because we have people that are waiting to be seen and they probably do not want their face.
Also, he can't be in the public lobby or the public hallway or the public building because Hamburglar and homeboy, unidentified homeboy, don't like it. Is what they're getting at. He's not under threat of arrest. He's not stealing. Stupid cop who just made up stuff off the top of her head won't identify.
They're in public. There's no expectation of privacy in public.
This is did she just say this is a courthouse? They're not in public.
This is a public building. I have every right to be here. The sooner you people leave me alone and let me do my job, the sooner I'm out of here. You're not doing your job, which is sustaining and defending my constitutional rights. Knock yourself out.
You can stand there all day, but you're still not doing your job and upholding his rights like you just said. Way to ignore that part of it.
Ma'am, you still want to give your badge number, Ms. Turner?
Also, you finally figured out my name.
Yeah.
One day you'll figure out the law in your job title and your job description is to preserve and protect and defend the Constitution. Maybe one day you'll figure that out. Turner.
I haven't figured out your badge number, though.
Okay, I'll give it to you as we leave.
Bye.
Ah, got you. Well, you can go ahead and leave. I'm perusing the paperwork here first. Go ahead. Unbelievable. You people need to get a life, crying out loud. Getting some information for a friend. I'm hassled by the cops.
They won't let you in. Here, hang on. Let me see if there's a new. Well, there might be a new one because I just
And
upgraded.
prioritize your outrage. Yeah, real funny,
Yeah.
isn't it? The hoot. There you go. There you go.
They were stupid.
Jeez, unbelievable. Yeah, wow. I agree wholeheartedly. Wow. Jeez. Out of the homeless assistance things. Yeah. Maybe some like a sign to say, not public property, authorized personnel only, something to that effect. That would be terrific. Yeah, your gentleman was harassing me, telling me I had to leave. So yeah. Oh, okay. Am I yelling? All right, all right. All right.
And who started the whole thing? Dummy?
Well, if your people stop trying to violate my rights, I won't have to yell at them. How about that?
Now you've decided I have what I need? No, that's not how it works. Go back to work, shut your mouth, get back to work. We're not paying you to be this ignorant, hamburglar.
I'll tell you what, I'll be real quiet.
No, you need to leave.
No, no. Under threat of arrest, do I need to leave? I'm asking you to leave me alone. All right. Now,
you work here and still leave me alone.
One second. Hang on.
And here's my favorite part right here. No other auditor is doing this as far as I know. This is wonderful.
I'm sorry. What's your name, ma'am? My name's actually Mike Norton with KULT News. You want to tell me why you're trying to violate my rights? You want to tell me under threat of arrest?
I did not say anything about
Then you need to leave me alone. You need to leave me alone. Why are you trying to violate my rights? I have every right to be in this building on this.
Oh, all of a sudden, embarrassing smile. Time for everyone to run like cockroaches.
Floor. Look at this.
Look at them all turn and run. This is wonderful. More auditors need to get one of these professional-looking microphones and put a little thing on it that makes it look legit. All of a sudden, they believe he's legitimate news, being some type of undercover
it's too late in the
because he
game.
pulled out a microphone. Seems like optics are everything.
1, 2, 3,
Way too late in the
4,
game.
5, 6. Oh, there's no sign this is officer section. There's no sign this is officer section, is there? Okay, so I need to. She says I need to be up here. There's another.
Oh, first she said he couldn't even be up there. Now the microphone's off. Now he can be up there.
Okay, I need to be up here because that's the officers section. Got it. Sir, my name's Mike Norton with KULT News. Would you like to tell me why you're violating my rights? At least why you tried. You were successful. The APMP guys, you really like to control people, don't you?
They sure do.
Sucks when you have somebody you can't control, doesn't it? Huh? You don't want to give your
Get back in your safe space, tyrant.
badge number there, sir? Yeah, hilarious.
Oh, notice that door had a sign that said authorized personnel only. See how that works?
These scumbags, unbelievable. Go on. I will dismiss you without further argument. Go on. Beat it. Unbelievable. You people are something else. You want to discuss why you're trying to violate my civil rights, ma'am? Ms. Turner? You said you once I came out here, give me your badge number. What's your badge number? Oh, okay. Well, stick around then. I'll definitely get that from you. Unbelievable. In fact, no, I think I'm going to camp out here for a while. Yeah. Let's just camp out.
Look, so you got almost $500,000 worth of salary to come and harass a cameraman. And people will still say police are the good guys. They're not overfunded. Meanwhile, they won't run into a school to save kids that are being shot, but they'll come 10, 20 deep for cameramen inside of a probation office.
Let's see if we can wait longer. Hey, Turner, wait, so you're going to leave without giving me your badge number? Turner, is it against policy for you to give me your badge number, ma'am?
So he's trying to lure him into the elevator.
Go ahead, beat it. I will dismiss you without further argument. You're dismissed.
You got me. He did get you. You're dumb.
Yeah, no, thank you. What for clowns?
Now, how do you get that camera angle right there?
You people are something else. You guys have to deal with this shit once a month. Is it once a month? Unbelievable. These people are on a real power trip, aren't they?
No, this lady's enjoying the show.
Unbelievable.
I like that lady's braids in her little teeth.
So you're going to put a sign up here that says this is for officers only for future reference? You're going to stick a sign there? Officers only? Ma'am, so you don't want to identify yourself? You're a public servant, right?
The microphone has him so scared.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, you guys get the gist of this. Go to KULT News. Link will be in description. Thanks so much for watching. I just made my 7th attempt to file a police report because now they told me to call back the captain.
So you go in, you meet this guy. Spoiler alert, at the end, he gets shit kicked. He gets fired for his behavior because his behavior is way worse than your actual full video. He's been up to some stuff as of late. So what I would like to do, folks, is this is a family show. This is the Mr. Rogers. It's the Mr. AFA Rogers show. So Chatty O has been up to no good. Since he's lost his job and the trigger shot that DMA fired across the world, Chatty O has lost his stuff. So we made a little compilation. Now, this is someone the government has hired. The government hired this guy. This is what he's been up to recently. This is new Chatty O.
ニューイヤー一発目、今日はノースハリウッドっていうね、LA から来た40分ぐらいの ハリウッドよりちょっと北の方で、今日はローライダーのニューイヤーやってて、そちらの方をチェックしたいと思います。これはね、結構トラディショナル。伝統的。
Hello, hey, yay.
Say hi to the camera.
Hi. Come on up here, hello.
Speaking of this, right?
Cheers, Keith. Let's see, sir.
Daddy, are you okay?
I guess y'all booted the.
Well, I'm not. My bed frame just fell apart.
Let me
I gotta go. I'm out.
Oh, are you? All right, man.
I'm not.
Baseball.
I'd love if the camera was on you at your worst moment. That'd be blowing shit up your ass all day.
Oh, you would. It'd be great too because I don't care.
I don't care either, Dorito. I'm just pissed off that lowlifes like you can't fucking leave it alone. Fuck off with that, okay? I'm just done with it.
Did you? What's that? What did you throw?
I threw your fucking wife down the stairs, you stupid cunt. Fuck off.
I don't.
So, the first clip, he grabs a cup and throws it at his cat because we knew this single guy who worked at the library lived with cats. Then his buddy makes fun of him. He says, "Oh, you should get one of those a wristband that attaches to your wrist, little bungee cords. When you throw your water bottle, you don't have to chase after it; it comes right back." And then Chad, I said, "Thank you, Constitution Freedom Fighter." So let's get into this video. This is the public meltdown that has been seen across the world. But let's see what started it all. Check out DMA. We're going to let this video run through, and that's the reason we stopped today.
I'm paying the most attention.
Hey guys, Metro Metro Audit's here.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you guys video me, make sure you give me a long good shot. Seriously.
Hey, you're so far so good.
Okay.
I think it's weird to see you without your glasses on.
Just this help you out, DMA?
So this is the youth area in here that the guy was telling me about. How's it going, man?
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Just taking some footage over here.
About what?
I don't know yet.
All right. I know you have the right to record, but this is a kid's area. It's a
Yeah.
little shaky for you to be recording.
It's not shaky at all. I mean, the law's black and white, so I'm not
Yeah, but
recording
there are
this.
children underage here.
Yeah.
So you can take your camera and go downstairs with it, or you can get security to handle this.
Okay, yeah, you want to get security. So we got the guy with the blue line bandana on his face.
Now, guys, real quick, before we move forward, we're at 438. Let's quickly go back to 428. Let's look at this psychopath. Now, we saw Chatty O. We saw Chatty O assault his cat. We saw Chatty O threaten this other guy. This was before, after he got fired from the government. Now, this, folks, is the reason the blue line is dangerous. Because people call us auditors crazy and our fans are crazy. Look at the police fans. Look at the blue line flag. This is the one, the guy that throws his cat. This is the fucking one that's voting for an increased police budget. We are on, the only thing that's on shaky ground is this guy's mental state.
So you can take your camera and go downstairs with it, or you can get security to handle this.
Okay, yeah, you want to get security. So we got the guy with the blue line bandana on his face.
Yeah.
Of course, he's the one to give me crap about.
Oh, of course I am.
So we got this guy going to go get security on me because I'm in here where the children are. It's a library. There's going to be children all over the place.
No, kids.
We got the blue line guy here freaking out, acting a little unprofessional, getting a little irate, throwing a tantrum. Yeah, okay.
It's because you're upset.
I don't get upset.
Went into this cave here.
He went in to go talk to somebody that's a boss or something over there.
A boss?
I guess he's like, "Hey, Karen,
Man.
okay, take pictures. Not afraid of a camera, Darren here. Yeah, go ahead. It's fine. You can take pictures. Not afraid of a camera.
Say hi to YouTube because you're live.
Welcome to the 1A movement, man.
Okay. Well,
So we got this guy who's using the F word around children, and he just was concerned with me recording children. Yet he's using the F word around children.
He's got his camera on some kids in the back.
I don't have camera on the kids. I'm actually.
I don't have our
professional
camera on
with
the kids either. I never did.
it. Can you please leave, or I'll call the fucking police and have them get you out of here?
Look at all these kids around here, and he's saying F-ing and acting like this.
Because you're recording around children, and that's totally against everything. I'm a police. You know what?
Oh,
Get the fuck out of here! Go!
Chad, calm down, Chad. Wow.
Wait. So, guys, really quick. Chatty obviously is not happy. And here's the thing. We can't judge
No, I didn't bluff.
on his first day. He was fired because of this.
I bluff. I always show. I didn't show
So in
it.
a year and a half, he's probably learned to control
Always
his anger
show.
and stop throwing things. Yeah. This, I mean, it must be stopped.
ニューイヤー一発目、今日は、ノースハリウッドっていうね、LA から北に40分ぐらいのハリウッドよりちょっと北の方で、今日はローライダーのニューイヤーやってて、そちらの方をチェックしたいと思います。これはね、結構トラディショナル。伝統的。
Hello, hey, yay.
Say hi to the camera.
Hi. Come on up here, help me.
King kick.
Let's see, sir. Are you okay? I guess y'all booted.
No, I'm not. That bed just fell apart. I gotta go. I'm out.
Oh, are you? All right, man. Baseball.
I'd love if the camera was on you at your worst moment. That'd be blowing shit up your ass all day.
Oh, you would. It'd be great too because I don't care.
I don't care either, Dorito. I'm just pissed off that lowlifes like you can't fucking leave it alone. Fuck off with it, okay? I'm just done with it.
What do you throw?
I threw your fucking wife down the stairs, you stupid cunt. Fuck off.
We're happy to report that he's in a much better place now. The whole throwing of the cat thing, this was at least 48 hours ago. So he's in a much better place. So now that we know how he still is, let's go back to how this mental midget was on Denver Metro Audit's video as well. Let's go back to about here because I can't help but watch the mental breakdown of this guy.
Please. And I'm gonna get you out of here.
Look at all these kids around here, and he's saying effing him and acting like this.
Because you're recording around children, and that's fully against everything I'm a believer. You know what?
Oh,
get the fuck out of here! Go!
God, calm down, Chad. Wow.
I guess we just had a mom. She just complained that you filmed her.
Okay, guys, let's get in the comment section. How many of y'all have seen this video before? If you've seen it, put a 1. If this is your first time seeing it, put a 2. It's very important you guys interact because to be able to continue from here, I need to know what your thoughts are. So, 1, what was it? 1 if they've seen it? 1 if you've seen it. 2 if you have not seen it. 2 if you haven't seen it. 2 is the first time have you seen this?
A lot of ones. A couple 2s.
A lot of 1s, couple 2s. Okay, so for the folks that haven't seen this video, I need your help. So only the 2s. Only the 2s. Now, we've had him swear, cuss, and act like a fucking moron in front of a bunch of kids. He's taken a water bottle and spiked it. He's got up, had a mental fucking breakdown, and then he just like he was so angry, he got him so fucked up, he couldn't even punch the codes in the door. It was a 3-digit number.
That's true. He couldn't even punch the codes in the door.
What do you think the chances are he goes even more crazy? 3 for crazier and 4 for it's not possible. That's good, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the people say. 3 for he goes crazier, 4 it's not possible to go crazier than that.
Shouldn't have looked.
Okay. And also, guys, please hit the like button. Just do it, and then subscribe to my friend. A lot of 3s. They think he will go crazier.
And well, I don't know if he goes crazier, but he definitely goes more crazy again. I don't know if you can top the water bottle part.
I don't know. I like the last part.
Do you?
I fucking love it.
Okay, let us know which part you think.
Yeah,
the water bottle part or this part.
Yeah, we'll check back in.
Okay.
No.
We weren't filming children. I never even filmed a child.
Okay, so
I came in here and was recording him.
Okay, so that's what I don't know. So
You made contact.
Yeah, she's calling me Royal Police because she said you're filming.
Okay, well, we'll wait till the police get here then. That's ridiculous. Oh, is there water on the ground? Let's check it out.
And I'll show you guys the aftermath of this.
Oh, here he is.
This is the guy right here.
They have to say for children.
Hold on. Hi guys.
Hi.
I'm the manager of public services for the whole library thing.
All right.
Is there anything we can do to help you?
Yeah.
I would like to know why he went ballistic and was using a lot of profane language around the kids in this area. I mean,
Because they were filming kids, and I don't believe in filming
We
children.
weren't filming kids. We weren't filming kids. Look, he's acting up again.
Put that on your YouTube channel.
Dude.
Help me get you shut down like that.
Wow.
Someone needs to go home today, I think.
Okay, so I would be surprised if that guy still has his job after this. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
To know why he went ballistic and was using.
Okay. Now, before you guys vote, it's very important that this bottle is very triggering. The bottle, maybe a bottle, and I'm not saying this has happened. I'm saying, but possibly a bottle was inserted into his rectum, and he hates bottles because I don't know if you guys. Heather's on the phone with Carthief. He sends his love. AFA, we love you too, Carthief. And so this bottle's driving him fucking bonkers. Notice when he goes into the door, he kicks the bottles again. Right when the door's about to close, you see him boot the bottle. So we're gonna slow it down for you because this is what we do here. I'm on DMA's dime. He makes more money than me, so we have nicer effects.
A lot of profane language around the kids in this area. I mean,
Because they were filming kids, and I don't believe in filming
We
children.
weren't filming kids. We weren't filming kids. Look, he's acting up again.
Put that on your YouTube channel.
Dude.
No, we get you shut down like that.
Wow.
Someone needs to go home today.
Okay, so
Let's see that one watch
I
again.
would be surprised if that guy's still filming kids.
Oh.
Acting.
I mean,
Because we're filming kids, and I don't believe in filming
We
children.
weren't filming kids.
We were filming kids.
Again.
Put that on your YouTube channel. No, get you shut down like that.
Slow down even more.
Come on, you.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I would be surprised if that guy still has his job after this. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. This guy, Chad. By the way, I invite you on, okay? Because no, not without your water bottle girlfriend. I don't know what else he does. The water bottle to Chad is a wife to a police officer. It's just something you can beat. That's
or a cat, his cat.
Or his cat.
Yeah.
He may have thrown his cat. This is possible.
Well, actually, he actually does sniff his cat's butt. Sure. On the channel, yeah, he sniffs the cat's butt. He's either sniffing the butt or kicking it or throwing a cup at it.
Absolutely crazy that they hire people like that to work for animal kids.
Can I get your name now again?
My name, Joanna McNeil.
Joanna McNeil. Okay.
Manager of public. All the branches, so I'm not the executive director.
Now, guys, there is one thing that we missed. Okay. Now, it's very important that when we give you information, we do our best to give you correct and accurate information.
Oh yeah.
And not every piece of information is always going to be accurate. There is one unsung hero that very few people have noticed. I think that you should recognize.
You're gonna recognize what you just pointed out, Dirty Dog.
The library hired somebody for Chad. It's Chadio Security. He was hired just to pick shit up when Chad throws it down. Shout out to this man. In fact, let's give you some cool music. I'm not even gonna put on the sound. I'm gonna give you some great music. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe I'm fucking saying this. The lady that brought a broom to mop up water. I mean,
no, she brought the broom to sweep up the broken plastic pieces of water bottle that couldn't make it past his throat. Floor. That's what it was. She's the true hero here. She picked up the water bottle.
She brought a broom to mop up water. This is I don't care what you say. This is the type of people that they hire. One guy likes to throw anything from a water bottle to a cat. Okay. This one brings a broom to a mop fighting battle. There she is, folks, ladies and gentlemen. She's in the back. You'll see her right behind Chad Yo. Let's watch as she makes America
boys.
great
again. Boss.
It's like the giant. Look at her. She's like, sweeping. Ma'am, you're behind Chad. You're sweeping up that water. Fuck that mop. You know how to sweep. And I'm sorry, Chad blocked you. We can't sweep just as hard as we worked. But we're there, keeping America safe from bugs. Like Chad. Let's watch you work. Lady Liberty.
GG, guys.
He goes, we salute you. Thank you for your service. So does that bottle. Oh, she put a chair back too. They have people, they have a whole staff on standby just when this guy pretends his wife when his wife's not around. Can you get something true like her? Look at her. She pushed the chair, 2 chairs back. The water has been swept. And there she goes. And there she goes. Now she's gonna have to come back and pick that chair up. What a dick. Oh, that's right. That's when this guy comes in. They're tag teaming this shit. Wow.
But there she goes. She's dropping the broken water
Yeah,
bottle in the trash
and
can.
there it goes. There it
Everyone's
goes.
cleaning up after Chadio.
Cleaning up after Chadio.
True heroes here.
These are the true heroes. We missed a couple super chats. Miss Bell says, "What up, Josh and DMA?" Hello, Miss Bell. Love you. Banana DMAFA equals American heroes. Duh. Hillsborough College. Let's start a GoFundMe for the woman who had to sweep up water in the bathroom. Actually, guys, she reached out to us. The woman who had to sweep them off the water. She reached out to me and she said, "I lost it all because of Chadio. Can you help me? Could you share my PayPal?" And as American heroes, we said yes. So if you want to help her, you can donate to her PayPal right now by going to www.paypal.me/accountability for all. Back to the video.
All the branch supervisors report to me. So it's central, Martin Luther King, often the other branches. No, wait, I would hear. So the admin, this is the building of the admin. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we're upstairs on the second floor.
Gotcha. Yeah, that guy. I came on the tail end of it. I just saw him throw his bottle and he was yelling, accusing us of things that we're not even doing. Now the police are called.
Guys, just so you know, that's not for the lady that picked up. That's my PayPal, so you can donate to it. It'll make us feel better doing it.
And that's for some reason I don't quite get it. I mean, if anything, this guy made threatening gestures at me, which I have recorded on camera. And I'm still shaking.
My adrenaline's pumping too.
Yeah, I think we've all got a lot of adrenaline.
The guy was going to just attack us.
Really?
Okay.
Are you serious?
So,
excuse me.
No comments.
Really?
Everybody was scared.
Did you just say what I thought? Okay, just
These people are allowed to film in here. It's a public place.
wow.
So we're just going to let them film, and we'll just get on with our work.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Appreciate that, man.
If there's one person, that's why you're in charge.
Well, I'm not totally in charge, but I think I have more experience in libraries.
So we got this lady over here who just can't stand the fact that we're in here either. You know, we're just peaceful people. That's all. We just came in here because we're doing a little story in the library, and that's it. We're not coming in here to record kids. I mean, not that it's illegal to record kids. I mean, I record my nephew's sports games all the time. That's not illegal, right? So
the only sane person in this library that appears. She's like, I'm sorry, what was your name? Yeah.
Joanna.
Thank you.
Joanna, her name's Joanna too. My gosh, that's crazy. We know another Joanna at Belmar Library.
Oh,
she's in Jefferson County.
Yeah.
She was a manager over there too. So that's just funny. It's a little inside joke. But you're much better than she was. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we like you.
I mean, is there anything else? Do you have any questions? Is there anything we can do to help you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if the police get here and you want to just tell them that we're allowed to be in here and stuff. And we're not trying to hang out forever and cause a scene. We just want to peacefully record and we'll be on our way.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
Okay.
Maybe 10 minutes.
I think they probably know anyway.
All right. Well, thanks, Joanna.
Thank you for
that. I appreciate that, Joe.
That's refreshing to have Joanna here that knows the law and is respectful.
Like he literally had the water bottle like he was going to hit me.
Dude,
like he was shit.
Now, guys, we love our audience. We love them. I love my guys, and DNA likes his. We do everything we do for you, but I want you guys to know that our activism does not take a day off. It doesn't. Now, this is a video I'm not even going to release on my channel. You're going to have to actually go to DMA's channel because he's going to be releasing this tomorrow. We were somewhere at some time with someone. Okay? That's all I can tell you about this incident. Share no more, and let it be known the cop on his big boat got very angry. Actually, he was on a boat. He's on a jet ski. He was on a yacht. No, he was on a wave runner. What? No, the cop was on a wave runner. We were on a boat. That's right, because the cop is poor and beats his wife. We were on a yacht. We were on a yacht. The cop was on a jet ski. Jet ski. He was on a jet ski. So we would love to show you that video, guys, as well. Now, the link to Chatty-O, the original video, which you guys should really go fucking watch. It's one of the best videos I've ever seen. I watched it. We were going to dinner tonight, and I was literally watching it in the car over and over it again. It was amazing. And DMA's dropping the short on it tomorrow. But aside from that, without further ado, I want to show you activism. I mean, that's a pretty good title, activism on your day off. So that's what I would call this. So let's pull it up for you here. This is activism on your day off. Now, mine, you need to watch DMA's because he gets the view of me, the boat, the cop, him, like he gets everything. So you're going to want to go subscribe to him and check this out. So let's go watch cops, activism on your day off. Here we go.
Oh, you didn't hear me? I said, fuck the police. All right, you're dismissed. Bye. Bye. That's the reason I stopped you today. Hey, can you hear this? Let me turn it up for you. All right, ride your jet ski, bro. See, here's what happens, guys. This guy throws on the lights. What'd you say? And then he looks like a moron. Because the mistake they make is that when they throw those lights on, what's the chances that they have 200,000 followers? 200. What's the chance?
Now, guys, before we continue, I said this. Can you hear this? Let me turn it up for you. Now, DMA, help us out here, not just me, but us. What is the only thing scarier than one cop on a yacht? One cop on a jet ski? That's right, jet ski. What is scarier than one cop on a rubber ducky? Two cops? There's no way we got two cops on a jet ski. Yeah.
None. What's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number?
You ain't pumping no fair here, bud. Why don't you get that shit rolling? You don't like free speech?
What's your name and badge number?
Yeah, you ain't pumping no fair here, bud.
Oh, look, oh, he's got backup.
Yeah,
He's got backup.
you ain't doing shit in here, bud. Yeah.
No, I was just telling him I wanted to say fuck the police. I was being kind. I was just giving him a present. I was giving him this. For him.
Would you like us to say it louder? Fuck the police!
Hey, listen, man. Do you want me to take you to dinner? I know I make more than you, but I'm willing to pay. Look at those fucking stupid lights.
Look at these egos. Won't let them leave.
Yo, you got your swimmies on, bro? You got your swimmies? Nah, you inflate on your own, man. You're dismissed, man. Oh, wait, he's Harbor Patrol. I should have had some respect. My bad. I didn't realize he was Harbor Patrol.
Yeah, walk the shit, bud. You're dismissed.
And that's it. They did the, as DMA so kindly calls it, they did the float of shame.
Float of shame.
They did the float of shame. They floated away on their stupid little yachts.
Well, so let's give them a little backstory. The reason that they came up in the first place, though, right?
Why did they come up in the first place?
Because they were harassing some other boat, right? And we flew past them, or we floated past them, and we said, "Fuck the police!" And guess what? Their egos took a hit, and they're not used to people talking to them that way, as you know. And they came up with their little blue flashing light on their jet ski. And they thought, intimidated by that, and we were gonna, I don't know, cower down and lick his boots or something. But yes, he did think that. He was sort of mistaken, as they always are. But his pride and ego wouldn't let him leave, and he wasn't expecting that, so he just stayed there as long as he could, and finally had to do the float of shame on it.
He did do the float of shame. Now, that's not the first cop that we met together, was it? Oh, is it on this one? Hold on, let me look real quick. I want to find the first cop that DMA and I met together. It's on.
Talking about the one at the. Talking about the one at the.
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up is because yes, the guy in the boat thanked us because they were dealing with a fucking tyrant maniac cop, and people don't like when cops abuse their authority. But that is not the first cop that we met, was it? So should we share the first cop? I don't know, man. I'll keep it secret. We'll keep it secret. I mean, maybe if the super chat comes through, or someone goes and buys a membership on DMA's channel, we can share it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like plugging DMA or anything right now, but maybe they should do that. Will we show them then?
We'll think about it. I don't even know what video you're talking about, so I'm gonna be surprised too. There's too many videos.
There are too many videos. Let's take a look here. Oh, I found a Yiddy. Let's start at the beginning. DMA and our very first cop watch together. And then we'll close out with Chatty Ho. What's going on, guys? What's up, dude?
That's much. How you doing?
Too bad. What we got going on here today?
I'm running out of gas.
We're out of gas.
Yep. So
All right.
Not too exciting.
All right.
Have a good night, bud.
Yep. You're famous, bro. No. Can I drive it?
Maybe next time.
All right. Maybe next time. Yeah.
Can I call you by your first name? What is it? Officer.
Officer Carol. Yep. Have a good night.
There you go. Can you just smile for the thumbnail? Give me a thumbs up. Thank you.
His name is Carol.
Which way are you going? You going this way? Where are you going? Are you going another call? It sounds like he's going another call. That's cops. I can tell by the sound. Tell by the siren. Yep. You're welcome, buddy. You know that. Now, the interesting thing to note here, and thank you, late night, is that the guy knew who I was, right? So I walk up, I ask my questions, I say, what are you doing? He tells me. When we drive by, what you don't know is that he's searching two vehicles and interrogating a person. So if the police just showed up to assist a citizen when they ran out of gas, then it's like, oh, do you need help? Can I call AAA? Want me to give you a lift to the gas station? You can get gas canister, we'll bring it back. Normally, when someone runs, I've never seen someone run out of gas, and the person that's helping them is interrogating them and searching the vehicle.
Yeah, you don't put their flashlight, trying to look for stuff, right?
Yeah. This, in case you guys didn't know, take a lesson from the police. This is how you help someone when they run out of gas. Now, yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, you use the plain view doctrine, you try to bust them for something.
Maybe what the cop thought was the guy had gas in his vehicle or in his pockets.
Yeah.
So he said, maybe this guy forgot that he has gas in his pockets and in his vehicle.
Me and Bob
searched those places
Bob
so I could find some gas. I have gas right now. It's not in my pockets. It's in my ass. However, but Banana Anna, by the way, subscribe to Banana Anna and Sweet Tea Audio. The cop knows who I am and calls me by name. And Banana says,
Touch it
well,
back
call
off.
him by his first name. Let me get your first name. And the cop says, officer. Now, here's the problem. And this is Officer Carol from the Stone Police Department. They knew who I was, and they knew the size of my channel. And here's how police do things. We were discussing this earlier, that if they think you can make them look bad, they'll acquiesce, they'll bow down, they'll suck the freedom boot. But if they're not sure who you are and they don't think you have a wide reach, they just won't answer your questions, because the only thing that matters is how many people see them being an asshole. One is enough. Stone and PD, we've had a decent relationship, but you don't help somebody find gas by searching their vehicle in their pockets. You don't interrogate someone into finding the gas.
I remember they drove by and they said, thank you guys, thank you for doing that.
He was blown away. Yeah. The people drove by and they said, guys, thank you so much. I said, hey, no problem, man. And he was, because you're so used to seeing fucking bootlickers, but here's how this, and the reason this happened, is we were in Middlesex County in Massachusetts in 2018, 2017 to 2020, I believe, and was in the Farmer's Almanac as the richest county in the United States. This guy wasn't driving a Lexus, a BMW, a Mercedes, a Cadillac. A Cadillac is poor in this area. He was driving a broke down beater. And he wasn't dressed up in the $900s or the $1,000 outfit. So the cop thought that his rights might be up for violating because he might just not be rich enough. to be in that neighborhood. When it came to Banana asking his name, maybe they just weren't big enough for him to need to answer those questions. It doesn't matter how many followers you have or don't have. It doesn't matter where you're from or how much money you have. Lady Justice is blind, so she doesn't have to see your bank account. Your rights are inalienable. Excuse me. And cops seem to forget that. Now let me do the super chats real quick, and then we have an update because Chadio is doing much better. Constitutional Freedom Fighter says he's psycho. Yes, he is. Journal Thread says DMA looks like a little kid sitting beside you, Josh.
You know, and the reason is like I am short and this chair is like way smaller. There you go. Now it's all. They look like a little kid.
There we go. Banana Rana says, I can't say this, I'm sorry. Heather's on the phone with Garthief. He sends love to the AFA crew. What up, Garthief? Hope you're doing well, man. Miss Bell says, what up, Josh and DMA? Banana Rana, DMAFA equals American heroes. That is fucking so true.
Thank you, Banana.
Hillsborough, watch. You want to read this one?
No, you're good. I'm good.
Should I do a movie voice?
It always makes better.
Should we have sound effects when we play the movie voice?
Yes.
What started to fund me? A woman had to scoop up water. That's fucking
it's a tragedy.
This fall in NBC. This is what happens when one librarian stops getting polite and starts breaking water bottles. Late night 702-1999. Hey there, AFA and DMA, miss you guys, and Sweet Tea and Banana, we miss you too.
Miss you too, Sid.
Late night also says for $9.99. When am I coming to Boston? As soon as I move somewhere else.
No, when are you coming to Colorado? That's a better question.
I should figure it out.
Yeah. Hang out with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you share, like, subscribe. All of the videos coming from Denver Metro Audits. Amazing video dropping soon on DMA's channel, my channel. The revisit is worse than the initial visit. You need to subscribe to Denver, Banana Anna, and Sweet Tea equals American Heroes. That's so true.
That's
much
true.
Prettier ones than us.
Yep.
Now, Chadio is doing much better. Chadio, a year after. Congratulations. New Colorado Spring cop Chadio. Well, Chadio is doing much better. But we need to give it a rest with Chadio. A year and a half later, he's made some progress. Okay? He's made some progress. It's not who are ye judge or something like who less judge, ye be judge, some biblical stuff. He's doing better. We want to show you.
I will.
Chadio.
Hey, Dirty Duck said hi, babe.
Doing
Really
awesome.
high.
Chadio, our hats are off to you, sir.
で、ニューイヤー一発目、今日は、ノースハリウッドっていうね、LA から北に40分くらい行ったところにある、ハリウッドよりちょっと北の方で、今日はノーライダーのニューイヤーやったので、そちらの方をチェックしたいと思います。これはね、結構トラディショナル。伝統的。
Oh, hey, yay.
Say hi to the camera.
Yeah, this t-shirt. Come on up here, hobo.
Walking up.
I think I was right. Maybe. Let's see, sir. Happy
Daddy, are you okay?
Damn it.
I guess y'all booted
No, I'm not. My bed frame just fell apart.
But me
I gotta go. I'm out.
Oh, are you? All right, man.
I'm not. Like a baseball. I'd love if the camera was on you at your worst moment. I'd be blowing shit up your ass all day.
Oh, you would. It'd be great too because I don't care.
I don't care either, Dorito. I'm just pissed off that lowlifes like you can't fucking leave it alone. Fuck off with it, okay? I'm just done with it.
Did you? Was that? What did he throw?
I threw your fucking wife down the stairs, you stupid cunt. Fuck off.
I gotta be honest. Well done.
Yeah.
To Colorado.
It's an improvement.
It's an improvement.
It actually is an improvement. From throwing the bottle and the chair, that's actually.
He threw a cat.
No, he threw a cup at the cat.
Okay, so
that's better than
I appreciate your justification. So let's do that one again.
The cup is half full, right? Come on, man.
Are we seeing the cat half empty or the cup half full?
Well, either way, it's
Well, that
plastic.
last time.
So you trying to stick up for Chadio? I said he threw a cat, and you go, "That's not fair. He threw a cup at a cat." Is he that bad that this is what we're doing?
I guess you know what. You're right. I guess throwing the bottle is actually not as bad as throwing the cup at the cat. You're right. I didn't think about it that way.
Chad, this is a family show. Okay? Just, I mean, pretend every person you meet
Chris Evans
is your neighbor. It's a beautiful day in the AF neighborhood. A beautiful day for an AF neighbor. Chattio sucks. Chattio sucks. It's a beautiful day. This tyrant sucks. A tyrant day for a beauty. Chattio sucks. Chattio sucks. Chattio, do you know that you're below? I hate you, Chattio. Until next time, have a wonderful day, neighbors. And that's the reason we stopped here today. Burn.
We're hearing now for the first time police dispatch audio captured on Broadcastify. One of the initial transmissions, a report from Foxtrot, BPD's helicopter unit, on the size of the crowd gathering on Gretna Court, which soon turned into a deadly scene.
There's probably close to 900,000 people, so just stay back.
Then someone called police, the dispatcher, alerting officers.
Caller wanted to remain anonymous, states that hundreds of males and females are armed with guns and knives at the location.
For now, it's not clear if officers were actually responding by this time to Gretna Court. But then, another dispatch alert.
Like, when I'm getting a 1031 discharge in a firearm, 815 Herndon Court, people shooting and fighting at the location, anonymous caller.
That call coming in about an hour and a half before the deadly shooting. We're hearing now for the first time police dispatch audio captured on Broadcastify. One of the initial transmissions, a report from Foxtrot.
It's me and Bob's the hog again.
Remember the insane abuse against Kenny McDonald by the Phoenix Police Department? Well, I got a little update for you. And yes, this is the same Phoenix Police Department that's still under investigation by the Department of Injustice for police abuse of power. And yes, while they were under investigation, they continued to abuse their power against Kenny and others. And why did the cops abuse Kenny? Well, because they have fragile egos and don't like to be called names. Stay tuned for the update, because it turns out that the Phoenix Thin Blue Line gang is engaged in criminal activity.
I'm shocked that you would say that about our boys in blue, Brian.
Roll the intro.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
So here's the deal.
Here's the deal. So here's the deal.
But here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Well, here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
So here's the deal.
And here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Because here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Either give me your ID or you go to jail. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that? How about that? Here's the deal.
Welcome back to the Here's the Deal channel. Well, because ABC 15 Arizona exposed the Phoenix tyrants, the higher-ups made a PR statement. That's a statement where they publicize their lies and hope that you won't notice that they're lies. They said, this incident was recently brought to the attention of those at the highest level of our department. The Phoenix Thin Blue Line Gestapo is committed to continuous improvement and strengthening community trust. Thinking deeply about the sheer insanity of these tyrants' violent actions over mere words unearths the utter hypocrisy of their very existence. Because let's face it, if we did to somebody what these cops did to Kenny, we'd be in cuffs and on the ground so fast it'd make our heads spin. Yet they film their activity and feel absolutely no remorse for their evil actions. The assault on this man was helped along by Officer Christopher Turiano, who also tried to pry Kenny's fingers open to get that fingerprint scan. I'm pretty sure that's unconstitutional, Turiano. They don't care, Brian. They just don't care.
Turn away from me. What? Turn away from me. Why? I'm going to take your fingerprint. I'm not going to give you my fingerprints, man. It's not up to you. I know, but I'm just not going to. Well, it's not up to you. Okay, I know. All right, we'll pull you out and we'll force you then. I mean, I'll get out. Okay, we're going to force you. Force me all you want. I was trying to be nice.
And just to recap, Kenny was riding his bike through the police union parking lot, insulting officers. The first to get his little feelings hurt was Officer Turiano. Officer Turiano, by the way, is the one who shot a protester in the groin with a gas round a while back. Officers celebrated the shot with a special challenge coin. He was also on the Brady list due to excessive force. In 2003, Officer Turiano, assisting in a traffic stop, forcibly removed a ring from a suspect and attempted to force the man's body onto the patrol car while attempting to choke him. The guy Turiano was violating was handcuffed, of course.
Takes a special kind of courage to do that to somebody, Officer Turiano?
Prosecutors wanted to keep that little incident hidden from the jury, though.
The report that we do have is an incident that happened over 20 years ago. The state doesn't believe it should be able to come in this trial.
Kenny, who represented himself during the trial, brought up Turiano's past, and the judge agreed that Officer Turiano's past actions are relevant in this case.
Similarities in the case are they're similar. They're very similar. And the 20 years could be seen just the other way. I mean, it means that the pattern still exists after 20 years and nothing's happened. And that's why I think it's important.
So the judge denied the prosecution's request that be precluded from testimony.
The fact that the officer was on the Brady list is relevant, and the court will deny the request that be precluded from testimony in this matter.
The other officer on the scene, Brian Alvarado, has a history of turning in more hours than he actually worked. So, and I know this comes as a complete shock to all of you, Brian Alvarado is a thief and a liar. He obviously doesn't mind stealing from the tax cattle that he's out there to serve and protect the crap out of. Because of this, the prosecution chose to dismiss the case because neither Alvarado nor Turiano are credible.
And we've got this report from Alvarado today. The state no longer believes we have a reasonable likelihood of conviction, so it's in the interest of justice to dismiss it.
And the odds that there were two officers on the scene with a history of abusing their position is slim to none. That is, unless the entire Phoenix Police Department is filled with corrupt and violent cops. The fact that they waited 10 months to drop the case without at least firing these two officers tells you that there's a way bigger problem in the Phoenix Police Department than the violent actions of just two ego-bruised police officers. If you like this video, maybe you'll like some of my others. Check out my most popular playlist and the Right to Travel playlist. And I got a whole lot of other videos that are still relevant today, unfortunately. Help me overcome the censorship algorithms by liking, sharing, and leaving a comment. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel and hit the bell notification icon. If you want to support the channel further, check out the links in the description, become a channel member, and grab a hard-hitting conversation-starting design that you can put on a shirt, hoodie, mug, cell phone case, hat, whatever you want. Remember, freedom is dangerous. Always has been, and it always will be. The only thing more dangerous is not having it. I'll see you in the next video.
Of the left. In all these left-wing
on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. All these left-wing CNN, MSNBC media hacks, they love to use the Constitution as a weapon when it benefits them, huh? When Donald Trump was president, the amount of times they claimed that he was acting unconstitutional. It's funny how the Constitution only matters when they can wield it as a weapon. The moment the Constitution is upheld in a manner that gets in the way of their political goals, well, then all of a sudden it's a freaking outrage. I cannot believe what I am hearing. Well, I mean, I can believe what I'm hearing. I'm not surprised by it, but I just can't believe that this is where we are as a society. Let's take a look at what CNN is outraged over this time. We've got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's start off with the context. Eric Schmidt writes on Twitter, breaking: a federal judge in Missouri versus Biden just granted a preliminary injunction prohibiting the FBI, DOJ, DHS, and other agencies from working with big tech to censor on social media. A big win for the First Amendment on this Independence Day. I'm proud to have led the fight. The plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits in establishing that the government has used its power to silence the opposition. And just to show you how significant this is, just to really drive the point home to show how scary it is for someone in my position on this platform, thanks to all the censorship, I'm going to have to read this next sentence redacted. Opposition to various topics related to the coup, or opposition to a particular election, opposition to President Biden's policies, statements that the Hunter laptop story was true, and opposition to policies of government officials in power, all were suppressed. Let me also add in for context that this YouTube channel just a year ago was in a really freaking big trouble because of the censorship campaign led by the Biden administration last year. I'm still uncomfortable even reading those basic topics on this platform and reading a legal decision concluding that all those actions were unconstitutional. Anyways, let's get back to the document. It is quite telling that each example or category of suppressed speech was conservative in nature. This targeted suppression of conservative ideas is a perfect example of viewpoint discrimination of political speech. American citizens have the right to engage in free debate about these significant issues affecting the country. Although this case is relatively young, and at this stage, the court is only examining it in terms of plaintiffs' likelihood of success on the merits, the evidence produced thus far depicts an almost dystopian scenario. During the pandemic, a period perhaps best categorized by widespread doubt and uncertainty, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian ministry of truth. This is one of the most based legal documents I have ever read in my life, and I've been waiting for this moment. It's about damn time that we start seeing some federal cases here and some federal judges making some important precedent-setting decisions on this issue. And the decision seems to be that the United States federal government and federal agencies have absolutely no place communicating with big tech giants, orchestrating these censorship campaigns to control free speech, constitutionally protected speech. Frickin' bravo. This is a huge win for the Constitution. It's a huge win for freedom. It's a huge win for basic ethics. And, well, of course, what do you think's happening at CNN? Well, take a look.
Trump-appointed judge, but this judge was confirmed 98-0 by the Senate. Just reading the words in this injunction, a, quote, massive effort by the defendants to suppress speech based on content, those are the judge's words, calling the present case, quote, arguably involves the most massive attack against free speech in the United States history, Ellie.
Yeah. It's a dramatic decision by this judge. If you read through it, he's citing to literature and George Washington and Ben Franklin. Here's what really is astonishing to me. This is a conservative ideology that clearly comes through in this decision. It's a conservative political ideology, right? We saw some of the quotes questioning conservative talking points. But the ruling itself is the opposite of judicial conservatism. This is one of the most aggressive, far-reaching rulings you'll ever see. What this judge is purporting to do is to micromanage, really, the day-to-day interactions between essentially the entire executive branch, all these agencies that are listed as defendants, and the leading social media companies. And in the actual temporary injunction, the judge basically says, you're not allowed, administration, to talk to these social media companies about any protected free speech except for cybersecurity threats, national security threats, criminal threats. But where's the line? Who's going to police this?
They seem really freaking upset that the Biden administration and federal agencies can no longer communicate with big tech to censor lawful speech. What is wrong with these people? He claims that it's a conservative ideology. Since when is the First Amendment the most important, let's call it a bullet point of the Constitution, the first bullet point labeled as number one, the most important right, the bedrock of a free society and free democracy? How is that a conservative value? If you mean in terms of conserving basic freedoms in the Constitution, yeah, maybe. If you mean politically conservative, you're a freaking crackhead. Then the CNN genius legal scholar goes on and lays out the decision. And again, he's trying to frame it as if it's this outrageous thing that the federal government is barred from intervening in people's ability to engage in lawful speech online. What argument are you making? Like, I literally don't understand. These are the same people who are going, blah, 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 the Constitution, blah, 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 whatever it benefits them. But in this case, in the most clear-cut example of the Constitution being upheld, where a judge is saying that Joe Biden and his freaking ministry of truth truth, these rogue FBI agents and other federal and, in some cases, globalist entities, those institutions don't have the right to block you or punish you for simply engaging in constitutionally protected lawful speech. You know, again, it's the wolf in sheep's clothing. We are compassionate liberals. We just want to protect people. No, you are fascists. That's what you are. We're at a point in American society and in Western society where we are losing the right to free speech, the most important right. The right to question everything, the right to question governing bodies, the right to question the federal government, the president, federal agencies, the right to stand up and protest and have your voice heard in the public forum. There is a concerted effort, and the media seems to be the tip of the spear, to take away your rights. Another point of irony, huh? Donald Trump is unconstitutional. He's acting unconstitutional, says the people who are literally advocating for your constitutional rights to be revoked. Oh, those evil MAGA Republicans and Ron DeSantis in Florida are coming after your rights. The Supreme Court's going after women's rights. None of which actually happened. Meanwhile, here you have the same media hacks literally arguing for the government to have the ability to deny you of your rights, arguing against federal judge decisions protecting your rights, and in general, engaging in this massive globalist campaign to take away the right to free speech. It's utterly despicable. Frankly, it makes me sick, it makes me angry, it makes me frustrated, because you can tell exactly what's going on. It's a legacy media establishment that's losing its power as independent news sources are thriving in an open space environment, especially after Elon Musk purchased Twitter, where ideas are allowed to free flow and discussion is happening, where media narratives are being debunked. They're losing control, they're losing power, and essentially they're throwing a tantrum. And the same thing applies to the federal government and these goons at these federal agencies. They're losing control over narratives, they can't handle it. What we're seeing here is a wannabe authoritarian leftist temper tantrum. You know, in terms of politics, let's really put it into perspective. What side do you want to be on? How could you support Donald Trump? He said mean things about Rosie O'Donnell. He takes advantage of tax loopholes that literally everybody else takes advantage of and use losses to declare no income and pay no taxes. Oh, the outrage, the horror. How could you possibly associate yourself with these evil Republicans? Oh, how could you associate yourself with a fanatical, authoritarian communist regime? That's what it is. It may be communist light, but it's still freaking communist. It may be authoritarian light, but it's still authoritarian. What's worse, that Donald Trump said, you know, grab him by the you-know-what? Or a globalist regime intent on stripping away your rights one step at a time? Even the two most important rights, your First and Second Amendment, an out-of-control, insatiable, power-hungry regime looking to make the fictional content of 1984 real life. Wake up, people. Wake up. You folks on the globalist left need to ask yourself a very, very simple question.
Are we the baddies?
Take a moment. Think. The writing is on the wall. It's so obvious. It's right in front of you. You just need to open your eyes. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. You know that we'd love to have you here. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
And we'll be talking about masculinity. And just very briefly, I asked Lauren if she wanted to join as well, because
I'm such an embodiment
you're a woman.
of masculinity. Oh, okay.
As a woman, having that perspective, you know, as like, you know, two guys will be discussing masculinity and in family and stuff. I think having a female perspective would make it a more robust conversation. But I don't want to spring that on Destiny and John Doyle. So, you know, because they were told like, hey, here's what we're going to do. It's going to be you guys. If they're cool with it, it'll be awesome to have you. So that's tomorrow at 10 a.m. at youtube.com/Timcast. As for the Tiki History.
Tiki History. It's just TIK.
Oh, it's Tiki History.
TIK History. He's also, Ian, you should look up TIK History. Another great source on all
follow him.
Yeah, you know him?
I just watched a video from the guy that you mentioned. I didn't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I just watched it like the other day.
Yeah,
but as for this guy, coming on the Culture War would be to discuss conflicting ideas on an issue.
Yeah, I don't think so. On that show.
Probably doesn't make sense then.
No.
But this show, IRL, you think you fit on here?
Well, the challenge with IRL and the reason we separated the shows is because this is topical news, which sometimes goes into cultural issues that we care about. And so the issue with the Culture War was if we have someone like Lance or Matt Binder or, you know, Emma or whoever on the show, it turns into a 2-hour long, or like when Vosh came on, it was like a 5-hour debate, like a 5-hour clashing on all these ideas. And I'm just like, that's very different from what IRL does, where it's like, we'll pull up a story and then we'll talk about it, and we'll pull up a story and then we'll talk about it. We just did go into like a half-an-hour conversation on a bunch of different issues, which is very cultural, but it's still, if we're going to intentionally invoke those discussions and debates, we should create a format specifically for it.
Agree.
So really, really excited for tomorrow morning to talk about these issues with Destiny and John Doyle, and then assuming there's no issues, Lauren joining as well would be absolutely fantastic. So that would be super cool and fun. But we'll read some more super chats. Groffy says, lightly, gently push the like button, no damage. That would be great. Thank you very much. What do we got? Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, Tim, you asked last night about giving up on Charlestown. No way, Jose. Once you get up and running down there, folks will move in. You can find someone for the city council, town takeover. So it's been a challenge. The first building we bought is extremely difficult to deal with. And we're trying to get it sorted. It's just taking forever. So a building popped up for sale in Charlestown, West Virginia. And we considered buying that so that we have two locations now so we can try and speed things up. But I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough.
I think do it. Go for it. Yeah.
So I think it's correct. I think a lot of people, everyone said no, we have to do it because we have to take it back. We can't open this. Basically, happened Charlestown passed a Pride resolution supporting Pride Month or something, and I'm like, should we invest in a town doing this? Everybody said yes because then you'll create the inverse pressure to push back on it. Agreed. Now the issue is, can we actually buy the building because of, is the building good to buy? Right now it's like inspections and all that stuff. So it seems like we are interested now, and I agree. Thank you for your input, everyone. I think you are correct in that. Now we actually have to go through the motions of whether or not we can actually buy the building outside of the ideological reasons.
Raymond G. Stanley Jr. batting 1,000, bro.
I like Charlestown too. It's great. Jefferson County tends to be pretty good. So you know, we'll see. Or maybe we can just do Harper's Ferry.
It's right next to Harper. Oh man, it's one of my favorite cities, dude.
Harper's Ferry is amazing.
It's also Charlestown, not Charleston. So.
Yeah, Charleston's like 5 hours away, and it's near Kentucky.
Yep, we're getting that
so very, very different. Let's see what we got. Robert Knight says, call this White House appeal what it is, attempting to legalize fascism. Fascism being the partnership of public and private entities to further ideals. That was a component of it, but fascism, like if you're looking at the bigger picture, was heavily like traditionalist and like military structures, and it's. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on fascism, but it's not
just that.
Yeah, that was a component that Mussolini had pointed out, but communism does the same thing too. Communists go in and take over industry and then have government and industry collude and everything. Effectively, just take it over, but you get the point. Here we go. M says, bring Joshua Null Moon on the show. He's interested. Who is that? I don't know who that is. You know, we'll take a look. Kevin Brady says, you cannot delete your account, referring to Threads, without nuking your Instagram. The data it farms is egregious as well. It's a trap. Thanks, Lifelog.
Well, all right. Joshua Null Moon is the current owner of Kiwi Farms. I've heard massive drama about that thing.
Yeah.
I haven't been following.
That sounds like a culture war show. Yeah. Bringing on people to have big, direct discussions on a bunch of issues as opposed to topical news. All right, we'll read some more. Poster Strudel says, Tim, you got to have on two people, Pastor Mark Driscoll and Sean Vogt. Is that how you say it? With Let Us Worship and Hold the Line. Both are anti-woke and actively pushing back. Check them out. We definitely got to do our culture war on religion with like Ian and Shane.
That's a good sign. There's
me and Anna were just talking about him earlier when we were watching Long Island.
A lot of potential guests. Maybe we need more shows.
More shows. Maybe we do culture war twice a week.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
There's also, I mean, if you're taking suggestions for culture war, there's a very interesting thing happening, I guess, among right-wing Christianity, where some are like, hey, Muslims based allies or Muslims enemies. So that's kind of, I've been interested in that conversation happening.
Majid Nawaz, I like a lot.
He's great. He's great.
There was that famous video of Muslims protesting LGBT curriculums in schools, and leftist activists coming and protesting back, but saying, we're doing it for you. We're doing it for you. And then there was a video recently where the Muslim kids were stomping on the pride flags.
And there was also that leaked audio of the Canadian teacher telling this Muslim kid who was not participating in pride, I guess, to the fullest extent, basically saying, get out of here, go back to your country, which is not very liberal. But yeah, I'm very critical of mass migration, but I also studied Middle East studies, and I feel like I mean to like criticize my own side. A lot of like evangelical Christians especially don't really understand a lot of Islam. So they make a lot of just false statements about Muslims. So
Drail says Ian Crossland is the GOAT.
What up, Drail?
And then he put the GOAT emoji in the 100.
Dude, well, everyone gets to serve that role at least once.
Kyle Miller says, do you think Threads is going to be installed by default on our phones like Facebook? Yes. Isn't it like you can't uninstall, you can't delete Facebook, it just deactivates?
Well, you can't like remove, it's going to be on your phone, which is annoying because I'm always running out of memory and I don't go on Facebook on my phone, but I can't get rid of it.
Well, if you have Android, you can flash a new, operating system or something.
That's not something.
Super easy to do. You plug your phone into your computer, you download an app, you click go, and it gives you a clean operating system. Granted, no, I don't know who like setting up a new phone is so awful.
But my husband has been on this quest to find a phone that does not rely on Google. Like he used to have the Voila phone, which I don't think,
or Linux. Isn't there the Ubuntu phone or something?
I don't know. He's had problems. He found a good one that only worked in Canada, and then we moved. He actually had to buy yet another phone because it didn't work with American carriers for some reason.
Did you ever look into the Freedom phone?
Yeah, so
Ubuntu
we actually
Touch.
they sent us that to try, but mine didn't really work, so I never endorsed it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We weren't able to purchase them. They were like out, and then we just kind of petered off. And my girlfriend has one that she has yet to set up as well.
We wanted to test them, but we didn't want to accept them from the company because they, it's a Potemkin phone or something. But then we tried to order and we couldn't get it, so we never did. All right, Jason Hutchinson says, what if Lee Harvey was hired by the government to be there under the guise of being security, and then they just used him as an easy fall guy?
He said he was.
Have you seen the movie Shooter? You guys seen Shooter with Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
He's a sniper, retired. They go to him and they say, we need your help. Someone's planning an assassination and we need your expertise.
Yep.
So they bring him there and say, tell us where you think it's going to happen. And they bring him up in a building and he goes, there, from over there. Then he turns around and there's some fat cop. And it's like, what? And the cop shoots him.
Yep.
He's the fall guy they tried claiming was some crazy recluse living in the woods. And that movie's pretty good. I like it. It was like, I think it was kind of obvious what they were going for with that movie.
I think Oswald loaned his rifle out to somebody like before all that happened. This is something I've heard. I defer to the experts, which is, what's his name? The director who did Platoon. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember who you're
No
talking
idea.
about.
He's like the greatest director of all time. He was in Vietnam. He was on Rogan. All right, super chats. I'll come up with it.
Yeah.
All right. Brown Bear says, how long until they try and claim the cocaine they found in the White House is Trump's? Weren't there already people posting it was Trump Jr.'s?
Of course.
They were like, oh, it was left over and they found it. Yeah, several years later, please.
Director is Oliver Stone. by the
Oliver
way.
Stone, yeah,
Expert
yeah.
on JFK.
We'll grab some more super chats. What is this one? Tyler Kirbyson says, wouldn't it be funny if this was the handlers of Biden can say the cocaine was self-doping and not propping up the stooge Sleepy Joe? Clearly, they have been given the go-ahead to trash Biden.
Yeah.
I think they're just trying to find a way to get Biden out, and they're going to give him like a moderate fall, nothing too crazy, but it's going to be like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Or something bad happens to Hunter, and he's like, oh, you know,
A
family
moderate fall?
first. Yeah.
You mean like a literal fall?
No, I mean like a political fall.
Oh yeah. True.
No, not a literal one. He's had many of those.
Did you guys see Kamala is now the lowest rated VP in American history, which is Dick Cheney shot a guy. Like, so that's pretty bad.
That's based.
Damn. I forgot about that.
Jeez.
Was that like from a poll?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know how many people were polled?
No, I'm not sure. But I mean, anecdotally, I don't have problems believing it, but I'm not sure like what the margins were or anything like that or the sample size.
BH Godsmack says, if I let ChatGPT write a book for me, am I now an author and writer? Yes. So let me break this down because we've talked about this. We're heading towards a future where you'll be able to open up an app and type in, make a movie about a man with the power of ice who saves the world from an evil dragon that is trying to blow up the earth.
Oh, yeah.
It will then render that thing for you. However, it will not be rendered perfectly. The story could be slightly boring. So what you do is, and you can do this now, you can go to the OpenAI playground and say, write me a story about a hippie named Ian who discovers a graphene alloy which saves the world. It will then write a story. You'll read the first few sentences and go, that's pretty good. Oh, this sentence is stupid. You'll erase half of it and then correct. It might say, once Ian discovered the graphene, he sold it for $1 million. You stop, erase 1 million and put $1 billion. Then click go, and it will start writing again with your prompt. My point is, you can have it write stories for you where periodically you have to correct the path it's on to make it work properly. I suppose in the future, AI will just make really great stories because it'll get better and better at it. But I kind of do feel like you will always need some human element to make it more acceptable to humans. So it's not just about telling it to write a book. It's about going in and creating the paths that the writing goes down.
In fact, that would be the human censoring the AI. And you do need a censor.
And
well,
also, to be
if it's
clear,
not offensive. I mean,
our question was, does AI produce art? Not does that make the person the artist? So that's a different thing.
It
Right?
does.
Yeah, I think it still does. But even then, like there are people who think that art is the process, and there are people who think that art is the result. I'm someone who thinks more that art is the result. So I'm comfortable saying that, you know, AI creates this beautiful masterpiece. That's art. Some nouveau, like avant-garde, like shoe on a floor, modern art. That's not art. I'm comfortable saying that, but I think some people who are saying like, no, it's all about the human experience. Then you lead yourself to a position where an amazing masterpiece by AI is not art, but the shoe on the floor is art.
Grizzlab says, I make AI-generated realistic images of women and sell not safe for work content online. Now I'm making over $1,000 per month in subscription for men who sim for AI images of realistic women.
That is incredible if that's true. And
Yo,
I mean, that is
AI
credible.
stuff is just so terrible.
There are now AI girlfriends, like AI girlfriend chatbots.
If you guys use AI to produce images or stories or anything, put it in the description of the art.
Yeah,
Please.
we're
ethics.
We're legit very, very close to robo girlfriends. I just saw this movie
There's
recently.
a Futurama episode about that.
I saw this movie recently, and it was called what was it called?
Her?
What was it? No. It's about a husband and wife. They get their robot servants. Everybody has. They make copies of each other and download their memories in the event one or the other dies. So you guys are listening may know what movie this is. And then the guy dies, and so she activates the robot, but then thinks it's a mistake and tries to kick him out. And then it's got the guy from Shang-Chi in it. And do you guys know what this movie is
No,
called?
I'm looking in the chat. Somebody knows.
What was the name of that movie? I
First
just watched
thought
it.
You meant Surrogates, and I thought like Ex Machina, but like I don't know what that is.
Nobody seems to know what the movie is. So it's not surrogates. It's
not
about
Shagbots.
It's about
Good name, though, by the way.
these AI are becoming sentient, and the company has AI police who go and try and stop them from going rogue. And then this guy has all the memories of the dude he was based on. He wants to keep that life. It is not Alter Carbon. Nobody knows what this movie.
Have you guys played a Detroit
Not
Become
surrogates.
Human? That was a
Surrogates is
good
about
game.
people who
No.
pilot robots.
That's a good
Cool
game.
running.
How does nobody know the name of this movie?
Is it Samuel Liu?
Is it what? Yes, he's in it.
Okay, so maybe
So
we
go to
just
his
look him up.
go to his filmography, because I think this movie just came out recently.
I watched some Black Mirror the other night. That was nuts.
I'll tell you. I got his Wikipedia right here. I'm gonna pull up his filmography. I'll tell you what this movie was.
Cool running.
It was. Oh, was this from a while ago?
Upload.
Wait, are these? Oh, that's television.
Bicentennial.
It was Simulant. Boom.
Simulant.
Simulant.
Interesting name.
Some
Yep.
mentions are so funny.
Yeah.
Simulant is the name of the movie. I thought it was decently good. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, but I think so. You know, he dies, and the wife is like, "I want my husband back." So she turns this robot on, and then she's like, "This is insane and creepy. I don't want to do this anymore." But then, you know, she like would have to destroy him.
Then the AI robot's like, I want an AI girlfriend.
This is going to happen. People like every incel will have a waifu.
You better hope that your waifu doesn't want a robot and get sick of the human, because the human's not going to be able to keep up.
I want to find someone who can direct short films because I want to do a bunch of these short films, right? How about a 10-minute short film where some incel buys a waifu and then she's like a perfect wife, but then the beings, like the robots start becoming sentient and then are like, I don't want this life. Like, you know, there have been similar things like that.
Detroit Become Human. You should play that game.
I did. It was okay. But like, yes, there's stories like it, you know, where robots become sentient. You know, would be fun to make these little short films.
I think we have 40% of the crew. We've got the writer and the director. Now we just need like 2-3 more people, including one female actor.
We need someone who can like take the idea, write the script, knows how to execute the script, and
I want to have an AI write a script and do exactly what you're saying, where the writer, like Wesley or something, goes in and changes some of it. Just and it'll be like written by Wesley Roth and artificial intelligence.
They've done that, and they're not like some of them are not necessarily worse than what Hollywood pumps out nowadays. Not to say that it's good, but some stuff that actually gets made nowadays is pretty bad. But regarding like the AI girlfriends, it's gonna really change male female dynamics because with an AI girlfriend, these chatbots, we're already seeing it. Like ultimately the chatbot is inclined to keep you paying. So it's not I mean, I guess you could say, well, so is the actual woman because we want your resources. And so it's all about the money either robots. But I think it would really change what humans expect from relationships if we're basing them off of machines.
You know what's going to happen?
Humans.
Every person will have a robo partner. And then what'll happen is when they want to have kids, they'll submit their info to the clinic. Then people will go through the clinic database and then be like, who would you like to have a partner with? And you'll swipe like Tinder. You'll never actually meet the person, but eventually someone will swipe right on you. And then it'll be like, this person has matched with you. Press OK to, you know, create child.
Well, the surrogacy industry is booming. We're already getting closer to that.
It will not eventually happen like that. Same thing that happens with Tinder will happen on that. It'll be a small portion of people are the ones that people are like, I want to have. Yeah.
So, I didn't say that wasn't going to happen.
Oh, I thought you said that. So eventually,
but, and there will, but you know, if like women on Tinder typically go for the top 20% of guys, but the bottom percentage of guys still sometimes do get matches. So you will still see like this kind of thing happening. And then what'll happen is the clinic will grow the baby in a pod. Yeah. And then you will have your joint custody with your robot.
And it will be delivered to you. Oh my God.
But this is already happening.
And it'll be like a guy in a short costume being like,
it's already happening to some extent with surrogacy.
I'm wondering if they're going to have the guy do his thing into a cup in his house that's connected to a computer that can it can measure the chemicals in the semen and then reverse engineer it on the other end and inseminate the woman without ever having to actually go mail it.
DNA, maybe in the future, DNA analysis. But what I imagine will happen is the guy will engage in relations with his robo-wife, who will then be like,
she'll go back to the headquarters.
She'll be like, I'm going to go back to the clinic. And it's going to be totally like, that was really fun, honey. I'm going to go to the clinic and deliver your seed for your child. And he'll be like, great. And then she'll get in the car and she'll drive. Or, you know, wheels come out of her legs. You go, like, you know, that robot from the Jetsons or whatever.
Rosie.
Rosie, there you go. Viking Vet says, your argument about check the IDs means we get rid of online anonymity. So are you against online anonymity? The only way to gatekeep you're arguing for opening the gate to never having your personal information kept private. Talk about the straw men to end all straw man arguments.
Are you against in-person anonymity, I guess would be the report?
Me saying children should not be allowed to watch porn and then going, you're against anonymity. Okay, nice straw man attempt. It makes me think you probably want to give kids porn. Like, dude, there's a difference.
I could see it opening a gate to being like, now you need an ID to sign up for Twitter. If you're going to use social media, you need an ID. And then it's like,
how about
I don't think so.
Twitter is public. You are not allowed to post illegal content. Some things are illegal.
Yeah.
Like free speech does not mean you can go out and have sex in public. Because that's not what free speech is. And when it comes to burning flags, you can't. The left likes to argue, the Supreme Court ruled we can burn our flags. Dude, yes, but you can't set fire to objects in public. If you have a controlled space and you own the flag, you can burn it. You can't start fires in the middle of the street. That's called arson. Well, I don't know if that would specifically be arson, but probably something in line with that. So you can go online. You can be anonymous. But if someone wants to deliver contraband, like some controlled content or substance or whatever, yeah, you can't anonymously buy booze.
I don't know, man. It does feel like
you can do it illegally.
A Trojan horse. If they're like, no, we're doing it for your own good. We're doing it to protect you.
Yeah. See, I've never like the idea
that people want porn more than they want to protect children from porn.
Right. And it's the crazy thing to me that people are like, this is why I've never been a hardcore staunch libertarian. Like the guy who got up on stage at the Libertarian Party and argued about selling heroin to kids. I'm like, nope. Yeah, like, sorry, I don't go for that level of degradation, like and degeneracy. We have to have reasonable limits where we agree. We want to stop people from harming children. There's got to be some moral standard. That's reality.
We debate that at Minds a lot.
I lean libertarian.
On the system. Yeah, we would always talk about, should we have porn on the system? And it was like, Bill was like, I want full open like he was like, he's the transparency guy. He loves it. And then John is like the more conservative. He's like, no, we're not turning into a porn site. And it was like just a kind of an ongoing conversation about what do we do? Because it's an anonymous, you don't need a personality. Like you don't need to give data to sign up. You just need an email address.
Viking Vet says your position on online information is anti-freedom. Freedom is dangerous and takes constant vigilance. There needs to be better restrictions for child accounts, not restrict anonymity, no social media till 18. I just love this fake argument you've made up about me opposing anonymity, but then you literally made an argument for banning kids from social media till 18, which would require identification.
No, we just ask them and they'll tell the truth. People wouldn't lie on the internet, Tim.
Right. So I am actually not arguing against anonymity. I'm saying you can't post porn in public. If you want to make it so that kids can't use social media till 18, that would require everyone to send their ID to the social media company to prove their age. I'm not arguing that. You, sir, are opposed to anonymity. Let's grab some more super chats as we move on. What do we got?
It's a good super chat night, by the way.
Malay Taga says, Ian's logic is the same logic leftist teachers use in schools to teach LGBT plus kink in elementary and middle schools. Well, it's on TikTok, so we might as well teach it because it's in the world. It's not just that. They've quite literally said this. It is one of their principal arguments. Children are being exposed to this stuff. They're seeing it. And if we don't teach them, they'll be confused. And my response is, why are kids seeing things that were not legal to publish in the first place? When did we start allowing all of these laws to be broken with no enforcement? This is why I'm kind of like, this country is fractured and falling apart. I say civil war. It's not just about the fact that people are screaming at each other and Joe Biden's locking up people without charge or trial. I say innocent because there's no charges.
They're innocent until proven guilty.
But to lock someone up without charge or trial for 2 years and torture them, this country is just falling apart. But the idea that our law enforcement apparatus has allowed Antifa rioters to just do whatever they want, has all this violence and vandalism, crime is skyrocketing, kids going to adult sex shows in Texas and the cops being like, well, I'm not going to do anything about it. People posting lewd and lascivious content on the internet, which is already illegal, and the cops doing nothing about it, even in West Virginia. There's no law enforcement. It's a narco-tyranny, absolutely.
Yeah, it's really up to the parents to enforce their child's mind. I think you just can't rely on the state to do that. And I don't encourage
what does that mean?
The parents got to say, no, you're not going on the internet. You can't just be like, hey.
It's not just in the internet, as Tim has pointed out. This is also something getting in public schools. So we're just failing on all fronts to keep this away from kids.
And this argument that you can't rely on law enforcement for this reason is illogical. We rely on law enforcement to enforce tons of laws, not just lewd and lascivious actions in public.
But I think that the powers that be will make a law to then enforce whatever they want. And you really need a parent to enforce morality, which the government's not always going to be the moral force of good.
Correct. We do need a moral society, because when you don't have one, the police stop enforcing the laws. When children are brought to sex shows where things are written on the wall saying it's not going to lick itself, and when people start complaining that children are being exposed to adult sex shows, the cops go, well, don't look at me, I can't do anything about it, when they actually could because it's illegal. The cops don't enforce the laws anymore. That's what happens when you have no moral society.
Yeah, they're afraid of getting sued and stuff like that. It's not good. But hey, just to speak back to this last super chat, I don't advocate to show kids the horrible things that I'm trying to prevent them from seeing. I used to think like, well, if it's out there, then I should expose myself to it. But after I saw enough people's arms get blown off, I was like, I think it's changing me. I don't want to see it anymore.
If you're an adult,
but you need to prepare children. If you're going to send them out there into the internet, you need to prepare them somehow.
Well, I think we can prepare children by saying this is how you safely go online. You don't click links. Like, there's going to be people who are trying to talk to you. Like, don't do that. That's one thing, allowing them to navigate safely online in addition to parental controls. But I think the way that the left view it, it's like, it's not just that we need to teach them to navigate safely online. We need to teach them about all these terrible things before other people can introduce it to them.
Yeah,
I got their view.
We're almost out of time. I want to read 2 more messages. One's from Frog Club in the regular chat. He says, for FFS, Tim, for F's sake, you can't rely on law enforcement. Tim, people can loot shops and you talk about it yourself. Yes. My point is this. Police are not enforcing the law, and they should be. I am not saying that we should just accept the way things are and then expect them to be different. I'm saying they should literally be different, and we should really affect change to have the police. My point is this. I agree. Cops aren't enforcing the law. We have an immoral, amoral society, and cops are refusing to do their jobs. So no, you can't rely on law enforcement. We need to change culture so that law enforcement begin to do their job once again. We have to change it in that way. I'm not an anarchist. I am not someone who is like, there should be no cops ever. My point, in the simple version with what we have going on in major cities is if cops are not enforcing the law, we shouldn't have cops at all. So defund them and abolish them. In reality, what we do want is a moral society where cops are moral, respect the constitutional rights of individuals, strive to bring about true justice, and it's very, very difficult to maintain. And lastly, Josh Pliley says, hey, Tim, have you set up your business grant program for cultural positive program? Who should I reach out to throw my hat in? Technically, we have done a couple already. We've got to figure out how we're doing it because it's kind of just vague and nebulous. I've given some people money to keep up their work. Ideally, we have a forum in the members only chat where people can post the things that they're working on. And then we do shout outs on Friday for different stuff that our members have worked on to help promote their products. So become a member at timcast.com. That being said, we're going to go to the members show now. Things will get a little spicy, not so family friendly. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Go to timcast.com, click join us. And then in a few minutes, we will have that live uncensored show where you as members can submit questions and even call into the show. So definitely check that out. You can follow the show at Timcast IRL. You can follow me personally at Timcast. Lauren, do you want to shout anything out?
I guess if you want to follow me on my YouTube channel, Lauren Chen, for political social stuff. No, sorry. I'm like very poppy on our mic, so I'm like scared to get close. So yeah, Lauren Chen YouTube channel, political social stuff, a mediaholic for the pop culture entertainment stuff, and I am at the Lauren Chen on Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, basically everywhere. You can also find my videos on TPUSA, their socials and YouTube account, as well as Blaze TV.
I am Phil That Remains on Twitter, Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. The band is All That Remains. We're available. You can find us on Spotify, on Pandora, Apple Music, YouTube, the whole nine.
And I'm Ian Crossland. You guys should check out Cast Castle on timcast.com if you haven't seen it yet. There have been some really good episodes the last 4 weeks. Chris Burtman, this guy's awesome. If you don't know him, you'll love him. He's great. Yeah, he's a great actor. Chris, you knocked me off my socks, man. I love you. Good work. I'm looking forward to working with you more, man. And Wesley, great job, Aaron. Nice work.
Yeah, Chris Burtman is definitely something, isn't he? I'm Surge.com. Follow me on the internet. I'm all over the place. I'm using Threads too, but I think it's not long for this world. See you guys around.
We will see you all over at timcast.com in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out.
I'm indoctrinated. You heard that shit? You heard that shit? I just about lost my shit when I heard that. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. I've never seen this.
Man, free my Somali brothers, man. Free them, but God lead, man. Oh, damn! Hey, sit this. Oh, get that. Took off on it.
You know now there's going to be a bunch of white yuppies being like, free my Somali brothers. And hey, don't worry. CNN is reporting those fireworks are mostly peaceful, so it's okay. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Zuckernaski here of wearechange.org. And there is a lot of crazy news dropping today, especially when it comes to the next Henry Kissinger, when it comes to the upheaval in our modern day society, and of course, more troubling developments that have just happened in Ukraine. Lots of back and forth there. We don't know who to believe, but we're going to be doing our best to try to break down the story as best as we can here for this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast looks like it's from Minneapolis, where some people decided to do their own kind of fireworks show by forcing fireworks on people, police officers, and randos walking by or driving by, forcing people to celebrate America's independence and its modern day state of decay, as of course violence and criminality has been becoming the new normal for a lot of people living in major cities all throughout the United States, predominantly Democratic cities, run by individuals who had, of course, district attorneys financed by a particular billionaire that we cannot mention here on this broadcast. As, of course, we hear horror story after horror story, specifically in places like San Francisco, where a mother was just attacked by a bunch of children with baseball bats. As the Telegraph is reporting on this particular incident and how, quote, city officials are blaming truancy and zero interest from police officers for, quote, kids doing these really awful things. With the article going on, baseball bat wielding gangs of children are mugging mothers and nannies on the school run on the latest crime wave to hit San Francisco. And what did you expect in one of the most taxed jurisdictions on the face of this earth, with the most amount of government and the most amount of problems, huh? Seems to be a correlation there, as of course Elon Musk just a couple hours ago looks like he's insinuating that people should only be given the right to vote if they're parents to children, hopefully not the children from San Francisco. As the Tesla co-founder said that childless people have, quote, little stake in the future, and I would agree with his sentiment, especially when it comes to career politicians that don't have any skin in the game, don't have any children, and no incentives to try to better the future for themselves and their lineage. This, as of course, a lot of people aren't having children, mainly because of increasing fertility problems or outright propaganda, with people being told that they shouldn't have children in order to make the weather gooder. Yes, that's That's the overlining consensus amongst a lot of liberal yuppies out there that are knocking themselves out voluntarily out of the gene pool. In related knocking people out of the gene pool news, Moderna just agreed with a partnership with the Chinese government as they're going to be developing new technologically advanced medical procedures that I would say, in my own personal opinion, are a little bit troubling, to say the least. In related China news, today we're also finding out, according to some sources, that it was Xi Jinping that told the president of Russia to not nuke Ukraine during a state visit that the Chinese president recently had to Moscow. This is according to Chinese government officials. And it is important to note here that China is trying to become more of a dominant player on the world stage and has offered opportunities to intervene and provide a truce when it comes to this larger conflict that's happening right now between the United States and Russia. A conflict which I think it's fair to say is not going well for both countries, as of course it's essentially a meat grinder. But when it comes to, of course, the sacrifice that both countries are expanding their citizens for, it's important to note here that Russia has a lot more citizens, and according to some military experts, a lot better air superiority and artillery, which is making the biggest difference in this war here, as the Ukrainian counteroffensive that the corporate media was salivating and talking about hasn't really come to fruition, just as many Western military experts said it would. All of this as a lot of people are looking at the next potential escalation of this conflict, as for many days now, the president of Ukraine has been warning about Russia attacking the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which Russia totally controls as of right now. Now, why would Russia attack a nuclear power plant in a territory that they control? Potential false flag here that could be engineered by some kind of Western powers that, of course, would create a provocation that would allow other countries to intervene here and essentially escalate this conflict to grand proportions and create human devastations that the world has only seen before decades ago in places like Hiroshima. Now, again, there is a lot of fog of war. There's a lot of propaganda. There's also a lot of fear-mongering here. But at the end of the day here, I think it's always important to ask who benefits, who gains from a lot of these larger escalations. As this global proxy conflict enters into very dangerous territories, as there's a lot of other things happening, and there's other videos that we cannot show.
I'm going to drop the link here. I got to pee, so we're heading out. We're at 5 hours and 40 minutes almost. Matt's not here tonight, and I think Anna's probably already gone. It is still kind of early. I'll set you guys up one, but I'm not playing. 20,000, I imagine you want it. There you go. It is set up. And you guys can have my chips too. Oops. All right, guys. Set up. You decide if you want to play.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta start them through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it